The girl who stood in the doorway was about 23 years old, about 5 foot 2 inches tall, and, in a firmly compact way, appealingly shaped. The hairdresser had made her blonde. She wore a short flowered dress that hugged a little too closely the firm, vital body. Over the dress was a flannel jacket that obviously belonged to a different ensemble. Hatless, the blonde, untidy hair was held back from her face by a scarlet ribbon. A splash of scarlet marked the childish mouth. With a small nose and grey, good-natured eyes, the face was full of an eager and naive expressiveness. She was standing on tiptoe, her hands clutched together, smiling up with an almost desperate vividness at the man who had opened the door to her. But in spite of that desperate light-heartedness, and in spite of powder and eyeshadow, the fact that she had recently been crying was the first thing that one would have noticed about her. The man was tall, dark, and about 33 years old. He looked resigned rather than friendly. It was not her first ring at his bell, nor her second, nor indeed her third, that had brought him to the door, but when his telephone had suddenly rung, he had answered it. She had told him then, speaking from the porter's booth downstairs, that she knew he was in because of the light that showed under his door. "Please," she said, "please, Toby. I must see you. I know it's awfully late, but if it isn't convenient for me to come in, couldn't you come out for a few minutes? Please, please, it's terribly important. There's a coffee stall on the corner across there. Could you meet me there in 5 minutes' time? I mean, if you don't want me to come up, if you've got people there or something. I won't keep you long, but really, Toby, it's important. Please, Toby, if only you're—" "All right, come along up, Lou. Sorry, I didn't know it was you when you rang. No, it's quite all right. Come up." Putting the telephone down, Toby Dyke looked at the clock. It was then 20 minutes before midnight. Now, as he greeted with a brief smile the girl who stood there on the small square of landing, caution and reserve were in his manner. But she pretended not to notice. When she came into the flat, it was as if she had been shot into it. She walked with such startling vigor of movement. In the middle of Toby's carpet, she did a few little dancing steps, and her head twisted this way and that, as she took bright glances at the easy chairs, the littered writing table, the striped curtains, the mess of cigarette ash on the hearth before the unlit gas fire, the worn carpet. But her brightness, her little jigging dance steps, her affectation of a bird-like pout as, with her head on one side, she took her first whimsical survey of his home surroundings were the merest transparency of a covering drawn over some fear and agonized despondence that possessed her. "It's awfully hot up here," she said. "You ought to open a window. Look, you've only got a tiny bit open. I don't know how you can stand it. It's June, you know, Toby. Why don't you open something? You've no idea how hot it feels." "I'll call it June when it starts to feel like June." He sat down on the arm of an easy chair and held out a paper packet of cigarettes to her. He had a narrow face, sallow and dramatic as a gypsy's. "You've been crying, Lou," he said. Lou Capell did another jigging twist on one heel.
Dear viewers, if you'd like to listen to our audiobooks ad-free, have unlimited access to exclusive content, and over 200 unique audiobooks, the best detectives, fantasy, and adventure stories, then visit our closed Telegram group. The link is in the description below the video. Enjoy watching.
"Well, a bit," she said. "But I've got a cold, too. That's really what's wrong with my face. Horrible getting a cold in summer, isn't it? I always hate summer colds. Somehow you can't settle down to make a real comfortable sort of fuss over them like you can in winter. I like your flat, Toby. I've never been here, have I? You asked me up here to tea once, but when I came you were out, and it's ages since I've seen you." Thickened by her cold, chaotically, the words tumbled out. "Well, what's it all about?" said Toby. She replied, "Oh, goodness, it's nearly 12 o'clock. You must think me the most terrible nuisance, but I know so few of the kind of people who—" She wriggled her whole small muscular body in a rush of embarrassment. "So few people are sensible about things, you know, that they're curious, or they misunderstand you, or they make you feel a fool somehow. That's why I came to you." "I see. Well, what is it all?" She took another look round the room before she answered, and seemed to have all her attention caught by a corner of the mantelpiece. Keeping her gaze fixed firmly upon it, she answered offhandedly, "I wish you'd let me sleep here, Toby." Toby Dyke gave a start. "I thought you said you only wanted to come up for a few minutes." "Oh, that isn't what I came to ask you," she said, "but I'm terrified of hotels. I slept in a hotel last night and it was awful. I never got to sleep all night. I locked my door, but I felt simply terrified. I'm always like that in hotels. I don't know why it is, but they just terrify me. I wish you'd let me sleep here tonight, Toby. I could put those 2 chairs together. I'd be perfectly all right. I promise I shouldn't be any bother. I thought you'd a flat of your own, said Toby. Yes, but Druna's there. You know Druna, don't you? He shook his head. Don't you? No. She looked surprised. Druna Merton. She and I have shared the flat together. Well, what's she been doing to you? Doing to me? With the obvious patience that expresses impatience, he nodded. She laughed, saying, Why, Druna's marvellous. If you haven't met her, I must fix it. You think her simply marvellous. I'll fix it up as soon as all this is all over. All what? Said Toby. And if Druna's marvellous, why can't you go back there tonight? The shadow of defensiveness came into her eyes. Druna is marvellous. I mean, she's got one of those awfully calm, sure characters and immense strength. I mean strength of will, you know. She isn't all muddled and silly like me. She knows exactly what she wants and she'll do anything to get it. I always admire that enormously, don't you? But sometimes, somehow, I don't feel like bullies you, does she? Good heavens, no. No, honestly, Toby, I admire Druna enormously. For one thing, I like beautiful people. I simply like being able to look at them. I'm grateful to them. But all the same, sometimes... And all at once, it looked as if she was going to cry. Frowning, Toby puffed smoke in her direction. Suddenly, raising his voice, he called out, George! From the little kitchenette that opened out of the sitting-room, a voice made an indistinguishable reply. Lou Capell jerked her head round. I hadn't realized there was anyone else here. Don't mind about George. He's a person, said Toby, of deep and Catholic sympathy. He raised his voice again. How are you getting along with that coffee, George? Coming. Now, Lou. And Toby put some sternness into the look with which he surveyed the excited poise of her body and her tear-marked face. What's the trouble? When you've told me, I'll tell you whether or not you can sleep here. Well, I can't tell you what the trouble is. I mustn't tell anyone. Toby sighed. Lou echoed the sigh noisily and threw herself down into a chair. Toby, she said, would you lend me £15? It was just then that George, carrying a tray with 3 large cups and coffee in a tall brown jug, joined them in the sitting-room. George was a short man, broadly made, with stubby pink hands and a pink expanse of face. In its rosiness, his features made only gentle corrugations. He had fair hair and mild blue eyes, and wore a high-necked jersey tucked into trousers of a worn and shiny blue. Photographs of him, full face and profile, as well as a record of his fingerprints, were in the possession of Scotland Yard, but so, doubtless, are those of many other excellent people. This is George, said Toby. Setting the tray down, George bent his rubbery-looking face above the cups. Milk, miss? Sugar? Lou smiled brightly up at him, as if she were desperately trying to think of something bright to say, but there seemed to be a paralysis in her thoughts. Her fingers, clutching the worn red leather bag with a broken strap that she carried, revealed her tension and embarrassment. Instead of speaking, she hummed a scrap of tune. Then she appeared to realize how the humming gave her away. Are you an American? She managed to bring out. Don't start inquiring into George's origins, said Toby. They're everything they oughtn't to be. Same thing with his past. I mean because he makes such good coffee, she said quickly. I don't mean I've ever had American coffee, but they're always saying we can't make it, and that generally means something, I suppose. Toby, taking a cup of coffee from George, murmured thoughtfully. £15. Quite a lot of money to a hard-working journalist. Her eyes swung round to him. It feels awful having to ask for it, but I've got to find it, and I can't tell anybody why. That makes it 10 times worse, but I'll pay it back. That's why I came to you, Toby, at least partly. I thought you'd know you could rely on me to pay it back. George observed. When you lend money, you didn't ought to expect it back. Then if you do get it back, it's a nice surprise, and if you don't, nobody's any the worse. That's the only way to keep your nature from getting soured. Her eyes dropped, and she sat silent. Toby said fretfully, "You're such a hopeless young fool about things. If I knew what the trouble was," she cried out shrilly, "Please, please, Toby, I'll pay it all back. I'll pay it back quite soon. I have an idea about a job. I think I could—" "Here," said Toby harshly. He got out his checkbook and wrote quickly. Not been trying some way of getting rich quick, he asked abruptly. She giggled. But as he glanced at her, she smothered the sound with a look of stubborn primness. In her red-rimmed eyes there shone a look of almost animal gratitude. As Toby handed her the cheque, tears welled up in them, and all at once her muscles relaxed so that her stocky body in its cheap flowered dress and jacket of grey flannel had a look of complete collapse. "Oh dear," she moaned. "I don't want to cry. I don't want to." But she twisted sideways in her chair, and with her face pressed hard against its back, sobbed helplessly. Toby and George sat sipping coffee. Presently Toby said, "You better tell me about it now. Has someone managed to get some sort of hold on you? Is it that woman Druna?" She sat up abruptly. "Druna?" Her voice was thick from her tears and her cold. "Why do you keep on about Druna? What have you got against her?" "Sounds a pretty good bitch to me." "That's an absolutely ridiculous prejudice. You don't know anything about her, and Toby, I'm not going to answer any questions." "Oh, goodness." And she gasped for breath. "My nose has got itself completely blocked up. I'd better put some stuff up it. Do you mind? It'll improve it for a bit. It's past 11, isn't it?" "Yes, of course it is. Only one mustn't use this stuff more than once every 3 hours, and I used it last about 8 o'clock. She searched hastily in her bag and brought out a small, flat bottle. "One oughtn't to cry when one's got a cold," she said. "The two together give one something like death by suffocation." Toby waited silently while she tilted her head back and, with the tube fixed into the cork, squirted a few drops of liquid up each nostril. After that she blew her nose hard and then, as an afterthought, powdered it. Certainly when she spoke next, her voice was clearer. "Toby, you're always so awfully, awfully good to me. And I'd tell you the whole thing. In fact, I'd like to. It'd be a relief to tell it to a reasonable person, only you see, I've promised." That last word had the final and inviolable sound that it has on the lips of a child. Snatching up her cup, she swallowed down all that was left in it. "And may I sleep here tonight?" At the spurt of laughter with which Toby answered her, she smiled naively. "Thanks ever so much." But then her face clouded. "You do mean I can, don't you? Laughing like that, I mean, that doesn't mean all right, he said. Though why you can't simply go to a hotel. Is it the cost? Because if so, no, I told you, I'm terrified of hotels. I know it's silly of me, but I simply lie awake and tremble. It's terrible." He grunted. "And this Druna of yours, why is it you're afraid of her?" "I'm not," she said irritatedly. "It's just that sometimes one doesn't want to run into a particular person. Perhaps it's because, well, I don't know how to put it, but sometimes she makes me feel horribly lost. I know what a fool I am, and that almost everyone I meet is tons more intelligent than I am, and I'm terribly grateful to a person like you that can put up with me at all. Yet really, Toby," she said gravely, "I am. It's awful being a fool. You've no idea how awful it is sometimes. Sometimes I think I'll try and do something about it, but I know it's no good, really. All I've got is an awful lot of energy. I have, you know. I've got lots more than most people, and that's rather awful, too. You jump out of bed in the morning and find everyone else in the most frightful tempers, and you dash round the house getting things done and being bright and gay, and you only make the others worse than they are already. I don't know what on earth I'll do when I marry. Men are awful in the mornings, aren't they? Only I don't expect I'll ever marry. I think it might be a good idea for me to go into nursing, don't you, Toby?" Toby let her run on. She reached out for a cup for more coffee, and with a cold, bleared yet vivid smile at George, said, "One thing that'd be good about it is that I'd learn something about the human body. It's awful how little I know about it, really. I don't let on usually, of course, but really I know next to nothing. I don't mean that I mind letting on to someone like you, but, you know, I'd never let on to Druna. She knows such an awful lot about things like that. She knows the technical names for things and everything. But a nurse is taught all those things properly, isn't she? I don't mean that that's why I want to take it up." She gave a deprecatory giggle. "But all the same, I think it's a good idea, don't you?" "I think," said Toby, "that if you're staying here the night, the sooner you get to bed with that cold of yours, the better." She started to protest that would mean turning them out of their sitting room, since it was in the sitting room that she was determined to sleep. Nothing, she said, would persuade her to allow either of them to disarrange themselves because she happened to be staying there. "And really," she said, "it isn't late, and it's such ages since I've seen you, Toby. It's nice to be able to talk." "No," said Toby, "it's quite late enough. You run along off to bed." "But I'm going to sleep in here," said Lou. "You needn't argue about it. It's definite." "Is it?" said George. and it was in George's room that she slept, while George arranged blankets and cushions for himself on the sitting-room floor. "Who is she, Tobe?" said George after she'd gone, and he and Toby had been left in peace to finish the coffee. The worried laugh with which Toby answered mixed itself up with a yawn. "I met her first about 2 years ago. It was at some sort of party. She'd had a very little to drink, but she was pretty helpless already. It frightened her rather. I took her away and walked her round the place and counselled her, and after that she attached herself to me and tried to get me to instruct her in everything about life, including facts of same." "What'd she do?" said George, prodding with his spoon at some sugar. Toby replied, "Looks for jobs mostly and lives on the dole. Now and then she's a secretary for a bit, or a shop girl, or a doctor's superior young lady who opens the door and books appointments. She hasn't any parents. So far as I know, the only relations she's got are her brother and sister-in-law in Surrey, and she's not too keen on them. She likes her company a bit colourful. Wonder what's frightening her now. Might be blackmail. She's just the sort of idiot who could be made to believe that some perfectly innocent affair has got to be paid for through the nose. I ought to have made her tell me what it was. I'll have another go in the morning." He threw the stub of his cigarette onto the cold hearth, rose and trod on it. "Part of her trouble, of course," he said, "is that she's got a spontaneous humanity that's really quite unusual. She'll do anything for anybody. A nice kid." He yawned again. "Pretty often I'd like to murder her." When somebody did murder Lou Capell, Toby was among the first to hear it. Lou had left the next morning before either George or Toby was awake. She had left George's room neatly tidied, with a note propped up on the chest of drawers thanking them both for their kindness. Toby had spent the afternoon and some of the evening at the newspaper office, where he sometimes put in an appearance. It was at about 9:15 that he received a telephone call at his flat. A faint voice, which he did not recognize, said to him, "Toby Dyke, I'm speaking from Wilmer's End. Lou Capell is dead. Murdered. Did you hear what I said? Murdered. Your check has been removed, but hadn't you better come here?" The speaker rang off. Toby set the telephone down slowly and sat staring before him. The death that came to Lou Capell was a horrible one. It was so horrible that the young man who had to describe to the police how he had found her body had turned, in spite of his recent medical degree, a blanched mauve in the face, while his hands were restrained from trembling only by an effort obvious to all. The police had been summoned to Wilmer's End by a hysterical telephone call from Mrs. Clare. Wilmer's End was a house about 1.5 miles out of the small town of Larking in Surrey. It was one of those houses that present to the road the appearance of little more than a roomy cottage. Bricks and weather tiles of an old warm red and honeysuckle over the doorway heightened this impression. Yet it had, in fact, an amazing number of rooms, several bathrooms, electric cooking, and garage space for at least 3 cars. It was known in Larking to be the property of Roger Clare of the publishing firm Roger Clare and Thurston. Larking also knew that he had recently divorced his wife and had left her to live at Wilmer's End without him. When Inspector Vanner and Sergeant Gurr arrived, Eve Clare herself was waiting in the doorway. She was in a wild impatience to tell her story and to shift responsibility. One of those very slim women with quick, delicate movements in whom even restlessness has grace, Eve Clare was 35, and though she looked neither less nor more than her age, it was natural to speak of her as if she was astonishingly youthful-looking. She had a small head that she carried high, with hair of a shining fairness, tinged with copper, cut so that it made the most of her head's subtle modelling. Her skin had a golden, sun-toasted freshness. Her eyes were light blue under narrow, curved brows. Her mouth was broad, sensitive, and egotistical. She was very unsuitably dressed for a murder, in a pale green linen dress with scarcely any back to it, and had gaily coloured beach sandals on her slim, brown, stockingless feet. She would have started the story standing there in the doorway with 6 people clustering behind her, had not the inspector, glancing round, interrupted with a peremptory request to be taken straight to the body. "Very well," said Eve. "Charlie can show you." She grasped by the wrist the young man who stood beside her. "This is Dr. Widdowson, Inspector, who's the only one of us who's actually seen her. He must take you up. Come along, it's this way." She started a few steps down the paved path that ran along the front of the house. The inspector stopped her. He was a compact, brooding man with an assumed decisiveness of speech and action. "Do I understand," he said in his firm, cold voice to Charlie Widdowson, "that it's impossible to get into the room except by the window?" The young man said, yes." A fluting voice and a habit of hesitation gave his speech a disturbing preciousness. "I climbed up by the balcony. It's quite easy. But I left the door locked and came down the same way because I thought it was the right thing to do. I mean, I left everything as I found it." Though his rather beautiful face was exceedingly pale, and his hands, long and elegantly bony like the rest of him, fidgeted wildly with a coat button, his large brown eyes had an odd look of eagerness. This look, in different degrees, was to be seen on the faces of all who were listening from the doorway. "What made you go up?" said the inspector. The young doctor answered a different question. "You mustn't take me too seriously, and I'm aware, of course, that on the very short inspection I made of things I'm not qualified to give an authoritative opinion, but I think, you see, it's strychnine." "What made you go up?" "Strychnine, you see, is a thing that what made you go up?" A woman's voice in the doorway said on a note of nervous laughter, "I wonder if he always asks every question 3 times. Eve Clare said, "I asked him to go up, Inspector." "Why?" "Because," she replied, her voice growing vicious, "all the people whose clothes don't matter as much were out of the way." "I thought you said—" It was obvious that the mere manner of authority was enough to rouse her to headstrong temper, "that you wanted to go straight up." "All in good time, madam." He gave a look that slid slowly down from her bright hair to the crimson toenails that showed through the bars of her sandals. She recognized the implications of the look and was quick to sneer back at him. "If you don't like climbing, we can get you a ladder." Why didn't Dr. Widdowson use a ladder? "For God's sake," she cried, "do you want to go up and look at her, or don't you? Why didn't you use a ladder, Charlie?" "Well, it's quite easy without one." A man detached himself from the group in the doorway. He was a small man of a mild and commonplace appearance. He wore an open-necked shirt and corduroy shorts. Muttering, "I'll just go and get that ladder," he made off round the house. Coming to himself with a start, Sergeant Gurr followed him. In a few minutes they returned, carrying a ladder between them. The room in which Lou Capell lay dead, with the arched rigidity, the congested face, and staring eyes that had so shocked the nerves of Dr. Widdowson, was on the first floor at the end of the house. The balcony outside the window was only a wooden one, and looked as if it had been added to the building comparatively recently. A climbing rose sprawled over it. The scent of the roses, great milky white blooms, hung warm on the evening air. Weakly it penetrated through the open windows into the room where the girl lay dead. The room was a large one, a room of bizarre contrasts, of stark black furniture and old leaded panes of dim silvery greys and splashes of scarlet. In the middle of the silvery grey carpet lay Lou.
Dear viewers, if you'd like to listen to our audiobooks ad-free, have unlimited access to exclusive content, and over 200 unique audiobooks, the best detectives, fantasy and adventure stories, then visit our closed Telegram group. The link is in the description below the video. Enjoy watching.
Her face had become a thing of horror. Her legs were thrust straight out, her back was arched, her whole body was rigid. She was wearing pajamas. They were of cheap, artificial silk satin, trimmed with poor lace. Over them she wore a dressing gown, vividly flowered. "You see, she'd been having a bath," said Charlie Widdowson. His tone was stiff and strange. "Where's the bathroom?" asked Inspector Vanner. Charlie nodded to the corner of the room. The inspector strode across to the door there, opened it, took one glance round the shining black and silver of the small bathroom, closed the door, and returned to stand beside the body. He chewed at his lips. The sergeant prowled round the room, peering at hairbrushes, vanishing cream, powder, and discarded underclothes. "Strychnine, you say?" said Vanner. "I should think so. That rigidity, you see, it's got nothing to do with rigor mortis. She couldn't have been dead more than half an hour when I first got in here." "You still haven't told me why you broke in." What made you think there was something wrong?" Charlie shifted his weight from one foot to the other. One hand was still tugging at the button on his striped flannel coat. "She'd got a bad cold, you see, and told Mrs. Clare she'd like to go to bed. And Mrs. Clare said she'd have her dinner sent up to her. Then I gather what happened was this. The maid, or someone, brought the dinner up on a tray and couldn't get in. At first she thought Miss Capell was still in the bathroom and took the tray away again. But when she came back, she still couldn't get in and couldn't get any answer either. So she fetched Mrs. Clare, and Mrs. Clare started calling and knocking. My room's next door. I heard the noise and came out, so Mrs. Clare asked me to climb up by the balcony and see what had happened." "What time was that?" "I think about 8:30, perhaps a little earlier. It was about 6:30 when she went off to bed. Then she had her bath." "How do you know?" Vanna snapped at him. "Well, the bathroom's quite warm and steamy still, isn't he? Had a good look round, didn't you, last time you were up?" Charlie gave a vague nod. His large brown eyes for a moment met the inspector's. "I mean, I looked round a bit," he said. "Noticed that, I expect," said Vanna. Looking where the inspector was pointing, Charlie nodded. "Touch it?" Charlie shook his head. Vanna stooped. With a handkerchief wrapped over his hand, he picked up from the carpet close to the bed a small flat bottle. It had no stopper, and a good deal of its contents had splashed onto the floor. "Breathin'," he read from the label. "That's stuff for a cold, isn't it?" He gave it a cautious sniff. "Didn't smell like that last time I used it for a cold. Yeah, no, don't touch it. Smell it." He held the bottle out to Charlie. Charlie sniffed at it. "No," he said, "that isn't breath-in." Sergeant Gurr came up and wanted to have his smell at the bottle too, but Vanna, wrapping the bottle tenderly in his handkerchief, strode out onto the balcony. He called to one of the constables. "Where's Dr. Syme?" "Not got here yet, sir. He was up at the golf club, but he's on his way here." "Well, when he comes," Vanna called back, "you can send him up the stairs. The door's unlocked." Returning into the room, he crossed straight to the door and unlocked it. Charlie said apologetically, "I didn't like to unlock the door myself because one's always told to leave things exactly as one found them." "Dr. Widdowson," said Vanna impressively, "I unlocked the door because it was locked merely in the ordinary course of events. The girl just locked herself in when she came to have her bath. There's no reason to bother about it." Charlie started to say something, but Vanna went on. "She administered this poison, strychnine, or whatever it is, to herself." "Not suicide?" "No, Dr. Widdowson, not suicide. She administered it herself, but in the belief that it was her ordinary dose of breath-in for her cold. You'd seen her use it during the day, I dare say." Charlie nodded. "I was just going to say, I was extremely careful not to touch anything when I was in here, but I did have a look round. I mean, it would have felt queer not to. If it was wrong of me, I'm most awfully sorry." "So long as you didn't meddle with anything," Vanna replied, "you'll have done no worse than waste a bit of time. But, yes, but what I was going to say was, I noticed that." And Charlie nodded his head in the direction of a small bureau set against the wall between two windows. Sounding more apologetic than ever, he added, "I read it." What Charlie had read was a half-finished letter lying on a piece of blotting paper on the open flap of the bureau. Beside it lay a cheap fountain pen and Lou's battered red leather bag. The fastening of the bag was undone. Lipstick, powder compact, latchkeys, cigarette case, matches were spilled out onto the polished black surface of the little desk. Vanna looked down at the letter without touching it. Aloud he read, "Dear Eve." Charlie informed him that that's Mrs. Clare. Vanna nodded. "The writing," he said, "is it the girl's?" "Oh, yes," said Charlie. "Quite sure?" But just then a step in the passage warned them of the arrival of the police surgeon. Coming in briskly, a neat, grey-haired man with a curiously legal air about him, Dr. Syme's manner, when he was introduced to the dead, distorted thing on the floor, was a blend of politeness and curiosity. "Dr. Widdowson here," said Vanna, as the newcomer changed the rimless spectacles he was wearing for another pair. He says he thinks it's strychnine." "Looks like it, certainly, Dr. Widdowson, looks like it." Dr. Syme lowered the new pair of glasses on his nose to take a glance over the top of them at the young man. "Plague of, Dr. Widdowson?" Behind Charlie, the deep voice of Sergeant Gurr suddenly growled. "I just had an idea." Charlie shook his head at the other doctor's question. "Didn't think I'd seen you at the club." Dr. Syme was kneeling now. "You ought to take it up while you're still young, you know. Makes all the difference to your game." Again Gurr ventured. "I was just thinking that perhaps, maybe—" He scratched the inside of one ear. Vanna looked round at him impatiently. Dr. Syme went on. "Only took it up last year myself. Know what I've missed? You shouldn't waste any more time over it, you really shouldn't. I was just thinking that perhaps—" But this time Gurr stopped to give a sideways nod of his head in the direction of Charlie Widdowson. With a flush when he realized what the sergeant meant, Charlie said quickly, "Oh, do you want me to go? I'll, With no reluctance he made for the door. "I was just thinking," said Gurr hoarsely, "that maybe it isn't strychnine at all. Maybe it's brucine." There was an odd little silence. In Lou Capell's bedroom, the three men looked at one another with suddenly sharpened interest in their faces. Outside in the passage, the face of Charlie Widdowson as he closed the door behind him, just after the sergeant had spoken, was that of a very puzzled man. Chapter 2. That this should happen now. The expression in Eve Clare's light blue eyes as she faced Vanna across the narrow dining table was one of angry depression rather than of grief. She could almost be seen asking herself the question and longing, too, to put the question to Vanna himself, being restrained from it only by a reluctant and rather unexercised sense of propriety. How long will all this last? Upstairs in Lou Capell's bedroom, a photographer was busy. An ambulance had been sent for and policemen overflowed the house and garden. Seated on her chair of leather and steel, with one bare elbow pressing hard on the top of the table, Eve was possessed with a restlessness that would not allow her long, thin hands, her shoulders, or her feet in their bizarre sandals to be still for more than a moment. She was distraught, too, and inattentive. Vanna had to repeat the question he had just asked her. Jerkily, she replied, "Oh, her name, Louise Dorothy Capell." "She lived with you?" Eve shook her head emphatically. "She lived in London." "If you want to know more about her, you'd better ask her friend Druna Merton. She's down here for the weekend. They shared a flat off the Gray's Inn Road. Lou used to come down to Larking to visit a brother. He lived here till recently, but they've gone to America now, he and his wife." "You know their address?" "No," she answered with a shrug. "I scarcely knew them." "It was through them, I suppose, that you met Miss Capell?" "Actually, no. I met her at my aunt's. My aunt and uncle, Mr. and Mrs. Fry, live at Belling Lodge, that white house just this side of Larking. You can question them, too, if you want. They're here for the weekend. Everyone's here." This last remark was followed by a curious laugh. Vanna raised his eyes from his notebook to study her face. He asked, "Was Miss Capell a friend of yours?" "Just what do you mean by a friend?" He altered his question. "You were intimate with her?" "There were about 12 years between our ages, Inspector. Lou was a very simple, irritatingly ignorant young woman." Then she changed her tone slightly. "I don't mean I didn't like her. I did. She was good-natured, frank, and rather brave, but she was much more attached to both my husband and my daughter than she was to me." "Your husband, I understand, is away." "My husband and I are divorced." Giving one of his heavy nods, Vanna jotted something down. "And your daughter, Mrs. Clare, does she live with you?" "As a matter of fact," said Eve, "she's living with Mr. and Mrs. Fry at the moment. That's to say, it was to do with that Lou was here this weekend." She looked down thoughtfully at her pointed, reddened nails. In a flat tone, she said, "I'm not actually callous, I'm not, but I've had so many things to think about lately." She drew her lower lip under her teeth and bit into it hard. The gloomy inattentiveness was back on her face. "I was asking about your daughter." "Oh, yes, Vanessa. She's here, too, this weekend. This thought produced the same odd laugh as before. You see, Vanessa's been living with my uncle and aunt for some time. It happened to be convenient, because of the divorce and all. Quite so. Well, you see, it's not very exciting for the child there. Old people, and so on. She doesn't meet many children. Well, Lou's got some relations in Devon, people who've got a farm and a family of 5 or 6. Somehow the idea came up, I'm not sure exactly how. I think it was with my husband she first discussed it, that Vanessa might go down there for a holiday. Lou was going down herself for some weeks, and so we arranged that she should take Vanessa. It seemed an awfully good idea. It'd give my aunt and uncle a rest, too. Children are frightfully tiring, aren't they? To elderly people, no doubt, said Vanna coldly. She gave him a hard stare. Well, she said, that was what Lou was here for, to collect Vanessa. When was she taking her down? She was to have taken her down there today. She arrived here in the morning. But I'd got a bit of a party on, and I didn't see why Lou shouldn't stay for it and take Vanessa away tomorrow, or Monday even. Besides, she's still got that awful cold. My aunt got worried because she said she'd give it to Vanessa. You say she's still got it. You saw her then a few days ago? No, she said, but she rang up last Thursday and said she'd got one. She said she hoped it wouldn't get bad and stop her travelling. And so, said Vanna slowly, it was you who persuaded her to stay here. Yeah. Suddenly her eyes opened wide. With a dart of her small head forward in a snake-like movement, she hissed, What's that got to do with it? Making another note, Vanna said evenly, Were your husband and Miss Capell well acquainted? Oh, yes, she said. And your husband approved of the arrangements that she should take the child to her relations? I told you, it was with him she first discussed it. Vanna nodded, leaning back and looking down at the notes he'd made. Mrs. Clare, he said, Miss Capell was treating her cold with some stuff called breathine. I believe so. You saw her use it? Now, there are instructions on that bottle that it should not be used more than once in 3 hours. Can you tell me whether Miss Capell stuck to those instructions? A definite nod was his answer. You're sure? He said. She was almost comic about it, said he. She'd stand waiting in front of the clock for the last 5 minutes of the 3 hours to go. In that case, said Vanna, it becomes a matter of some importance when she was last seen to use it. Perhaps you can tell me. Eve asked abruptly. It was the breath-in, then, that killed her? And not the breath-in, but whatever was in the bottle that usually contained breath-in. I see. Well, I know I saw her use it. I sort of picture in my mind of her sitting there and squirting the stuff up her nose. It was in the afternoon sometime, out in the garden. I should guess it was about 4 o'clock. But you'd better ask someone else, Inspector. You're sure you can't remember just when? No, she said sharply. If you want accurate information, ask someone else. Thank you, Mrs. Clare. Now I want you to take a look at this letter which Miss Capell appears to have been in the middle of writing to you when she met her death. I want you to tell me, but at that moment there occurred an interruption. It was an interruption that upset the whole of Vanna's relations with the case, helped to increase the dominant strain of brooding in his temperament, and unsettled him nervously for a considerable period. The actual interruption was the opening of the door. What the opening of the door revealed was a man. He was a tall man with dark hair and narrow, dark face, a high-bridged nose, and darkly dramatic, deep-set eyes. Had it been New Year's Eve instead of some time in the region of midsummer, he would doubtless, as a dark stranger, have been regarded as a bringer of luck. Inspector Vanna did not regard him as a bringer of luck. He regarded him as one of the worst things that could have happened to him. Behind the tall, dark man there were 3 others. One was a flustered constable, one was a short man with a pink, plump face, the third was a man of about 43, well-built, well-dressed, and with that look of having had his personality smoothly rounded off in a lathe that often comes to successful men of business. It was the third man whom Eve Clare, with startled eyes but a voice that was lightly artificial, greeted. "Good heavens, Roger!" The man came forward. He spoke to Vanna. "I am Roger Clare," but Vanna scarcely paid attention to him. "What are you doing here?" he said to the dark-haired man in the doorway. He said it with a wooden slowness that revealed what might have been a lifelong storing up of antagonism. Toby Dyke said, Where's the parcel, George? George held out a roughly constructed brown paper parcel tied with string. Toby Dyke stepped forward and put it down on the table in front of Vanna. Actually, he said, this is George, Vanna, old man. George and I came down to return this to Miss Capell. She left it behind last night. And now we've just heard this terrible news. Vanna was wrenching at the string. What's this? The parcel came asunder. Inside was a knitted cardigan. A frowsy purple in colour, it had an odour as if it had generally been worn in an atmosphere of frying onions. Is this Miss Capell's? I believe so, said Toby. I'm sure it isn't, said Eve Clare. Well, she left it behind last night, said Toby. Where? Said Vanna. Where did you see her last night? But it's much too big, said Eve. It can't be hers. Call Drew now, she'll know. I'm certain it isn't hers, Inspector. Who is this man? The inspector replied heavily. This man's name is Dyke, madam. Toby Dyke. She turned swiftly to her husband. The man you've talked about. Vanna also turned swiftly on Roger Clare. His voice was suddenly charged with brutality. Oh, you know this man, do you? You brought him, did you? Roger Clare gave a slight shake of his head. All his gestures were slight and quiet. There was a controlled under-emphasis about him that was faintly repellent. It seemed to speak such certainty of himself. Mr. Dyke and I know each other slightly. He edited a true crime story collection for me last year, but when we met tonight it was a complete surprise to us both. Where did you meet him? Said Vanna. Toby replied, At the garden gate. His remark pointedly addressed to Clare. Vanna repeated, Where did you meet him? But Roger Clare had suddenly started across the room to straighten a picture that was hanging faintly crooked. He did not attempt to reply until he was certain that it was hanging correctly. Then he repeated Toby's words. At the garden gate. Vanna turned back to the cardigan. Where did she leave this with you, Dyke? Where did you see her? Toby's face became solemn. You've got to get this right, Vanna. You're not to go reading into what I tell you a lot of things that weren't there. I've got George here as a witness to corroborate what I say. The story may not strike you or your evil mind as a particularly likely one, but your stories always strike me the same way, Dyke, said Vanna. Get on with this one. Well, what happened last night was this. Lou Capell turned up at my flat about 11:45. She came because she wanted to borrow £15. £15? Vanna shot the words at him sharply. There was a sudden brightening in his face. Toby nodded. £15, he said, and Vanna relaxed in his chair with a keener look of attentiveness. She wouldn't tell me what she wanted it for, said Toby. She got me a bit worried. She was so obviously frightened and worked up. I tried to make her tell me, but she stuck to it that she'd promised not to tell anyone, and I couldn't get a word out of her. Then she asked if she could stay there the night. For some reason, she didn't want to meet the girl Druna Merton she shares a flat with. Eve interrupted. But Druna wasn't there last night. She was here. Still, perhaps Lou didn't know that. I only rang Druna up in the morning, and she got down here about 7 in the evening. But why didn't Lou want to meet Druna? Yes, said a new voice from the doorway. Why didn't Lou want to meet Druna? I should like to be told that. Heads turned. Vanna muttered to himself while the girl in the doorway came a few steps into the room. She said to Vanna, I think I might be allowed to hear why Lou didn't want to meet me. There was a momentary silence. With a shrug of his shoulders, Vanna looked at Toby. Toby looked thoughtfully at Druna Merton. Certainly, as Lou had told him, the girl possessed beauty. She was one of those rare people whose whole person is an exceptional achievement in composition. It was not only her face that held the eye. Though her face, small and pale, with straight features of delicate severity, yet with sensuousness and subtlety in the curves of nostrils and mouth, would have been enough to merit attention. But her slim, long legs, her narrow yet rounded hips, her high breasts, her supple shoulders, were moulded with such fineness and completeness that one might think the deity for once had had the enthusiasm to finish this job of work himself, instead of leaving the final polish to be added by environment and chance. She was not very tall. Her hair was black, thick, heavy hair, which she wore in elaborate curls. She said, lifting a cigarette she held in her hand with a gesture demanding a light from someone, Well, why, please? Toby took out a matchbox. I don't know, he said. Oh, please, you were just going to tell the inspector. No, said Toby. I was just telling the inspector that for some reason Lou didn't want to meet you. For some reason. She wouldn't tell me what the reason was. She smiled at him. If there was a fault in her appearance, it was that when she smiled, it made little difference to her face. You tried to make her tell you the reason, of course. Yes, I tried to make her tell me. And she was very hysterical, evasive, and muddled up. Vanna broke in. Then you know yourself, Miss Merton, why she didn't want to go back to your flat. No, she answered composedly. Lou was always getting into states of mind I didn't understand at all. Well, said Toby to Vanna, shall I go on? Vanna grunted. Toby continued. She wouldn't go back to her flat, and she was very anxious not to go to a hotel. Why? Said Vanna. Hadn't she the money? Druna explained. She'd been brought up to believe that if she stayed a night alone in a hotel, she'd be abducted. Besides, and she gave her unexpressive smile, she was rather fond of putting herself in compromising situations and then behaving platonically. She got some sort of thrill from it. Poor Lou. She was terribly undeveloped. I think I know what Mr. Dyke is leading up to telling you. It's that although he allowed Lou to spend the night at his flat, it was all perfectly innocent. You can believe him. It almost certainly was. A smothered sound came from Roger Clare. Toby glanced at him. Clare was looking at Druna with intense dislike on his face. Vanna addressed Druna. Miss Merton, have you ever seen this cardigan before? Druna looked at it distastefully. No, she said. Didn't it belong to Miss Capell? It did not. Vanna looked at Toby. Well, he said. Toby shrugged. She'd a very bad cold. Perhaps she'd borrowed it from someone to keep her warm. All I know is she'd left it behind. She was gone in the morning by the time we got up, and there the thing was, over the end of the bed where she'd slept. So you thought you'd return it to her, eh? Said Vanna. How nice. Thought you'd return it to her just the same evening as she goes and gets herself murdered. Very nice indeed. Yes, said Toby woodenly, I thought I'd return it to her. George and I had nothing special to do, and it was a lovely summer evening, so we thought we'd combine a run in the country on George's motorcycle with returning the cardigan. We came down here, and then we heard this news. Heard it? How? Barked Vanna. Toby's face showed a bland sort of surprise. Mr. Clare here told us all about it. Oh, Mr. Clare told you, did he, at the garden gate, I suppose? Yes, said Toby, at the garden gate. And how, said Vanna fiercely, swinging around on Roger Clare, did you know anything about it? A slight catch of the breath sounded close to Toby. It was Eve Clare, who since her first exclamation when her husband came into the room had not addressed a single word to him, only, from time to time, she had let her eyes dwell upon him, their expression lifeless. But that lifelessness was so inappropriate to her vivid face that it revealed how deliberately she found she had to school herself to regard him. Clare's face still had on it the look of contemptuous dislike that had appeared there while Druna was speaking. There was the weariness, too, of a deeply felt horror. I knew that Lou was dead, he said, because about an hour ago I telephoned. Someone told me she was dead. Where did you telephone from? Vanna asked. My flat in Turn. Why did you telephone? I wanted to ask Lou. I wanted to ask about Lou. He stopped. Taking a hold of himself, he started again. I wanted to ask whether Lou and Vanessa, that's my daughter, whether they'd got away all right. Miss Capell was taking Vanessa down to Devonshire to some relatives of hers. I've been telling the inspector about that, said Eve. Ah, yes, said Roger without looking at her. Whom did you speak to on the telephone here? Asked Vanna. Mrs. Clare? Eve shook her head. I don't know who it was, said Roger. It was I, said Druna. The very quiet voice she used managed to turn the simple statement into something of threatening significance. And, she went on, when she had had her effect, there's a question I should like to ask you, Mr. Clare. When you telephoned, why did you begin by speaking in an assumed voice? A flush spread over his face. What do you mean? When I picked up the telephone, said Druna, you began by saying, can I speak to Miss Capell, with such a violent Cockney accent it just screamed amateur theatricals. Hey, said Vanna quickly, you asked for Miss Capell, did you? You asked for Miss Capell, though you thought she'd taken your daughter off to Devon this morning. Roger Clare began to tremble. It was a curious sight, the trembling of this self-assured, solidly built man. It revealed a tension of nervous fury directed against the girl Druna. "I did nothing of the kind, and the voice I used was my own." His face was still dark red. "She's telling lies. I don't know why, but she's telling lies. It's spite of some sort, or she's unbalanced. I don't know why she should, but she's telling lies." His voice was rising, beginning to lose control. Druna suddenly leant on the table behind which Vanna was seated. "Lou Capell was my friend," she said dramatically. "When you answered the telephone," Vanna said to her, "what did you say?" "I said—" But at that moment, ringing through the house, cutting across question, answer, truth or lie, ripping at the nerves with almost unendurable shrillness, came a scream of mortal terror.
Dear viewers, if you'd like to listen to our audiobooks ad-free, have unlimited access to exclusive content, and over 200 unique audiobooks, the best detectives, fantasy, and adventure stories, then visit our closed Telegram group. The link is in the description below the video. Enjoy watching.
Chapter 3. At least a dozen people moved when that scream sounded. The cry had come from upstairs. From upstairs, a moment after it, a small figure shot itself down the staircase into the midst of the group below. "Vanessa!" cried Eve Clare. But it was not into the arms of her mother that the child threw her violently shuddering body. In her headlong rush down the stairs, she'd managed to see where, among the weekend guests, strangers, and policemen thronging the hall, an elderly woman was standing. It was round this elderly woman that her arms made a convulsive clutch, and against her broad bosom that the child hid her face. "Vanessa, dear, what has happened?" said the woman. "Vanessa, what is it?" Her voice was a deep one, with unusual fullness of tone. When she used it quietly, it had the soothing quality possessed by any strength controlled to mildness. She looked down at the child's dark head, and placed a hand, a broad hand, roughened by gardening, on the rumpled hair. Then she looked up at Eve Clare, and with her eyes gave some kind of signal. Eve leant suddenly against the newel post. She looked for a moment as if she were entirely exhausted. Only there was a curious indifference on her face. Roger Clare looked at her with a sort of intent blankness, but he looked at her only for an instant. As he turned his head toward the child and the short, spread figure of the woman to whom she was clinging, it was anger that gave his eyes their intentness. "What's happened? Why is she frightened? Why are these things happening?" he demanded roughly. Vanna had gone leaping up the stairs. Reappearing after a minute or two, he said, "I can't see anything wrong. The door into Miss Capell's bedroom's shut. She can't have seen the men or anything in it." "Vanessa," said Mrs. Fry in her soft, deep, reassuring voice, "come and sit on my knee and tell me all about it. Did something hurt you?" She was gently disengaging the child's arms from their desperate hold. Vanessa allowed it, but kept her head pressed against her aunt's bosom as if she were terrified of what she might see if she looked round. Mrs. Fry sat down on a chair and drew the child onto her knee. "Now then, tell me." It was strange to hear that voice coming from the short, ungainly woman with her square, heavy-featured face, prim grey hair, shapeless knitted jumper, and tweed skirt. Only her eyes matched it. Cool blue eyes with a steadiness and intelligence that gave her plain face character. Vanessa was silent. She was a slight child, very delicately made, with a miniature neatness about her hands and the feet that hung down bare below the hem of her dressing gown. Her hair was a glossy black. It had a faint, soft wave in it, curling up at the tips. But there was something too finely drawn, too nervous about her, something too exaggerated about her delicate grace. At her silence, and at the way in which she kept her face hidden against the knitted jumper, a man said, "Wouldn't it perhaps be best, Nelia, to take her somewhere by herself? Or," and he looked round the group that still crowded the hall, "perhaps we'd better move ourselves. She's very shy. I expect we're too many for her." He smiled hopefully at Vanna. He was a small man, perhaps as old as 70, and wore green hand-woven tweeds on his bony limbs. His shirt was of tussore. His tie was orange. His face, small and round and undistinguished, had a quantity of vague white moustache upon it, and sun-reddened, wrinkled skin. Vanna took no notice of him, and Nelia Fry, looking up for a moment, said, "I think the inspector may be interested in what she has to tell us, Dolphy." Quite," said the little man fussily, and turning back to the inspector, added, "I'm Adolphus Fry, by the way, Mrs. Clare's uncle. Vanessa lives with us. So nice for us, we do enjoy it. But she's a very nervous child, dreadfully nervous. I think it was her diet that was the trouble. Imagine, when she came to us first, she wouldn't touch brown bread. She didn't care for tomatoes either, but now—" "Do be quiet, Dolphy," said Mrs. Fry, and he subsided. Mrs. Fry tried again. "Now, Vanessa, you know there's nothing to be afraid of." Roger Clare broke in. "For God's sake, leave her alone. Why do you keep pestering her?" "I expect she's had a nightmare," said a fair-haired woman of about 40. She was erect and energetic-looking, with a healthy plumpness and a natural complexion. Her expression had a sardonic coolness. "I should put her to bed and give her a dose of something." She let some cigarette ash fall onto an expensive rug. But Vanna himself took up the questioning of the child. Bending and placing one hand on each of his knees so that his head was on a level with hers, he said with clumsy, fruity familiarity, "Now, little girl." At that, a titter sounded from Toby Dyke. But when Toby found himself the object of curious gazes of everyone there, the titter ended abruptly. However, they turned back, most of them, to the spectacle of the inspector trying to coax information out of the stubbornly silent child. Only one, a young man, kept on with his scrutiny of Toby. It was Charlie Widdowson. He and the only other young man in the party were standing side by side with the air of being very detached spectators. Only the other young man was not being a spectator of anything in particular. He was looking hard at nothing, had looked at nothing from the moment when he came into the hall. He was a shock-haired youth with a stringy, coltish body and a vivid, immature face. The shirt he wore was torn, his flannel trousers were stained, and his canvas shoes had been punctured by his toenails. The way he looked at nothing had an air of impatience about it. It was the look that people have when events intrude upon, yet cannot check, some all-absorbing flow of introspection. The inspector had no luck with Vanessa. She only muttered at him without turning round, "Go away." He shrugged his shoulders and said to Mrs. Fry, "Maybe your husband's right, madam, and she'll talk to you best if we do go away. Probably this lady's right besides, and it's only a nightmare. Now, there was a question I wanted to ask Mrs. Clare when—" But at that moment, Vanessa, who had edged her face around a little to snatch a glimpse of the room, said suddenly in a husky whisper, "I saw a policeman." "Aye?" said Vanna quickly. Mrs. Fry frowned at him warningly, but Vanessa, wriggling herself upright on her aunt's lap, looked him squarely in the face. All nervousness had vanished. She even looked rather pleased with herself. "I saw a policeman upstairs," she said. Come, meet it. You don't mean you saw a policeman and that frightened you?" She nodded seriously. There were small smiles beginning to twitch at the corners of her mouth. "But I'm a policeman," said Vanna, "and you're not frightened of me, eh?" Vanessa smiled at him broadly. "Come now," he said confidentially. "What did you really see?" "I saw a policeman," she said. Suddenly she raised her voice and began to declaim in a high sing-song, while her eyes danced with mischief. "I saw a policeman, I saw a policeman, I saw a policeman." Roger Clare broke in harshly. "Be quiet," then he muttered. "Frightened of a policeman, my child?" Mrs. Fry looked at him severely. "Anyone's child may develop unreasonable fears, Roger, particularly if its experience of family life is not very satisfactory." He looked at her with contemptuous resentment. Vanessa said in a loud, conversational tone to Inspector Vanna, "I was frightened of the policeman walking about my house." "But you aren't frightened any more, are you, Vanessa?" said Eve, coming forward. Vanessa smiled and shook her head. "Then suppose you come along up to bed again," said Eve. "I'll go with you and tell you a story." The life went out of Vanessa's face immediately. Mrs. Fry gave a slight shake of her head. "Perhaps it would be better if I took her, Eve, dear," she said. "She's more used to me. Now, Vanessa, you're going to be a good girl, aren't you?" And for a moment or two she coaxed and commanded. Of course there were protests, but Vanessa's moods, it seemed, could alter quickly, for quite suddenly she was yawning and hiding her face against her aunt again and saying she wanted to go to bed. Mrs. Fry took her upstairs. Eve, with a shrug, turned to Vanna and said, "I apologize for the interruption. You were just going to ask me some question about a letter, weren't you?" He nodded briskly. But on second thoughts, I'd like a word with this gentleman first." With a peremptory nod to Toby Dyke, he signalled him into the dining room. They sat facing one another, silent for a few moments. Then Vanna sighed and said, "Well, what did bring you down here?" Toby stared at him before replying, and Vanna, shifting irritably in his chair, said, "If you think you can make trouble, you better remember your coming here is suspicious enough for there to be plenty of trouble waiting for you." Toby yawned. Vanna gave a thump on the table in front of him. "Why did you come?" Leaning back and crossing his long legs, Toby said, "I got a telephone call." "Oh, you got a telephone call? Someone rang you up and said, 'I do so admire your newspaper articles, Mr. Dyke. Why don't you come down for the weekend?' Oh, yes, and what else?" "Listen, Vanna," said Toby, "you're a worried man. You bungled the last murder job you had." "What brought you down here, Dyke?" "A telephone call." Vanna suddenly leant forward over the table. "From Roger Clare, eh? He knows you. He told you to come. I knew that from the beginning." Toby shook his head. "I don't know who it was." "But you came straight away down here. Didn't lose much time, did you?" "No, I didn't lose much time." "Though you didn't know who it was who was phoning? Might have been a hoax, mightn't it?" "Yes," Toby assented equably. "It might have been a hoax." He looked down at the toe of one shoe. "Wasn't, though." "Now, Dyke, are you going to tell me the truth? What brought you down here? I can check up quickly enough." Toby nodded. "The truth is that someone telephoned and told me in a voice that was obviously disguised that Lou Capell was dead. Man or woman? I'm not sure. And that was all. No, they also told me that my cheque had been removed." "Ah!" The sound came with a wheeze of satisfaction. Vanna smiled benignly at Toby. "Then they hoaxed you after all, my lad. They hoaxed you after all." Toby went on looking at the toe of his shoe. Vanna grinned. Tapping his large white teeth with the tip of his pencil, he said, "She cashed it, you know, Dyke." "Yeah?" said Toby. "She got £15 in her bag, exactly £15, with a rubber band round the notes." Toby's face was blank. Suddenly Vanna leant forward again, thrusting his grin toward him. "And where the hell does that cardigan come in?" "It belongs to the porter's wife." "You went and borrowed it from her simply to get you an excuse for coming down?" "That's right." "And what do you mean by giving me misleading information about—" "Oh, hell," said Toby impatiently. "I didn't think it'd mislead you for a moment. Not you, Vanna. But I thought it might be a good idea to mislead other people." "I see." "I didn't know what to make of that telephone call. I thought probably it was a hoax. I even thought it might be Lou herself wanting to give some friends of hers a bit of fun. But she'd been round to my flat the night before in floods of tears, begging me for £15. Of course, that might have been a part of the hoax, only I didn't think Lou was that much of an actress. And she wouldn't tell me why she wanted the money, and said she'd promised not to. Also, she wouldn't go back home because she didn't want to run into that girl Druna. Well, if I'd really tried to make her tell me what it was all about, perhaps I could have. I was worried that I hadn't. It was really that worrying, I suppose, that brought me down here." He shrugged again. "You like that story any better?" Vanna looked non-committal. Thoughtfully, he started to draw a pattern on the top of the table. Toby frowned at this activity. Vanna said blast, licked one finger, and tried to erase the marks. While he was rubbing at them, he asked, "Where were you between 4 and 6:30 this afternoon?" "Why 4 and 6:30? That's my business. Where were you?" "At the office," said Toby. "Think anyone will remember you were there?" "My visits there are rare enough to make quite a deep impression. Look here, Vanna." Toby leant forward, snatched the pencil from Vanna's fidgeting fingers, and put it down firmly on the table. "Without referring unnecessarily to that episode a year or two back when you and I saw such a nice lot of each other, don't you think it's a good idea having me around?" "A good idea having you?" Horrified astonishment choked Vanna's voice. His hand groped wildly for the pencil. "You know, Vanna," Toby twitched the pencil out of reach, "Balder was guilty. I knew that as well as you did. But if you hadn't been such a fool, it was you who got him off," said Vanna furiously. "Because, guilty or not, you made it impossible for him to have a fair trial. You'd given away all the facts of his past life to the papers. Every man on that jury knew he had several convictions. They knew about his relations with those 2 women, everything. The whole country was screaming for his blood before the trial ever came on. The man was guilty. You got the case dismissed on a technicality, and you were pretty severely reprimanded, weren't you, Vanna? And I was damn glad to see it. I've sat in police courts too often and seen the inspector gently waving a piece of coloured paper to and fro. He isn't allowed to mention a man's previous convictions till after the verdict, but those bits of coloured paper are the forms on which previous convictions are recorded, and the fact that there's a bit of coloured paper being fluttered around so artlessly in the inspector's fingers tells the bench all it needs to know. I've seen that a good many times, and I don't like it up." And he suddenly smiled broadly. "You know, when I write this case up, I'd quite like reminding the public that the inspector in charge was the same one who made such a mess of the Boulder business." Banner's face had flushed, and his mouth was working. Toby held the pencil out to him as if it and the offer he was about to make went together. He said softly, "Of course, we needn't mention Boulder. We needn't say anything about it at all if I'm about the place and can make sure you don't make another silly mistake like that one." Vanna reached for the pencil. His hand met empty air. "What about it, Vanna?" Vanna muttered something to himself, then his wide shoulders relaxed dispiritedly, and he said, "All I can say is I hope your story checks out." "Well, what do you want to know?" "All that's happened and all you've been getting out of these people." "Give me back that pencil, damn you." Toby sent it rolling across the table towards him. Vanna drew a large V on a piece of paper, and as if that had rehabilitated his self-esteem, began his account of the evening. He began with his own arrival. He described his entry by the window, and he ran over his conversation with Charlie Widdowson. Toby's long legs were stretched for him, his sharp chin dug into his chest, but his keen, black eyes never wavered from Vanna's sluggish-looking grey ones. The inspector's tone was monotonous, but his story was accurate. It left nothing out. Toby seemed satisfied and asked no questions. Suddenly he interrupted explosively. "The letter, Vanna. Let's look at the letter." "I was just about to explain," said Vanna, "that as her door was locked, she locked it when she undressed to have her bath, and as she was carrying that bottle of breath-in round in her handbag, and as the handbag was in her room, the strychnine, or whatever it was, must have been substituted for the breath-in before she went up to her room. So the question is, when was she last seen to use the breath-in without any ill effects? The substitution must have been done after that, and before she went upstairs. Mrs. Clare thinks she saw her use it about 4 o'clock. Yeah, but let's see the letter." Vanna handed it across to him. "Do you know her writing, Dyke?" "Oh, yeah, this is Lou's writing." Grimness and pity were in Toby's face. A child's scrawl. "You know, Vanna, there's no point in making a song and dance about it, but I'm probably angrier than I've ever been in my life." With his mouth pulled crooked in a strange grimace, and with his eyes clouded, he settled back to read the letter. It ran, "Dear Eve, I know it is terribly silly of me to write to you when I am here in the same house with you, and you will say it is just childish and silly of me. I know that is what it is, but I have been trying to make myself talk to you, and I cannot do it. I'm too much of a coward, and you're rather a frightening person. I don't exactly mean frightening, but I'm afraid of trying to talk to you. And this is such an awful thing I have to tell you. I could not tell it even to Roger, and I know him better than I do you. But now it is better I should write to you than Roger. I dare say he will tell you why. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Perhaps, too, just because I'm so afraid of telling you about this, it is right that you should be the person. I have done such an awful thing. I don't expect you will be able to forgive me. But I want to assure you that I am going to pay for it myself and not get any of it from you as was intended. I have collected all the money I can pay for it, and I think that will make everything all right and you will not have to worry. Only I know there is a risk that the money will not make any difference. But I don't think this is really a risk. I think it will be all right. I have betrayed your confidence." Those last 5 words came at the bottom of the page. The full stop at the end of them was extraordinarily large and dark, as if, at that point, Lou had sat staring at what she had written, staring and thinking and delaying and inking, the same full stop over and over again. Watching Toby as he sat with his head bent over the letter, Vanna said, "The way I look at it is this. She'd come to the point in the letter where she got to start on the actual confession of whatever it was. And so, to clear her head and maybe put the job off a minute or two, she thought she'd dose her nose with that stuff. And she did it and died. Toby handed the letter back to the inspector. I expect you're right. Has Mrs. Clare seen it? I was just going to show it to her when you and Clare burst in. Well, suppose you show it to her now. Wait. As Vanna's hand went out to the bell, suppose you show it to her and Clare together. People aren't usually as good at lying in front of someone they know as they are when they're by themselves. You're expecting her to lie, are you? Well, Lou says she's betrayed Mrs. Clare's confidence. Seems likely she won't want to betray it to us herself. Vanna tilted his chair back, giving Toby a curious look. You know, there are several ways of interpreting that letter. Of course there are, said Toby. All the same, impatiently, he reached across Vanna and pushed the bell himself. Let's have our Eve and Roger in together. Together, a few minutes later, Eve and Roger Clare appeared. Together they seated themselves, together regarded the face worn at that moment by the law that had taken command of their house. Together they waited for whatever the law desired of them, but their separatedness was like a sign on their brows. Eve had a cigarette in her mouth. She was almost gobbling it up. In strong contrast to the nervous alertness of her whole body was the composure of Roger's. Her nervousness, his composure. They seemed to share nothing with one another, neither to draw support nor to be frayed, stirred, or thrown off balance by one another. Without any comment, Vanna handed Lou's letter to Eve. When, after a swift reading of it, she looked up, he gestured that she should pass it to Roger. Roger took it, read it, frowned, reread it. Eve sat bolt upright, the cigarette gripped by her tense, scarlet lips. Roger made a motion to hand the letter on to Toby, but Toby said, I read it. Vanna took it. That letter, he said, that first half of a letter was found in Miss Capell's bedroom on the writing table there. Mr. Dyke confirms that the writing is Miss Capell's. Roger Clare nodded. Eve stared past Vanna at an open window. Roger Clare raised a hand to finger his firm chin. Is there no second half to this letter? No, said Vanna. It's possible, said Roger Clare, that it might be best not to take it too seriously. He looked up at Toby, who was standing behind Vanna, one shoulder propped against a window frame. You knew Lou, didn't you, Dyke? You'll bear me out, I think, when I say that although she was honest as the day, as utterly sincere a creature as you could find anywhere, she'd a very naive and unrealistic view of things. Suppose, said Toby, we put that on her tombstone. Roger Clare frowned. It was the slight frown of a man who is accustomed to having the slightest of frowns taken earnestly to heart. I was going to say, in marble, I think, said Toby, surmounted by a hand pointing upward. I was going to say, said Clare, in a cold voice, that Lou may have had an altogether exaggerated view of something she'd done. This intended confession may have been about something like borrowing a couple of 3 halfpenny stamps without permission, or something like that. Something, that's to say, that no one else has any knowledge of at all. Vanna was chewing his pencil. All I can say is Miss Capell's couple of 3 halfpenny stamps cost Mr. Dyke here £15. At that point, Eve Clare snatched the cigarette away from her lips, stabbed with it as an ashtray, and exclaimed, I don't know anything about it at all. Under her fierce fingers the cigarette was ground into a twist of tobacco shreds and mangled paper. Then she put one fingertip against her lip where the cigarette had rested, and made a wry face. In wrenching the cigarette away from her dry lips, she'd torn away some skin. Damn, she said, and went on, I can't think of anything Lou could have done that would make this sort of letter necessary. She was a silly girl, silly and ignorant, I've already told you so. I expect Mr. Clare's quite right. She'd exaggerated something she'd done into oh, God's name, cried Eve, jumping to her feet. Do you think I murdered her to revenge myself because she didn't return a book she'd borrowed or broke one of my Danish glasses or something like that? Or to stop her revealing something about you, said Vanna. But the letter suggests, said Roger Clare, that she'd already revealed it. Eve sat down again. She was breathing fast. Her hands gripped the steel rods that made the arms of the chair. She barked at Vanna. "Are you accusing me of murder?" "Certainly not." "Then, Mrs. Clare," said Vanna, "we want your help. This girl was in the middle of writing a letter to you when she died. Can you, I ask you to consider very carefully indeed, can you tell us anything that may help us to understand?" "No," she answered. "No, no, no. I tell you I haven't the faintest idea what it's all about." Vanna hesitated uncertainly. He snatched a glance behind him at Toby. Toby had seated himself on the window-sill and was scowling down at the toes of his shoes. Eve demanded, "Is there anything else you want to ask me?" "No, Mrs. Clare," said Vanna, "not at the moment, but I want to ask your husband." She rose. "If you don't mind, then, I'll go and see how my aunt's managing with Vanessa. You can question Mr. Clare without me." She went swiftly from the room. Toby raised his head. "Well, Clare, what's your story?" But Roger Clare, rocking himself very slightly backwards and forwards on his heels, was regarding the door through which Eve had just passed with an expression of puzzled uncertainty. Raising a hand, he carefully smoothed the hair on the top of his head. Then the hand travelled a second time over the sleek hair. "Inspector," he drew his breath in sharply. "Inspector, I think I know what you want to ask me." "I want to go into the allegation made by Miss Merton," said Vanna, "concerning the disguising of your voice on the telephone." Yes, the telephone," Clare cleared his throat. "I hadn't realized it would appear important. I'll explain, of course. I hoped it wouldn't be necessary. I'm afraid I didn't speak the truth about it before." "I'm sorry to hear it." With slow strides, Clare crossed the room and sat down. "I've known Lou Capell a long time," he said. "Some years, 4 years, I think, ever since I took this house, in fact. I thought her charming. A direct and generous nature. I don't want you to think, in view of what I'm going to tell you, that I ever underestimated her remarkable fine qualities. We were good friends. She trusted me, often came to me for advice, confided in me. I appreciated it very much." Here Toby gave a groan. "I beg your pardon," said Clare. "Go on," said Toby. "One of the things I liked best about her was her fondness for children. She had a natural understanding of them. She and Vanessa, my daughter, had a great affection for one another. It gave me the greatest pleasure. When I removed altogether from this house and settled into my London flat, she sometimes used to bring the child up to town to visit me." Vanna put in. "Ever visit you without the child?" "I was coming to that. Yes, occasionally I took her to the theatre." "Shakespeare or revue?" said Toby. Anger blazed up in Clare's face. "Sorry," said Toby, "I just wanted to get the atmosphere of the emotional interchange. Which was it?" "I generally picked something pleasant and entertaining which I thought you would enjoy. Why I'm telling you this is that I want you to understand the relationship that existed between us, as I myself understood it. Well, a short while ago, she and I came to an arrangement about a summer holiday for Vanessa. Miss Capell had some relations who own a farm near Oakhampton. The arrangement was that Vanessa should spend about a month with them. They have several children, and the companionship of other children have been a serious lack in my daughter's life. Her aunt and uncle are devoted to her, but they're elderly and somewhat eccentric, so altogether I thought the change an excellent idea. Yesterday afternoon Miss Capell came to tea with me in order—" "Where?" said Toby. "At my flat. She came in order to make the final arrangement. I'd arranged, of course, to pay for Vanessa's board, but I also wanted to make some payment to Miss Capell for all the trouble she was taking. I knew she'd no work, in fact was subsisting on what she could get from the Unemployment Assistance Board. However," in his sigh was a sound of heavy pain, "if I'd realized how she'd take the suggestion, if I'd had the least anticipation of the distress it'd cause her, I'd never have made it. She was unbelievably distressed, unbelievably. She said I was the last person on earth from whom she'd dream of accepting any money. She said—" He hesitated, and his voice went stiff and cold with discomfort. "She said she was in love with me." Toby looked up sharply. "Oh," said Roger Clare swiftly, "of course I knew it was a combination of her warm and expansive nature and her sympathy for your bereavement," Toby suggested. "In short," said Roger Clare, "I realized it was simply a mixture of her own generosity and a certain amount of gratitude that gave her this this idea. Nevertheless, it upset me a great deal. I wondered if I'd been to blame. It made me feel—" "We can guess how it made you feel," said Toby. "Let's get on to the telephoning." Roger Clare rose and again paced across the floor. He was more restless and less master of his nerves than he liked to show. "I decided," he said, perhaps mistakenly, I don't know, "that the best thing for Lou would be if she and I were to terminate the friendship between us, and if we were simply to agree to see no more of one another. I thought, too, that it would be best if I were to make some other arrangement for Vanessa. As I say, perhaps I was wrong. She became exceedingly distressed. She cried. She told me she hadn't dreamt of it making any difference to our relations, and she begged that she should be allowed to take Vanessa down to Oakhampton. Well, I agreed. That is to say—" His hand was again busy, smoothing his unruffled hair. "I agreed at the time, but after she'd gone, I started thinking it over and came to the conclusion that this business of obligations and gratitude and so on had better cease. I rang up her flat. Telephone makes it so much easier, doesn't it?" said Toby. "I rang up her flat and she wasn't there. I rang up several times and again in the morning, but there wasn't any answer, so I decided to ring up here. I thought perhaps I could catch her before she and Vanessa left for Devon. It was Mrs. Fry who answered the telephone. She told me that Miss Capell was staying for the weekend, so after lunch I drove down here to see her and tell her my view of things." "Did you tell Mrs. Fry why you were telephoning?" asked Vanna. "No, I told her I'd rung up simply to inquire whether Vanessa had got away all right. I saw no reason to expose any of this to anyone." "Mrs. Clare appears to have had no knowledge of your coming here this afternoon," said Vanna. "No, you see—" Clare seemed to become conscious of his fidgeting hand and thrust it clenched into a pocket. "I'd no desire to come to this house. Apart from anything, the divorce isn't absolute yet, so I went instead to the cottage of Mr. Gillett. It's in Green Lane, just below those woods." He nodded at the line of trees that showed in the dusk beyond the tennis lawn. "Mr. Gillett's a young man with a research grant at the Victor Hildebrand Institute." At the— Vanna leant forward. Toby looked with some surprise at the change on his face. "Yes," said Clare. "He came there a few months ago. He'd become a friend of my wife's, and he's often up here. As I was saying, I went there and asked him if he'd mind me having a talk with Miss Capell in his cottage. Also, if he'd mind going up to the house to tell her that I was there and ask her to come down. He was rather unwilling. He can be the surly devil at times. I waited after he'd gone, and—" "How long?" snapped Toby. "Why, I arrived at the cottage about 2:30, and it must have been about 4:30 when she came." "Why did it take her so long?" "I didn't ask her. I told her that I definitely made up my mind to arrange some other summer holiday for Vanessa. She was upset." "She wept like hell," said Toby. Clare blazed at him. "I've said I know I may have been wrong, but I was doing what I honestly thought best for her. However, I saw no reason for anyone else to know the real cause for the change of plan. It would have been embarrassing for her. So I told her to go back to the house and that I'd telephone later in the evening. It may sound a foolish sort of plan to you, but I thought it would meet the case. I told her I'd speak in an assumed voice and say that I was speaking from Oakhampton and it would be impossible for Vanessa to come down there because one of the children there had developed measles. Lou went back to the house and I drove back to London. Later I telephoned, using Cockney as a suitable dialect to come from Oakhampton." Toby heaved himself off the window-sill, crossed the room and flung himself down into a chair. Vanna grunted. "Where's Mr. Gillett?" he asked. "I saw him out there in the hall." "Then that'll be all we need from you at the moment, Mr. Clare, thank you." With no change in his expression, but with a slight slackening of his shoulder muscles that showed relief, Roger Clare left the room. He paused for a moment by the door to straighten another picture that was hanging faintly crooked. Toby hooked a leg over the arm of his chair. "Well, you believe it?" "Don't ask me a thing like that. It fits the facts, you know." Vanna started chewing his pencil. "You knew the girl, Dyke. You say you saw her yesterday. Would you have said she was in love with anybody?" "Almost everyone of that age is, or is trying to be. But a man like that, twice her age, now, if it had been on his side—"
Dear viewers, if you'd like to listen to our audiobooks ad-free, have unlimited access to exclusive content, and over 200 unique audiobooks, the best detectives, fantasy and adventure stories, then visit our closed Telegram group. The link is in the description below the video. Enjoy watching.
It may have been, but he'd got his divorce to consider. Toby reached forward and took the pencil away from him. Vanna, he said. What's the Victor Hildebrand Institute? The kind of scientific place near here. Research and all that. There's an experimental farm there and laboratories and so on. Why did you look so excited when he mentioned it? I didn't. You did the best your face can manage in that line. Vanna shook his head. Toby stood up. Have it your own way. Whom do you want next? The Merton girl. But first, said Vanna, rescuing his pencil, which Toby was about to pocket, I want a word with girl. About the Victor Hildebrand Institute? About some routine matters, said Vanna, giving Toby a glassy stare. Toby grinned. All right. I'll wander along and take a closer look at the inmates, but you ought to stop chewing your pencils, Vanna. It'll spoil the shape of your mouth. Chapter 4. And so, said Toby Dyke presently, as he placed himself next to Druna Merton on a settee. Both were drinking whiskey. And so, you're Druna Merton, Lou's dear and intimate friend. And you, she said, are Toby Dyke, her ideal of disinterested behaviour. Sardonically they looked at one another. I'm looking at you and wondering, said Toby, what on earth you and Lou can have had in common. I'm looking at you and wondering, said Druna, quite a number of things. Beginning with, just precisely why you're here. Toby sipped his whiskey, and Druna, her eyebrows raised, her gaze meeting his with steady self-assurance, sipped hers. She really was a remarkably beautiful object. Tell me, he said, is your name really Druna? Why shouldn't it be? She asked. Words sound so exactly the sort of name one would make up if one's name were really Dinah. Something self-conscious appeared in her faint smile. But really, she said, you were on the spot so very quickly after the murder, she added. I suppose there's no doubt that it is murder. I mean, accident, suicide. I know much less about it than you do, said Toby. You met that man Vanna before, haven't you? Yeah. He doesn't like you. Some people don't. You've done a good deal of crime reporting, haven't you? Did you make trouble for him somehow? Look here, said Toby. One person in this house asking questions is enough. By the way, you're the next that Vanna wants to go to work on. But isn't that why you're here yourself, to ask questions? Toby gulped down what was left in his glass. I want another, he said, and stood up. Anyway, she said, looking up at him, Roger Clare did disguise his voice when he telephoned. Just a minute, said Toby. He crossed the room, refilled his glass, and came and sat down beside her again. Go ahead, said Toby. Yes, she said. But she was no longer looking at Toby. With a sensual absorption in her gaze that she made little attempt to disguise, she was staring across the room at Charlie Widdowson. Yes, I don't understand what it was all about. I only knew it happened. He began by asking for Lou in the most awful theatrical cockney. Then when I answered that Lou was dead... You said it just like that, did you? Sorry, Lou's dead. You know, Druna, that was just a spot macabre. When I answered that Lou was dead, he lost his head and answered in his perfectly normal voice. Tell me, said Toby, was it he who divorced his wife or the other way round? And do you know what the atmosphere of the divorce was? I mean, was it a friendly affair? She detached her glance from the young doctor for a moment to look down at her nails. Well, I don't really know. Roger's rather an unpleasant creature, rather puritanical, I think, and just terribly fussy. I dare say he might suddenly turn revengeful, but Eve's had other lovers besides Max, and he must have known of them. She's naturally public about that sort of thing, so I should think they must have arranged it between them in a fairly friendly way, although I believe the divorce got Max into a good deal of trouble. He's an awful fight to keep his job. So perhaps it was just because it was Max that Roger suddenly decided to do something about it. I mean, he may have got his pride in some special way. Most of Eve's pickups are very young men whom Roger can just look down on, but I shouldn't think anyone's ever looked down on Max Potter. Toby exclaimed, Max Potter? You mean the author of Biology is Fun? She nodded. He's at the Victor Hildebrand Institute. That's just here, you know. And of course, Clare and Thurston were the publishers of that book, weren't they? It must have been a gold mine. Popular science is when it hits the right line. But what's all this got to do with—" He answered gravely. "With Lou. Listen, Druna. Lou knew a good many people whom, now I've run into them, it seems to me pretty queer she should have known at all. She knew them, I should imagine, because she'd an almost unlimited capacity for admiration. People like that when they can get it. All the same, one of them saw fit to murder her." "I see," she said. "You want some of her background. Well, Lou was my friend. I don't mind helping you." But at that point, Sergeant Gurr appeared and said that the inspector would like to speak to Miss Merton. She rose and followed him out. "Always remembering," remarked a voice at Toby's elbow, "that Druna herself was one of the queerest people for little Lou to have had as a friend." Toby jerked round. Beside him stood the small, undistinguished figure of a man in corduroy shorts and an open-necked shirt. "I'm so sorry I overheard," he said in a mild voice. "I was just standing here and thinking that if I could reach my shorts a little, they'd match the sunburn on my legs. I wonder if I could do it. It'd be rather nice to have them matching." He sat down beside Toby on the settee. "My name's Sand," he said. "Reginald Sand." Toby gave him a more careful scrutiny. "The cartoonist?" "That's right. Beautiful girl, Druna." Toby shrugged his shoulders. "Good looks of that sort," he said, "are a very astonishing thing. I mean that literally. They astonish. Oh, yeah. That's why you see her picture so often in the magazines. Photographer's model. I'm hoping so earnestly she doesn't pull anything off with our Charlie. He's a nice young man, although he has certain bad habits, but that's just it. Druna might so easily become one of them. Fortunately, in Charlie, we have the consummation of the struggle of his mother's generation for feminine emancipation." "No, really," as Toby laughed. "He was telling me only yesterday when he takes a girl out to dinner, he never takes enough money to pay for them both, and if she reacts badly, then next time he doesn't take any money at all." "Surprising," said Toby, "if there is a next time." "Yes, just look at him. His face, I mean, and that's what does it." The little man grinned. "And it does show strength of character, doesn't it?" "Yeah, certainly it does. Fortunately, as I was saying, I should think Druna has a more old-fashioned outlook on life than his. I wonder." The little man looked at him in surprise. "Oh, I should think she's got grasping tendencies," said Toby. "But—" and he frowned at the empty glass in his hand, and frowned then, as ferociously, across the room at the gracefully disposed figure of the young doctor. "Which kind of grasping?" When Druna returned, she looked round the room, and finding Toby where she'd left him, once more sat down beside him. The little man had gone. There was a slight excitement in Druna's manner, and in her eyes the pleased look of one who has held, if only for 10 minutes, unquestioned possession of the centre of a stage. She took a mirror out of the handbag and spent a moment reassuring herself that her make-up was still as it should be. To Toby's "well?" she made no immediate reply. But putting her mirror away once more, she said, "The only thing they were really interested in was this stuff Lou was using for her cold breathing. They wanted to know if she was conscientious about following the instructions, that's to say, whether she used it more than every 3 or 4 hours. And then they wanted to know what time she last used it." "And what time did she use it last?" said Toby. "About 4 o'clock. It was just before—" She stopped, and her gaze grew concentrated. Thoughtfully, she added, "It's rather queer, really." Toby waited, but Druna suddenly got up, crossed the room, and dropped into a chair beside Charlie Widdowson. At once they were in earnest conversation. Toby lit a cigarette and glanced around at the other occupants of the room. Eve was standing by the open French window, and she was standing very still, had been standing like that for some time. When she moved, it would be with some violent release of her wrought-up nerves that now were holding her tensely quiet. There was no ease in her pose. The set of her shoulders was unnatural. The hand that clasped an empty glass was rigid. Listening to what Druna and Charlie were saying to one another, but standing at a slight distance from them and not joining in, was old Mr. Fry, an odd little man, fussy and self-important, yet subdued. He might, in an eccentric and probably unrealistic fashion, be intelligent, or at least have been intelligent once, but it was not a strong face, and sensitivity is not enough to give an old face dignity. Toby's eyes turned from him to the fair-haired, middle-aged woman whom he had heard addressed as Lisbeth Gask. Lisbeth Gask was knitting. A cigarette clung to her lips. She, too, was listening to Druna and Charlie, and suddenly she interrupted something the young man was saying. "But what is this Brucine stuff, Charlie?" As Charlie answered, Toby's glance went on round the room. There were several people missing. Roger Clare, for one. Mrs. Fry was upstairs putting Vanessa to bed. George was... where? Toby frowned. Someone else was missing, too. There should be one more person, at least. Charlie, in his hesitant, gentle, artificial manner, was saying, "Well, you see, Elizabeth, that's just the extraordinary thing. Brucine isn't the sort of stuff that the ordinary person knows about at all. I'm pretty hazy about it myself. I know it's used for the detection and estimation of nitrate, but it's more or less a fluke that I know even that. Still, I dare say it'd have about the same symptoms of strychnine, which is what I thought it was. It comes from the same plant." "Strychnos nux vomica," broke in Mr. Fry eagerly. "It produces a convulsive catching of the breath, then very suddenly paralytic seizures accompanied by violent trembling. At a later stage, paralysis becomes more acute, accompanied by muscle rigor. The legs become stiffly outstretched, the back arched, the soles of the feet incurved, the—" He checked the flow of his words. "Yes," he said vaguely. He coughed. "But this Brucine, Charlie, please go on." Charlie, like the others, was looking at the old man oddly. "Well," said Charlie, "the queer thing is that a common or garden police sergeant should ever have heard of it." "Do you mean," said Toby, getting up and coming nearer to the group, "that Gurr said he thought she'd taken Brucine?" "He suggested it might be Brucine," said Charlie. "You see, I was up there with the sergeant and inspector, telling them about how I'd found her, and I said I should make a guess at its having been strychnine she'd taken. And then the sergeant, who doesn't look a particularly educated man, does he? I mean, I shouldn't think he's ever seen the inside of a laboratory. Anyway, he said, mightn't it be Brucine? I think that's really very curious." Toby nodded. "About the most curious thing that's—" But just then there occurred the violent movement that sooner or later was bound to come from Eve Clare. Actually, it was the crash of glass that interrupted Toby. To the accompaniment of an explosive curse, she'd flung the empty glass she had been holding down onto the stone terrace outside the French window. "God, I wish people wouldn't do that sort of thing," muttered Toby, and moved away, rubbing the back of his head as if that were where the sound had struck him. Eve spun round. "When's all this going to be finished with?" she cried. "When are things going to be normal again? When are we going to get rid of policemen? Don't stare at me like a lot of dummies." "Eve, dear," said Lisbeth Gask dryly, "it's a bad idea to drink as much as you do, but since you've got the habit, suppose you have another." "But when? When, I want to know?" Eve's voice was high and grating. "How long have we got to go on feeling as if we were bugs under a microscope?" "Goodness me," said the little man in shorts. "You don't need a microscope to see a bug, Eve. They're simply enormous things. Why, in the flat I had in Regent Square—" "Eve," said Lisbeth with brisk authority, "why don't you ring up Max and tell him to come round?" "In the flat I had in Regent Square," said Reginald Sand, "I practised throwing darts at them. Between about 3 and 5 of a summer morning, there were nearly always several on view, so I used to leave a bunch of darts by my bed, and if I happened to wake up— It's no use ringing him up," said Eve. "He's in London tonight. He's doing a lecture each Wednesday and Saturday for the next month, but I did ring up and leave a message." She crossed to the cocktail cabinet and poured herself another drink. "Anyone else?" She strolled back to the window. "This is about the most damnable thing that could have happened." Elizabeth's contemplation of Eve's slim figure was more than usually sardonic. She remarked, "Druna has just been telling us an odd thing she noticed. It was an odd thing. I noticed it too, only I hadn't connected. Hello, Roger." She smiled up at Roger Clare as he strode in. "Gillett," he said. "They want Gillett next. Where is he?" They all looked round. "Why, he's not here," said Druna. "But he was just a little while ago." "Where's he got to?" said Roger impatiently. "How should we know?" said Elizabeth. "But the inspector wants him." "Then tell the inspector to find him." Roger went out. Toby spoke softly to Druna. Gillett's the young man in the torn shirt, is he? Yeah. I knew there was someone missing. Your chubby little friend, she said. He's missing too. Well, he's often missing, said Toby. It never matters. Vanna came in. He was irritated and more strident than usual. I said that no one was to leave just yet, he said. Well, there's no need to lecture us about it, said Elizabeth. We're the ones who haven't left. Where's Mr. Gillett? Not concealed in here. When did you last see him? Charlie replied. In the hall, while that child was giving that exhibition. I was standing next to him, but I thought he'd come in here. He's such a silent chap, except when he isn't. You know what I mean? I don't, said Verna. He means, said Elizabeth, that except when Mr. Gillett reads wicked, lying articles in the newspapers, particularly if they're about science, of course, he's very sensitive about what journalists do with science, and music's another of the things that excite him, and foreign policy, and so on. Well, except when that happens, he just sits and thinks his own thoughts, and no one notices, naturally, whether he's there or not. Perhaps, said Adolphus Fry, he's gone home. I gave orders, but Mr. Fry, with a rather roguish smirk, said, Oh, Inspector, orders to a young man like Colin Gillett. He would take it as positive provocation. Where's he live? Asked Vanna. That cottage in Green Lane, isn't it? It's not 5 minutes' walk if you go through the wood, said Mr. Fry. Vanna ordered a constable off to search for Colin Gillett in his cottage. Toby, watching the constable set off across the lawn toward the line of trees beyond it, saw the burly figure merge with the trees and the twilight and disappear. He heard Vanna demanding the presence of Mr. Fry in the other room. Toby, too, stepped out into the garden. Between his feet and the stones of the terrace crunched fragments of the glass Eve had hurled down there. He strolled out onto the lawn. It was a tennis lawn, carefully kept, with markings that still showed sharp and white through the evening shadows. Turning, he took a long look at the house. A pleasant old house in a garden, fragrant and quiet. Toby stuck a cigarette in his mouth. His match spurted in the dusk. He could see through the lighted square of the doorway Druna Merton perching herself on the arm of Charlie Widdowson's chair. He could see Elizabeth Gask going on with her knitting, and Mr. Fry coming in, sitting down beside Eve, who had flung herself full length on a settee, and talking earnestly. Another lighted window told Toby where he had sat with Vanna. Toby dropped the match on the grass and unthinkingly ground it into the smooth turf. A bat swung past his face. In the distance a dog barked. Milky white clumps of tree lupins over to the right sent their heavy, sweet perfume towards him. There was lavender, too, somewhere. Toby looked towards the lighted square of window, and his lips moved in inaudible curses. Then something touched his arm, and he started violently. Oh, he said as he saw the short, plump figure beside him. Hello, George. Where have you been? What was that you was just saying? George asked him. I didn't say anything, Toby replied. Yes, you did. You was talking to yourself. Was I? In that case, it was probably £15 in notes and a cheque for £15. That's what I was thinking about. He strolled on a few steps. George kept at his side. Toby told him of his talk with Vanna and all that had followed. At the end he repeated, And where have you been, George? Just having a look round. George dropped his voice still lower. Tobe, when you was a kid, were you afraid of Zeppelins? Now look here, George, were you, Tobe? Not that I remember. Neither was I. Kids haven't got any sense, but I used to say I was. George, said Toby, if someone's been persuading you ought to be psychoanalyzed, I can recommend you a man who'll only charge you 3 guineas a sitting and give you 3 sittings a week for 6 months, and who'll then try to persuade you that the only reason you don't want to pay his bill is because you've got him mixed up in your mind with your father. It'll be grand for you, but let's talk about that another time. The present point of interest is banks don't open before 10 o'clock, do they? No banks I know anything about do, said George. But, Tobe, about the Zeppelins, I wasn't afraid of them. I was afraid of the devil. But when I started hollering and someone asked me what I was scared of, it seemed pretty silly to say I was scared of the devil, so I always said it was Zeppelins. Well, tonight, when George, I'm very sorry, said Toby. I ought to have known you too well to treat profound observations of yours with flippancy. You mean it wasn't policemen at all that child was afraid of? That's right, said George. As soon as she said it was policemen that had scared her, I started thinking of those Zeppelins, and I said to myself, my girl, you've only said it was policemen because you don't want to say what it really was. There was a policeman standing right in front of her, so I reckon it was the first thing that come into her head. So when the old lady took her up to bed, I went up quiet after them and had a look round to see if I could find out what it really was that made her yell, and he took a quick look round, then thrust his round face closer still to Toby's ear. I reckon I've found it. Chapter 5. There, said George, though it don't make sense even so. They had slipped quietly up the stairs together, and George had taken Toby to a room at one end of a long passage. Down below, they'd heard Werner cursing into the telephone because Colin Gillett was not to be found in his cottage. At the other end of the passage, the sound of voices told them that men were still busy in Lou Capell's room. Toby looked down at what George was showing him. Just as you say, George, it don't make sense. Not that it mightn't if one understood it, said George soberly. That's modest and broad-minded of you. Toby looked round the room. It was a bedroom, and like most of the rooms in the house, its furnishing had a fanciful kind of perversity. There was a wilful contrasting of the very old and very new, of the dignified and the bizarre. The dressing-table was a riot of cosmetics, objects of chiffon and lace frothed out of the half-open drawers, yet books of unexpectedly solid appearance lay about on tables and floor. "Mrs. Clare's room?" said Toby. George nodded. So, the child was coming to her mother, but... And Toby looked towards a couple of leather suitcases standing in one corner. "What are those doing now?" "Haven't had time to go into the matter," said George. "Maybe she's going away." "Maybe," said Toby, and he stooped over the curious thing that George had found. Concealed from the room by a wide and deep settee, it seemed as purposeless a contraption as could have been devised. It consisted of a small paper folder for matches tucked to the wainscot. The folder was of the kind in which the matches light of themselves by rasping against sandpaper as they're pulled away. One of the matches had been wired onto the end of a piece of fine string. The string rang along the wall, held against it at intervals by small staples driven into the panelling. Its other end was secured to the frame of the door in such a way that when the door was opened, the string would be pulled at and the match wrenched out of the folder. This had already happened. The match had plainly lit itself, fallen to the floor, and burnt out. That is to say, it had fallen not onto the polished floorboards, but onto a cloth spread out on the floor behind the settee. The cloth was soaked in water. Toby chewed at his lower lip. "If that cloth had been soaked in petrol, George, this would be a quite neat little dodge for starting a fire. But water makes it just silly." "You see, what I reckon happened was this," said George. "The kid wakes up and hears voices and lots of people walking around and all that, so she gets up and puts on her dressing gown to go and see what it's all about. She goes to her mother's room and opens the door, and this bit of string gets her right across the face. A grown-up would get it somewhere about the middle, and 10 to 1 would break it by walking into it. Quite likely they'd never know it was there. But it gets the kid across the eyes, or maybe the mouth, so she lets out a yell and bolts. And then she doesn't want to say why she yelled, and so she says it was policemen. But," said Toby, "why didn't she want to say what it was?" "Maybe she isn't allowed in her mother's bedroom and didn't want to let on she'd been going in." "Perhaps," said Toby, unconvinced. "Anyway, why water?" "To prevent a fire, of course." Toby sighed. Of course. It might be someone experimenting right about how to start a fire in case of need." "I was afraid you'd say that," said Toby, and he turned away, picked up a book, looked at its title and muttered, "The woman reads psychology." "Why afraid?" said George. "Well, it isn't nice to have a person about the place experimenting with fire-raising, is it? In a well-conducted household, the sort of household you and I feel really at home in, one might assume it was some kind of joke, but in houses where murders happen, it might be to the common advantage to treat it seriously." "Going to tell old man Vanner about it?" "No, leave the thing as it is so that he can find it for himself if he looks in the right place. But for the moment—" He swung round. Smiling at him coldly from the doorway was Eve Clare. She came in and softly closed the door. Toby waited. She said in a low, harsh voice, So it's true, is it, that you're addicted to investigation? George, still squatting on the floor by the settee, replied, We call it snooping, lady. She stood in the middle of the room, looking round her. It's a mess, isn't it? She murmured absent-mindedly. But whether she was referring to the untidiness of her room or the death of Lou Capell was not apparent. You've seen this, have you? Said Toby, pointing at the match folder tacked to the wainscot. She gave it a glance, but indifferently, and nodded. Just now, and I heard what you were saying. You know, you're in my bedroom and uninvited. But as Toby was about to reply, she went on with jerky inconsequentiality, while her eyes still roved around the room. My husband, my late husband, if that's the right term for him, you and he know each other, don't you? He was telling me that I was wondering perhaps. She gave a slight shake to her head. The small movement had a sort of pathos. It was as if she was trying to shake out of her mind thoughts that were utterly distracting her. Would you like a room here? She asked abruptly. With gravity that did not disguise the irony, Toby replied, You are kindness itself. I'll tell them to see about it. They, the servants, they've been questioned now, but why? Suddenly her voice was fiercely raised. Why did it have to happen here and now? Will you tell me that? Why did it have to happen at all? Said Toby. She drew a deep breath and seemed to attempt a new grip on her wandering thoughts. Deliberately she stared into Toby's face. Her eyes, as they appraised his tolerable good looks, grew bold, her mouth curved with the sensuousness that appeared so much more appropriate to her features than that look of harrowed distraction. At any rate, she said, I'm glad you're staying. So am I, he said. Only I wish the circumstances were different. So do I, he said. Do you think I'm dreadful, the way I keep thinking of how this thing affects me, the way it grabs at one's existence and pulls it out of shape? Fair to medium dreadful, he answered. She looked down at her sandaled feet. Most people, she said, wouldn't have said that. No, said Toby. Most people, she said, would have said it was quite understandable, and that was how almost everyone would react if they were honest. Most people, said Toby, are fair to medium dreadful too. I suppose so. Only, she looked up at him. Really, I'm sorry. Terribly sorry. All right, he said. I believe you. She frowned. You don't. People never believe I'm anything but completely selfish. They never give me a chance. Poor little Eve Clare. Don't laugh at me, she said quickly. It's true. I've never had a chance. There's always something, somebody... Even now, something like this has to happen. Oh, I don't mean... No, he said. It's really better not to mean anything. Well, suppose we go downstairs. But you are staying, aren't you? You do think it's your job to stay and try to find out what really happened. You won't go. Lou was your friend, wasn't she? Oh, and she gave a laugh, avoiding his hard stare. It isn't only because of this awful thing that I want you to stay. Ever since I heard of you from Roger... No, said Toby thoughtfully. Definitely you don't mean anything. But you're staying... Of course. Only, he said, manoeuvring himself and Eve into the passage, if I stay I shall ask questions. Will you advise your friends to answer them? When she nodded, he added, and I wondered how long it'll be before you tell me why you want me to stay. You're frightened somehow, aren't you? I was just telling you, she said. Ever since I heard of you from Roger, I'd been longing to meet you. There's always such a difference between the... I know. He set foot on the first stair. Between the people who've done things and those who've only written about them or read about them or played around with them in a laboratory. Flushing, she said, the things people play around with in laboratories can be very important. Matters of life and death, said Toby. She came to a stop at the foot of the stairs. Since she'd left her bedroom, she'd seemed uneasy. She'd kept looking round as if she felt she'd forgotten something. Life and death, she repeated. When life's got such a hell of a lot of problems, Mr. Dyke, it seems unfair that a person's death should be smothered in such a lot more of them. I hope when I die I shall do it neatly and tidily. But still her eyes roamed uneasily as, behind the words she spoke, her mind was busy, searching for what it had forgotten. What she had forgotten was George, still in her bedroom, but no longer squatting on the floor beside the settee. People went to bed early that night. They went with tired but wide-awake faces and books under their arms. Someone said there was no point in going to bed, yet there seemed no point either in the desultory talk that was all that happened while they remained together. After a little while even, there seemed little point in the whisky. The French windows were closed, the lights downstairs were turned out. Upstairs the lights flashed on. Toby stood in the middle of the room that had been prepared for him, fingering his sharp chin and looking round him. A pair of pyjamas had been laid out on the bed, Roger Clare's perhaps, or possibly Max Potter's, but Toby made no move to undress. There was an easy chair in one corner of the room. Pulling it forward so that it faced the open window, he flung himself into it. The deep indigo of the night sky had its pattern of stars. Toby smoked a cigarette, then another, and then a third, and when his hand groped for a fourth, he found the packet was empty. He tossed it away from him. The sound it made, striking against a silver ashtray, which it sent skidding across the small table and clanging down onto the floor, made him start as if a shot had gone off. His nerves were on edge, his mind was restless. Presently he stood up, opened the door a few inches and listened. The house was silent. He opened the door further and looked out. Under one or two doors lights were still shining. Toby slid quietly out. Some way down the passage, which, as the mood seemed to suit it, dropped a step or went up a couple and turned corners with the wilfulness of old age, a smaller passage turned off to the left. Out of this opened the door of the room which had been given to George. Without knocking, Toby let himself in. The room was in darkness. "George," said Toby in a whisper, "have you got any cigarettes?" There was no answer. Toby closed the door, groped for the light switch, and pressed it. Nothing resulted. With a muttered curse or two, Toby felt his way across to the bed. "George," he repeated. His exploring hands encountered a table by the bed and a reading lamp on the table. This turned out to be the point where the light could be switched on. But even before the light had sprung up under the parchment shade, Toby had realized that the bed was empty. That George had ever been in the room was revealed only by a little ash in an ashtray on the dressing table. Not even the stub of the cigarette was there. He could not have remained in the room long enough to smoke one cigarette to the end. The bed was creaseless. Toby, his hand still on the switch on the reading lamp, looked round him uneasily. He examined the utter tidiness of the room with great dissatisfaction. He waited. For nearly half an hour he waited. Then he went to his own room. About an hour later, he again slipped out into the passage and visited George's room. It was still empty. The next morning, when Toby came down, there was no one left at breakfast but Elizabeth Gask. She greeted him. "Thank God someone looks as if they've slept." The bitterness of his reply drew an apology from her. "But what," she said, "have you done with your little plump friend?" "I don't know where he is," he said grimly. Elizabeth Gask rose and left him to his ill humour. She strolled out into the garden, sat down on a cane chair in the sunlight, and began to knit. She knitted with that intimidating speed and regularity of which few women are capable. When she had been sitting there about 20 minutes, Toby joined her. He said nothing, dropping down on the grass at her side. At length she said, "Well, who are they going to suspect?" "How should I know?" said Toby. "Of course you know." "I don't. I'm not asking you whom you suspect," she said. "I was asking whom they do." "All the same, I don't know," said Toby. She clicked her tongue with impatience. "I've just gone and promised Eve not to leave until things are cleared up a bit. But really, a weekend in this house is quite enough for anyone. Besides, I'm in the middle of some work I want to get on with." "What do you do?" asked Toby. "Design carpets. There's one of mine in Eve's hall, but it's a rotten one." "You know Mrs. Clare well, don't you?" said Toby. "I've known her for years, if that's what you mean." Her knitting needles kept on with the feverish twitching. "Well, I'll tell you the truth. I thought I knew her pretty well, but at the moment I'm just bewildered." "Aren't her reactions to murder just what you've always expected?" asked Toby. A grin streaked across her face. "Listen," she said, "Eve's an egoist. I've always known that. She doesn't really know that anyone exists outside the orbit of her own particular needs. But she's one of those hot-headed, almost warm-hearted egoists, not the cold and calculating kind like the girl Druna Merton. She even manages to be extraordinarily kind to people sometimes. I don't mean merely that she's free-handed with money. She is. But if you've got plenty, that's as good a way of amusing yourself as any other. But when she's not smothered in problems of her own, she's amazingly good at listening to other people's and even untangling them. She's intelligent, and sometimes that's as good as being genuinely sympathetic. You see what I mean? She's selfish, all right, but all the same, you wouldn't have expected her to be merely angry when somebody's murdered. That's it. That's just it. She was quite fond in her way of that poor little girl. At least I think she was. Anyway, she always made use of her as much as she could, which is one of her substitutes for affection. But the only thing that seems to upset her about Lou's death is that it happened here and now. You don't know, I suppose, said Toby, what else was meant to be happening here and now? No, I don't. But she let her knitting drop for a moment to her knees and gazed with brooding thoughtfulness toward the dark line of the wood. Toby dug at the grass beside him with a twig he'd picked up. He asked, "Is a marriage coming off between her and Max Potter?" "I suppose so. I think so." "You're not sure?" "Well, she had one phase of saying she'd never get herself tangled up in a marriage tie again. I imagine it'll be as Max says it's to be." "What sort of man is he?" "Oh, I'm terrified of him." "Why?" "He's so terribly intelligent." But the voice was as artificial as the words were uninforming. When Toby spoke next, it was on a different subject. "Tell me," he said, "I'd like to know if you were here when Lou arrived yesterday morning." "Yes," said Elizabeth. "I was sitting out here knitting, and she came along the terrace." "What time was that?" "I think about 10. "And was she here all day, or did she go into larking during the morning?" "No," said Elizabeth. "Yesterday was one of those hideous sociable days when everybody keeps playing games with everybody. I don't think she'd any chance to get away, though she looked as if she'd like to. She was appallingly depressed all day, poor child, right up to the time when—" "Yes," said Toby as she stopped abruptly. For a moment she hesitated, stabbing with one knitting needle at the canework of her chair. "There's something Gruner pointed out yesterday evening," she said. "I told you Lou was horribly depressed all day. I thought it was just her cold. It was a frightful cold, enough to depress anybody. But then, in the afternoon, quite suddenly, it was just before she dashed into the house to make those frightful drinks, she turned as radiant as the sun and—" "What frightful drinks?" Toby interrupted. "Frightful," said a voice just behind the two of them. "Oh, I should think they were." The little man in shorts and an open-necked shirt dumped himself onto the grass beside Toby. "Look, Elizabeth," he said, "my legs are getting browner and browner, but they're still a lot paler than my shorts. I don't think they'll ever catch up. I wish they would. I'm so attracted by the idea of having them to match. I've been thinking about bleaching the shorts. Do you think washing them in very hot water would do it?" she replied dryly. "I shouldn't think so." Toby put in, "What was the matter with the drinks?" "Oh, the drinks," said Reginald Sand. "There wasn't anything the matter with them. I mean, anything that brings them into your province. They didn't do anyone any harm. It was just that they tasted frightful." "They were supposed to be Cinzano and soda," said Elizabeth, "but they tasted I don't know, disinfectant or something." "As a matter of fact," said Sand, "out of curiosity I went into the house and tasted the ingredients, but they were perfectly all right, so I think there must have been something wrong with the ice. You know, Elizabeth, what I think I'd better do about these shorts is consult Colin Gifford. There must be some chemical I'd have put in the water that would bleach them." "That reminds me," said Toby, "about Lou. Where was she during the afternoon, before about 4:30? "Out here in the garden with the rest of us," said Elizabeth. "All the time?" She nodded. "Except when she was fetching the drinks." "And did either of you happen to notice whether she left her bag lying about anywhere during that time?" They were both silent, considering. "No," said Elizabeth. "As a matter of fact, it struck me that she was clutching the thing as if it contained the whole of her worldly possessions." "That's quite true," said the little man. "I noticed it too. I thought that. Elizabeth, there's Colin." They all looked round, along the terrace, still in yesterday's torn shirt and stained flannels. Colin Gillett was coming towards them. He stood still in front of them. When Elizabeth asked him where he had disappeared to, he stared at her blankly. This morning the vividness of his face was transformed into a haggardness that could have been achieved only by a face that was unusually expressive. It was a haggardness that was like a scream, a curse, and a supplication for pity. There were triangles of tiredness under his eyes. His chin was bristling with dark stubble. "You perfect fool," said Elizabeth with sudden sharpness. "Where have you been all this time?" "In the lab," he answered sullenly. What, all night? Yes, all night. Good heavens, whatever made you do that? I was working. What, all night? She repeated ironically. Yes, all night. He almost spat the words at her. I'd left it longer than I ought to have anyway. When that fool inspector started looking as if he was going to keep us here till God knows when, I pushed off. You really usually work at night, do you? Said Lisbeth. I think you've been awfully foolish, Colin. Those policemen were hunting for you all over the place. Fools as they couldn't find me then. I wasn't hiding. Looks as if you might have been, said Toby. The young man turned his angry, tired eyes upon him. Lab's quite a normal place for me to be. Yes, rather, said the little man in shorts soothingly. Always having to take readings of experiments and all that sort of thing, aren't you? But I think it was sort of injudicious not to let the experiment alone just this once. Have you been back to the cottage? Blow, said Colin Gillett. I came straight here. I want to see Eve. Where is she? Good gracious, Elizabeth sounded shocked. Then you haven't had any breakfast? He shook his head indifferently. She rose at once. No wonder you're hardly lucid. Come on, I'll see about some coffee for you, and the kitchen might rise to some more eggs and bacon if we treat it right. But he repeated suddenly, Where's Eve? In the house somewhere. Come along. Get it, said Toby. The young man checked himself in the act of turning away. Suddenly his face was attentive. You were there last night. Who the hell are you? Elizabeth answered. He's a kind of third cousin twice removed of the police. The inspector wishes he could be removed altogether. Come along and eat. You'll feel so much better. Gillett, said Toby. If I were you, I'd go to the police as soon as you've had some breakfast. Say you're sorry you disappeared, but you didn't realize they'd want you. Tell them about the experiment or whatever it was that kept you in the laboratory all night. Tell them a lot. Tell them a heap more than they can understand. And say now you're ready to answer any questions they want to ask you. Without a word, Colin Gillett walked off. Toby, after a moment, withdrew his gaze from the squalor of human affairs and turned it upward to the sky's warm summer clarity. He let himself sink backwards till he lay extended on the grass. Near him, the little man in shorts began to fill a pipe. Toby watched the lovely nothingness above him, but he watched it with a certain reserve, refusing quite to drown his thoughts in it. Presently he inquired, What are the general ideas about that young man? There, I knew I'd forgotten something, was the reply. I was going to ask him about my shorts. The general ideas? Well, when he came here first a few months ago, Eve took him up hard and said he was marvellous, but now she simply says he's undeveloped. Max Potter says he's a typical modern scientist. Does Gillett say anything about Max Potter? Oh, yeah. Says he's a typical modern scientist. Toby chuckled, but before he could say anything, the little man went on with a sharp whiskers squeak. Oh, my God. I wish I was somewhere else. Why, what's the matter with here? Toby asked lazily. It's Max. Dear, I feel the most awful emotions when I run into that man. I feel my life has been just a futile dream. Here, you talk to him. And jumping up, he dashed off into the house. Toby sat up, stood up, and before he said good morning, made an open and comprehensive survey of the man who was coming towards him. Max Potter was about 45 years old. He was of medium height with a thick-set body, vigorous-looking, though inclined to fleshiness. He had a large head on a short neck. His clothes were ill-fitting tweeds. His shirt was of navy-blue flannel. His tie was cerise. He had a large, pale face, curiously like a baby's. There was something unformed about the features, something naive about the eyes, something in the full lips that would not have been out of place in a perambulator. Yet the eyes were exceedingly intelligent, and the mouth was strong. The man looked dynamic, as if he'd never known weariness, and restless, as if he'd never known repose. A shock of red hair hung round his forehead and bulged untidily over his collar. At the ends of his short and muscular, yet finely modelled hands, the nails were bitten and edged with black. Max Potter's survey of Toby was as deliberate as Toby's own. You're the detective, he stated. I'm a friend of Lou Capell's, said Toby. That's so. Well, why did that little man run away the moment I appeared? Was he talking about me? We were talking about young Gillett. Ah, yes. Can't make that man out. Never can make these young men out. All take up science. Can't think why. Messy work, undisciplined mind, adolescent emotions. Plays the piano surprisingly well there, particularly when he's tight, but will play Sibelius. Now why should he? Why should a young man like that play Sibelius? Max Potter's blue, babyish eyes gazed into Toby's with intent interrogation. Toby's slow shake of the head showed that the question was beyond his capabilities. Can't make that little fellow out either, Max Potter continued. Work's remarkable. But the man hasn't got a mind at all. Never can make these artists out. Minds must be there. They can put them down on paper, but talk to them, and they always take it so personally. Now, how's Eve bearing up? Taking it well? I'm not sure just how one takes a murder well, said Toby, but I dare say she's doing it. Ah, that's good, that's good. Can't make her out either, you know. All nerves. We'll read psychology, too, to try and find out what's the matter with herself. Why have people swallowed all this psychology stuff? Now, why have they? Again the blue eyes were eager in their questioning, but the voice went straight on. Do you know Sandoz in Greek Street? I had a really good goulash there last night. You don't often get a good goulash, not the real thing, but this was good. Yeah, I shall go there again, but don't tell that little fellow. I hate running into people I know, except by appointment. Now where's Eve, I wonder? I came to see Eve. Didn't see what I can do. Never can see the point of dragging in all your acquaintances just to hold your hand in a crisis. Doesn't make any difference to the crisis. Still, one can. Wanted to have dinner with a man last night to pick his brain about high vacuum pumps. He rang up to say he couldn't come because his wife was ill with whooping cough. Now, what difference could he make to her whooping cough? All the same, shouldn't have discovered that goulash, should I, if he'd come? I'd have had to take him somewhere swell and waste a lot of money. Now, why, and, inquiring from Toby, or it may have been from the universe, why it should be necessary to take people somewhere swell and waste a lot of money just to show you respected their attainments when you could get good goulash at Sandoz in Greek Street, Max Potter turned toward the open French window. There on the threshold he was met by George. George, who was standing with a curiously rapt expression on his face, his head tilted a little back, his nostrils twitching. "Do you smell paint?" he asked Max Potter. The scientist stood still and sniffed. "Yes," he said definitely after a moment. "So do I," said George. "How extraordinary," said Max Potter. "Now why— But I've got it. The house has been painted." "That's right," said George. The two of them looked at one another in a bright confederacy of intelligence. "But I was under the impression," Toby drawled in Max Potter's ear, "that you were a fairly frequent visitor here. Wouldn't you notice the house being painted?" "Yeah, quite right, I should have, unquestionably." He looked around him, his high brow furrowed in an intense effort. "I did," he announced. "That's fine," said Toby. "Now, what's all the excitement about a bit of paint, George? Is there a point, or is it just like standing still in the middle of a lane in springtime and saying, 'Do you smell violets?' And where did you get to last night?" But Max Potter was saying, "'Course I noticed. I'll tell you how. Fell over a bucket of paint fortnight ago, it was. Fell right over it. Ruined a pair of trousers. Ha, ha. I was tight. Never saw the thing. Fell right over it. Ha." And shouting with mirth, he strode out of the room, presumably in search of Eve. They both stared after him for a moment, and then George observed, "Nice man. Answers the questions you ask him." "Well, have a shot yourself at answering one of mine," said Toby. "What's the fuss about the paint?" "Just something I seen, Tobe." "Then suppose you let me see it too." "Right, Tobe." "George." "Eh?" "That man you met just now, he's a scientist of note, a profound intellect." "Sure, Tobe, I could see that. I like 'em like that. Come along, it's this way." Chapter 6. George led Toby up the stairs and along the passage to Lou Capell's room. This time George's discovery consisted of 2 scratches in the paint at the foot of the door. "There," he said. "Ever seen anything like those before?" A low whistle came from Toby. "Yes," he said, "certainly I have. This door's been locked on the inside, from the outside. Changes things, doesn't it?" Toby nodded earnestly. Stooping, he looked more closely at the scratches. They were about an inch apart and about 6 inches from the side of the door. "Must have used a thin piece of wire," said Toby. "He could have used string, and it wouldn't have marked like that." Paint's pretty soft still, said George. Might have marked anyway. But George, if this door was really locked from the outside— Toby halted. He resumed. If this door was really locked from the outside, then the time the bottle of poison must have been slipped into her bag was when she was having her bath. All that business about where she was in the afternoon and whom she was with and whether she'd put her bag down anywhere simply doesn't arise. It's all a question of who was where around about 7 o'clock. Somebody wanted to make things look as if she'd locked her door when she went up to undress. But after all, would she lock her door? One doesn't usually lock one's bedroom door in the house of a friend. Except, said George, that she had a reason for locking it. Toby looked at him. She was crying, said George. She had a good cry before she had her bath. You mightn't lock your door just to get undressed, but if you were in floods of tears, well, you might take extra precautions, like. You might, I suppose. But how do you know she was crying, and how do you know it was before her bath? I've been looking around, said George. And? There's some blue sort of cotton trousers hanging up in the wardrobe, and I asked one of the maids, and she says, yes, that's what Miss Capell was wearing yesterday afternoon. Well, there's 3 handkerchiefs crumpled up in the pockets of these trousers, and they're still soaking wet. But the handkerchief in her dressing gown pocket's perfectly dry, so I reckon she had her cry while she was still wearing her trousers. Good enough, said Toby. You've been finding some interesting things, George. Now, what happened to you last night? The answer to this came rather less promptly than George's other answers. His tongue, working round inside his cheek, made it bulge even more than usual. Well, he said after a bit, you know how it is with me, Tobe. I can't ever sleep in the country. It's too noisy. Maybe it's all right when you're used to it, but when I went up to bed last night, I started remembering. If this is going to be the story about the dog knocking the lid off the dustbin, said Toby, I've heard it. How did you get to London? I didn't hear the motorbike starting. Late bus, said George. But it wasn't just one dog, Tobe. It was all the dogs in the neighbourhood, and they must have put the lid back each time after they'd finished with it, because it was on again for the next one to knock off. And that always started some bull roaring and some cock crowing and some bloody nightingale showing off, and you wouldn't know a nightingale if you heard one, George. Now look here, I can guess why you went to London. I started thinking last night after you'd gone that Druna Merton's flat had probably exercised a fatal fascination for you. And I knew you'd explain to me that it was so easy to get in, it'd have been a crime not to. You've got certain ways of looking at things that I wish I could alter. George gave a diffident laugh. Well, it was easy, and I thought it'd be a good idea to get in and take a look round ahead of the police. Oh, that's always a good idea. That's right, said George. He wandered away and sat down on the edge of the bed. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea all the same, he said. I don't know, I just went to take a look round, and all I found was, sitting on the bed, he started groping through his pockets. Hell, he said, where to put it? Maybe, as I was saying, it's nothing, but it struck me, here it is. Maybe it's nothing, Tobe, but then maybe it isn't nothing. You never know, do you? There was just one other thing I found too, but I'll tell you about that when you've taken a look at this. Toby was looking at the half sheet of paper George had handed him. He said somberly, Let's hope it's nothing, because if it isn't, you've been tampering with evidence and we might get into a mess. He read the penciled words on the piece of paper. After a moment he said, We will get into a mess. Do you think it's something? Toby shrugged his shoulders. Unless I can find some way of using it that isn't simply turning it into Vanna, we'd better decide it's nothing. The words on the piece of paper, written in a small, neat hand, were a rough estimate, it appeared, of certain expenditures. Fare, approximately £5. Extras on journey, £2. Pension, 50 francs, roughly £2 a week, £6. Extras, say 2 shillings a day, 2 guineas. Cigarettes, 15 shillings. £15, say 20 for safety. Clothes, ? I don't know the writing, said Toby. It doesn't lose. Seems to me, said George, that, and he pointed to the word clothes, which was written in bold block letters, was added in by somebody else. Yes, I think so, said Toby. Clothes, ? An unusually honest way of putting it. You said you found something else, George. What was it? Oh, just that those 2 girls were darned hard up. There's a note from the telephone threatening to cut him off, and a milk bill that's got about £2, and notes about the vacuum cleaner and the wireless, and there's what you might call a volume of correspondence about the rent. I should think one could guess that without being told, said Toby. Well then, said George rather woodenly. There's something else interesting I found out last night, and that was this end, not in London. Toby grinned. He lit himself a cigarette he had extracted from George's packet, pocketed the packet, and questioned, Well, remember those suitcases in Mrs. Clare's room? Well, after you went downstairs, I took a look inside 'em. Tobe, I don't know much about what women take away with them on holidays, but if it was scarcely anything but a lot of dresses all very thin and flimsy-looking and a lot of beach things, one could be pretty certain it wasn't going to be a holiday in England, couldn't one? Toby said, I daresay. Besides, said George, you just had her passport renewed. It was in her dressing-table drawer. Then I'd say it was pretty definite. But this morning, said George, everything's unpacked. I've been in again and have another look round. Dresses are all in the wardrobe. Toby opened the door. They strolled down the passage together and down the stairs. Dresses are all in the wardrobe, Toby muttered, and Eve Clare's angry. Eve's very angry indeed. He stood still at the foot of the stairs. So Eve was going away. Do you know what I am wondering, George? I am wondering who she was going away with, because Max Potter is in the middle of giving a series of lectures. It couldn't be Max Potter. You're wrong, Mr. Dyke, said Eve Clare from the doorway of the dining room. I was not going anywhere. With her eyes bright and her face cold and hard with fury, she thrust past them and ran swiftly up the stairs. In the room from which Eve Clare had just emerged, leaving the door wide open behind her, Toby and George found Vanessa and her uncle Dolphy. They were sitting at the table, each with a glass of milk and with a large and homely-looking currant cake between them. Only Vanessa was eating the cake. Her uncle, sipping his milk, was watching her with a certain amount of uneasiness. As if they were in the midst of a discussion, he started talking to Toby. I'm not at all sure about this sort of cake, he said. It's quite a simple cake, but it's made with white flour. What do you think, Mr. Dyke? I don't suppose it's actually unwholesome to suggest that might be a little dogmatic, but it can't have any special nourishment in it. You may have some cake, said Vanessa to Toby. May I? He said. Thank you very much. She picked up the cake knife to cut it. Her uncle said hurriedly, If you're hungry, Mr. Dyke, I've some wholemeal biscuits in a tin upstairs that I can recommend as being a great deal more beneficial. It wouldn't be any trouble to fetch them. Thank you, said Toby, but I shouldn't dream of— Oh, really, I'd like your opinion of them. Have some cake, cried Vanessa. Toby smiled apologetically at Mr. Fry and took the cake. George also accepted a generously, though unskilfully cut slice of it. For a moment, there appeared in the eyes of Mr. Fry the gleam of a wild and disproportionate anger, the anger of an offended fanatic. Then he made up his mind to have a very little piece of cake himself. He munched it with his front teeth, distrustfully yet sensuously. Odd, doesn't it seem, he said softly to Toby, to be sitting here eating cake when only yesterday evening— Vanessa looked up at George, who was standing near her. I was a silly girl yesterday evening, she said. I was frightened of a policeman. Not you, said George. She nodded her head violently. I was. George shook his head. Vanessa went on nodding hers with a curious exaggeration of gesture. I know what frightened you, said George. What? She shot at him quickly. I know what it was, he repeated. No, you don't. You're an awful big liar. Vanessa, said her uncle. She amended it. You're pretending. Not me, said George. She stared at him with large, unblinking eyes, as if she were trying, without allowing her own expression to give her away, to penetrate the meaning of his. Then she looked down at the cake on her plate. I was frightened of a policeman, she said in a half-whisper. Dolphy Fry got to his feet. And so, he said, Eve was going away. I heard what you were saying out there. You know, I can always tell when Eve's lying. Only I suppose one shouldn't say such things in front of the child. Now, remember, Vanessa, you mustn't eat any more of that cake when you finish the piece you've got here. Shall we have a game, then? She asked. Perhaps. With a little bow to Toby and George, he went out onto the terrace. His wife was sitting on a chair on the lawn doing some needlework. A great circular straw hat, grimly embroidered in coloured wools, was on her head. He picked up a chair from the terrace, carried it across the lawn, and sat down beside her. Toby went to the window and looked out. The day had settled into a still radiance. The radiance absorbed into the creamy clumps of the lupins, the hot blaze of the poppies, the vividness of the June green, kindled in all a sweet warmth and gaiety. But not in Max Potter, who was sitting a little way along the terrace, smoking and glowering and obviously ignoring the conversation of Druna Merton. Hunched in a chair, the man looked like a ponderous vegetable. Vanessa was saying to George, "You've eaten all your almonds." "That's right," said George. Vanessa went into peals of laughter. "What's the joke?" said George. "You didn't ought to have done," said Vanessa. "Why not? I like 'em. But one day you never know, they might turn out to be special almonds." "What do you mean by special almonds?" She hesitated. "Almonds that change you. That's why I laughed just now, because I pretended to myself you'd eaten enough to be changed." "Oh, God help us," groaned Toby. But George went on with stolid curiosity. "Changed into what?" She thought. "An axolotl." Again she was convulsed with mirth. Over Toby's face came a look of repugnance, but George seemed gravely impressed. She grew serious herself. "It's all right, really. You didn't eat enough to be changed into an axolotl. It takes 80 to change you into a monkey, so I should think that it'd take more still to change you into an axolotl. Besides, these are just ordinary almonds, really. Special almonds taste horrid, I know. I've tried them." Toby gave a shudder and strode out along the terrace. "Morning, Druna," he said, sitting down beside her. "Feel like answering a question?" She looked pleased to see him. This morning, instead of the elaborate curls she'd worn the evening before, she'd done her hair with extreme severity. A dress of grey linen matched the severity well. "My question's this," said Toby. "Is there anything in that flat of yours in town that might be worth, say, 25 or 30 pounds?" Alert but puzzled, and then suspicious, she twisted her head on one side. "Anything," said Toby, "like a picture or an ornament, or perhaps a piece of jewellery, but most likely something like a picture or an ornament." The lovely, cool face expressed astonishment. "Whatever made you ask that?" "Then there is something." She nodded. "But we only found out a fortnight or so ago. Someone, a man I know, came to the flat and he saw them and said—" "Them?" said Toby. "Pair of vases, Chinese. Lou picked them up for a few shillings in some grubby market or other. I don't know anything about them, but they're on a knife. And this man told us they were worth about 30 pounds. He said there was something special about them, I forget what. Lou started talking of selling them, but I said she wasn't to. I liked them. I told her to hang on to them." "Druna," said Toby, "is there anyone you know who's got a way of getting into that flat? Anyone you could ask to go there as fast as possible and look to see if those vases are still there? But is there?" "Yes, I suppose so, but can you get them on the telephone?" She stared at him in uneasy interrogation. "What's it all about?" "They wouldn't have been stolen. I simply don't understand." Run along," said Max Potter with explosive vehemence. "Do what he tells you and stop asking damn fool questions." She answered viciously. "Don't speak to me like that. I'm not one of your students." "Just about as ignorant as most of them," he retorted. "Run along. Don't you understand, girl? His question's so ridiculous there's possibly something behind it." "Please," said Toby, "try and find out for me. It may be important." Reluctantly she rose to her feet. "But I don't understand. Lou wasn't murdered for the sake of a couple of vases. It's absurd." My God," shouted Max Potter. At that Druna faded away. Max Potter tossed a packet of Woodbines to Toby. "Don't ask me questions," he said. "I shan't answer them." "Okay." Toby stuck a cigarette in his mouth, tossed back the packet, and set off across the lawn toward Mr. and Mrs. Fry. Max Potter's babyish eyes opened wide in an expression of surprise and chagrin. The Frys were in the middle of a discussion when Toby strolled up to them. "If we could be of any use to Eve," Mrs. Fry was saying, "I should of course say let us remain, but seriously, my dear Dolphy, what can we do for her? Good morning, Mr. Dyke. Tell me, can you think of any usefulness in our staying on at Wilmer's End? It seems to me we're probably only in the way." "Eve hasn't said we're in the way," said Mr. Fry peevishly. Mrs. Fry answered sharply, "Neither has she said we're welcome." But it isn't Eve's way to say things of that kind anyway, said the old man. I've no doubt myself, Nelia, that she's relying on you a great deal at the present moment, and that to go home would be very selfish of it. Mrs. Fry laughed a mellow, mocking laugh. You never had the slightest understanding of Eve, Dolphy. She turned to Toby. I brought Eve up, Mr. Dyke, for much the same reason that I'm bringing up her daughter. She's almost a daughter to me, though perhaps it's I who have awareness of that fact rather than Eve herself. Not that I'm blaming her. We're all of us made the way we are, and the way that Eve's made is almost exactly the same way as her poor mother. Eugenie was a very beautiful but very foolish woman. She had talents, as Eve has, but she wasted them. She was younger than I. Yet when I was only in my first year at Girton, she was already married. She had deep emotional potentialities, but she ruined them by cheapness and frivolity and cynicism. Eve, I think, has a naturally harder temperament than her mother's. Yet at times she brings Eugenie back to me so vividly that I could weep with regret for the way that waste can repeat itself. And when I think of Vanessa, her husband broke in impatiently. Well, are we going home or are we not? She gave him a thoughtful glance. You think we ought to stay, do you, Dolphy? Oh, I know it makes no difference what I say, he answered on the same shrill note of irritation, but in my opinion you would be selfish too. Vanessa, Mrs. Fry suddenly called out. Toby looked over his shoulder and saw that Vanessa and George, hand in hand, had appeared in the doorway of the dining room. Vanessa, called Mrs. Fry, but deep in conversation, Vanessa and George wandered away round the corner of the house. Mrs. Fry looked annoyed. In a tone that was noticeably stiffer than that of a moment before, she said, I hope, Mr. Dyke, that friend of yours is suitable company for a child. Oh, rather, said Toby. Kids always take to George. Children sometimes take to things that are not particularly good for them. Who doesn't? Said Toby. You mustn't be offended, she said gravely. I'd nothing against your friend, only Vanessa has had such a... She hesitated. In a tone that was obviously intended to be recognized as understatement, she added, Vanessa has had an unfortunate start in life. Now, Nelia, for goodness sake, said Dolphy Fry, will you fix your mind for a moment on this not unimportant matter of whether we're going home or remaining here? Because if we are remaining... If you're sure that we ought to remain, Dolphy, she said, then of course we will. He looked at her as if he could hardly believe his ears. I was going to say, he said, that if we are remaining, then there are a few odd jobs about the house that I'll get on with. There are various little things I promised Eve I'd do for her. There's a switch that's gone wrong, and a cupboard that won't shut, and a few little things like that. I could quite well get on with them now, but of course, if I've got to go and pack... You haven't got to do anything, Dolphy. She spoke in an extraordinarily tired voice. Why don't you ever make up your own mind about something? Very well, he said in a decisive tone. We shall stay. I'm certain we're doing right, Nelia. She shrugged her shoulders. Where Eve's concerned, we seem so seldom to have done right. Her eyes, as he rose and set off toward the house, followed his thin and unimpressive figure with a weariness that gave her strong face pathos. In a soft and expressionless voice, she remarked to Toby, We were talking of waste, weren't we, Mr. Dyke? Probably among your own acquaintances, among those you love, there are cases of pitiful waste. They're unbelievably common. That man was once considered an engineer of great promise. Toby inquired. What made him give it up? Lack of ambition, I suppose. And I happen to have a little money, enough for the two of us to live on in reasonable comfort. Great riches have often been recognized as a curse, Mr. Dyke, but even £350 a year can operate in that particular way. And now tell me, have you formed any opinions on this terrible thing that's happened amongst us? Several, said Toby, but they're only opinion. Ah, you're wise. If more people realize that opinions are only opinions, this world would be a quieter place. They tell me you used to know poor Lou quite well. Toby nodded. At that moment he saw Druna coming out of the house and stand on the terrace, looking round for him. So did I, said Mrs. Fry. She was a great favourite of ours, such a simple and sincere girl, so different from some of her friends. She had such a candid quality. Good morning, Druna. What a pretty dress you're wearing. Druna said to Toby, Mrs. Fry was complaining yesterday that there were too many trousers about, so I've gone womanly today just to please her." She smiled insolently at Mrs. Fry. "You're wanted on the telephone, Mr. Dyke." "The inspector?" said Toby. He got to his feet, excused himself to Mrs. Fry, and ran into the house. He had just turned away from a telephone which he had found uncommunicatively upon its stand when Druna came up to him. "You weren't really wanted," she said. She said it in a hard, angry voice. There was anxiety in her eyes, and nervous restlessness had taken the place of her rather statuesque composure. "I wanted to get you away from that old bitch to tell you that you were right. The vases are gone, but I didn't understand how you could guess they were. You weren't even certain of their existence. How did you know?" She gazed at him resentfully and repeated, "How?" "How did you find out they were gone?" asked Toby. "The woman who sometimes cleans up the flat for us has a key. She lives in the basement. I just telephoned her to go up and look round. Incidentally, she told me the police had been there this morning." "Listen," said Toby, "don't tell anyone about this." "But how did you know?" "Hello," Toby interrupted her abruptly as a figure went past the window. "That's Gillett. Where's he off to again?" "Is that the direction of his cottage?" she said shrilly. "But how did you know?" "Where's his cottage?" said Toby impatiently. "Is that the way he's going?" "Why, no," she said. "His cottage is out behind. For heaven's sake, will you tell me how you knew that—" But Toby had snatched up the telephone and was demanding the police station. "Listen, Druna," he said hurriedly, as with the instrument to his ear he waited for Vanna's reply. "Don't tell anyone about those vases, see? Not even the person you want to talk to most. Anyway, not until I tell you. Hello, Vanna. Look here, young Gillett's on his way into Larking. Just left here." "Where's here?" asked Vanna from the other end. "Wilmer's End." "What are you doing there?" "I was asked to stay. Some folk don't care whom they have in their houses." "Listen," said Toby. "Gillett will probably arrive in Larking in about 20 minutes. I should think he's on his way to whatever pub Roger Clare's put up at. If you want to question him, get him before he and Clare see one another. But listen, Vanna, I'm on my way into Larking too. Don't start on him till I get there. No, I tell you, don't start on him till I arrive." He put down the telephone. Druna, standing near the door, was watching him with the same look of anxious and resentful speculation. As he crossed to the door, she stepped in front of it. "How did you know those vases existed? How did you know they'd be gone? What else do you know?" Toby took her by the arms and moved her firmly out of his way. "I might tell you," he said, "if you could tell me why Lou needed £30. Thrusting past her, he set off, walking fast towards the town. Chapter 7. Larking is a town of one street and a market square. It has a church and a couple of chapels, also 2 cinemas, a small and far from flourishing repertory theatre, a few slums and a few suburbs. Its police station is rather impressive. 7 wide steps lead up to its entrance, and it has a stone portico carved with serpents and satyrs' heads. Toby found Vanna seated at a desk with a flushed Colin Gillett facing him across it. That Vanna, as well as Gillett, was in a bad temper was easily explained by the things that Gillett was saying to him. In a clear and biting tone, with a fluency acquired probably by hours of discussion over tables in the cheaper restaurants of Soho, Gillett was informing Vanna that his action in bringing him here was merely another proof that fascism was already dominant in England. Toby sat down and waited. After a while, Vanna turned to him. "I only asked him where he went last night," he said, "and he goes and brings a lot of politics into it. Tell him I've never had anything to do with politics. They're not my line. When election time comes round, I vote for Sir Archibald, and that's good enough for me." "Thought I told you, Vanna," said Toby, "not to start on him till I turned up." "Orders," said Vanna with heavy irony. "Just good advice." "And you, Gillett," said Toby, "stop being a damn fool. You and I may agree that dear old Vanny here would have the time of his life in a Gestapo, but that's got nothing to do with the murder of Lou Capell." "Neither was where I was last night," said Colin Gillett. "You were at the Victor Hildebrand Institute last night?" "Yes, in my laboratory. The real point of interest, however," said Toby, "is where you were yesterday afternoon." "Yesterday afternoon?" A change came over the young man. Suddenly it became apparent that his face was an uncommonly intelligent one, acute and thoughtful. But when he replied, it was to Vanna that he spoke, not Toby. "A dozen people can tell you where I was yesterday afternoon." "Where?" said Toby. Still to Vanna, Gillett replied, "At Wilmer's End." "From when until when?" said Toby. "And what made you go there, eh?" said Vanna. Gillett looked amused. "Honestly, I don't know why I go there. They're a dull crowd without a handful of brains among them." "Does this apply to Max Potter?" said Toby. Colin Gillett shrugged. "One-track brilliance," he said. "Old Potter's brilliant in his way, but on the personal side he's completely undeveloped. Odd, though. He plays the piano extraordinarily well, particularly when he's tight. You should hear him playing Schumann when he's tight." Vanna broke in, blustering. "I didn't ask to be told why you go to Wilmer's End, whether it's to play the piano or to play the fool. I asked you why you went there. Why you went there yesterday afternoon." "And when," said Toby. "Don't forget when." Colin Gillett looked from one to the other. Slowly, with the effect of picking his words, he replied, "I went up some time after lunch. I'm not sure when. My clock at the cottage is hardly ever right." "Well, roughly then," said Toby. "Roughly 2:30, 3:15. "And why?" said Vanna. "My God, why does one go anywhere?" said Gillett. "I like my own company quite well, but now and then I want a change, even if the only change one gets is the sort of crowd they collect at Wilmer's End." "You no special object in going there yesterday afternoon," said Toby. Again a speculative look preceded carefully chosen words. "I don't know how special an object has to be for you to call it a special object. Special, say, in the way of wanting to give a message to some particular person." "What the hell's at the back of your mind?" said Colin Gillett. "Why can't you say it straight out?" "We're asking you perfectly straight questions," said Toby. Vanna thrust his face toward Gillett. "You aren't doing yourself any good, young man, by all this evasiveness. Why did you clear out last night? You still haven't given me a satisfactory answer to that." An expression of disdain, masquerading as an almost superhuman restraint and tolerance, took the place of the frown on the young man's face. "Listen," he said, in a precise, cold voice. "I am by profession a plant physiologist. I have a grant of £150 a year at the Victor Hildebrand Institute. I am a research worker." He paused and inquired, "Have you understood me so far?" Vanna nodded. "Very well, then. For the last 2 years I've been working on the diurnal rhythm of stomatal aperture and the external factors to which this rhythm is related. Last night I was following the drift of stomatal aperture in the dark as it was affected by the interaction of temperature and atmospheric humidity. I was making these observations with a resistance barometer on which the readings for stomatal aperture are made on a manometer, which is placed in the resistance circuit of the barometer." Just so, said Vanna hastily. "But what I want to know is—" The cold, precise lecture-room tone bore him down. "Throughout the dark period I had to observe the differences in level of the fluid in the two limbs of the manometer at intervals of 10 minutes. By now there was discreet triumph in Colin Gillett's eyes. "You understand fully, I hope, Inspector, why I spent the night in the laboratory." Vanna's gaze was glassy. Without waiting for the storm that was gathering there to burst, Toby drawled, "What I don't understand is why it happened to be just last night you had to spend there." "Last night happened to be the night I decided on." Toby turned to Vanna. "Scientific detachment," he said. "You now know everything." "Everything there is to know," said Colin Gillett. "Except what a barometer and a manometer get up to in the dark. You know, Vanna, this is turning out a waste of time." Vanna turned weary eyes upon him. "Good at wasting my time, aren't you, Dyke? Suppose you leave me to do my own work next time. Mr. Gillett," he paused. His tone, when he resumed, was wonderfully casual. "Mr. Gillett, do you at any time in your work use brucine?" Toby turned his head sharply to stare at the impersonal face of the inspector. Gillett, with a simple, grave interest, replied, "Yes, I do." "What do you use it for?" "Oh, you'd find it in most physiological laboratories. It's used in the detection of nitrates. It's not very common." "Same sort of thing as strychnine, is it?" "Well, I should think it'd produce the same sort of symptom. Comes from the same plant, doesn't it? Strychnos nux vomica? Colin Gillett nodded. Thank you, Mr. Gillett. That's all for the present. The young man rose. There was hesitation in his movements as he went to the door. It looked as if he might be about to stop, come back, and tell the inspector something that was on his mind, but he did not stop, and Toby was left alone with Vanna. In the silence that followed, Vanna wore a self-conscious air. He tapped with his pencil on the desk in front of him, and then, as Toby did not speak, started to draw a large V on the blotting paper. At length, "Well," said Toby, "it was Brucine." "That's right," said Vanna. "Go on," said Toby. "What are you keeping back?" "I've been keeping back a pack of bloody journalists after morning and the chief constable." "That's part of your natural functions." Vanna grinned. "You know, Dyke, this is quite a simple case, now that we know the motive, not your style." "You know the motive, that's right. It was quite a straightforward business, not your kind of thing at all." "Thanks very much. Now go ahead and tell me what you know." Vanna sighed. "Well, for one thing, she was last seen to use that breath-in stuff. I've had this from several people, about 4 o'clock. Then she went indoors to get some drinks, and then she disappeared, presumably to meet Claire at the cottage. And those same people all say she was clutching that bag as if she'd a fortune in it. They swear she'd never put it down for a moment." "Go on." "For another thing," said Vanna, "there's no fingerprints but her own in the bottle." "Go on." "For a third thing, she was going to have a baby." He waited. Toby looked out of the window. Vanna supplemented what he had said. "About 10 weeks gone, and I think I'll see my way right through this case, Dyke, right through it." "You've thought that before, Vanna, and landed in a mess. Tell me what's behind this Brucine business." It sounded as if Vanna were trying not to laugh as he replied, "Oh, it was Brucine did it. You heard what sort of stuff Brucine is. There's nothing I can add." "Oh, no, nothing. After all, there's a research institute in the neighborhood, and the place is simply crawling with scientists, and even the publisher in the case is one who runs a strong line in popular science and may know something about it. There are lots of people, simply lots of them, who might know all about Brucine, so there's no reason why I should bother you about it. But all the same, why does a man like your sergeant happen to know all about it?" "How do you mean?" "That chap Widdowson," said Toby, "heard your Sergeant Gurr suggesting to you and the doctor that the poison might be Brucine. Well, why did that happen? What had put Brucine right in the forefront of the good sergeant's thinking processes?" Vanna shook his head. "Don't see why he shouldn't have heard of Brucine. Gurr's a pretty intelligent fella. A great hand at wireless, makes sets for dozens of people in Larking." "Vanna," said Toby wearily, "one doesn't go detecting nitrates in the middle of a wireless set. How was it Gurr had heard of Brucine?" Vanna snapped peevishly back at him. "Why the hell shouldn't he? We aren't completely uneducated in the force, whatever the high and mighty Mr. Dyke thinks of us." With a swift movement, Toby was on his feet. "All right," he said. "That's enough. That's enough. You're a fool, Vanna. You're going to make a bigger one out of yourself than you are already. I know how you're looking at this case, and you're wrong. I'd some things to tell you, but—" With a shrug, he turned to the door. Vanna jumped to his feet. "Hey, Dyke, wait a minute. If you're holding back evidence—" "You've all the evidence I've got, well, nearly all, but you aren't doing so much thinking about it. If you've found out anything, it's your duty to tell me of it. Aha! But if I've thought out anything, I can keep it to myself till you've got both your big feet right in the middle of a beautiful mess. Goodbye, Vanna." When Toby came out of the police station, he stood still for a moment on the edge of the pavement. Almost next door to the police station was the Red Lion. Straight across the road was the Dolphin. 30 yards or so away was the Fair Maid of Larking. Lines of indecision creased Toby's brow. His gaze went this way and that. However, since the Dolphin looked expensive and pretentious and the Fair Maid was relatively distant, there was really not much of a problem. Toby turned in the swing doors of the Red Lion. But he took those sharp creases on his forehead inside with him. There were several men playing darts, and 2 or 3 engaged in conversation with the grave elderly barmaid. Toby ordered his pint, bought cigarettes, and settled himself in one corner. His eyes followed the whang of the darts. Presently he gulped down 2/3 of his drink, felt in his pockets, brought out a pencil and a tattered envelope, and began to write. He wrote, "Why is Eve in a bad temper? Why did Eve want me to stay? Why wasn't she interested in that contraption in her bedroom? Whom was she going away with? Why are her nerves so bad? Why is Colin Gillett terrified? Why did Lou take so long to go down to the cottage? Why was my cheque removed from Lou's bag? Why—" His pencil hovered above that last word for a moment, and his gaze lost its concentration. Then he finished the sentence. "Why should any woman fall in love with Max Potter?" He looked at this with an owlish but attentive seriousness, while his pencil slowly elaborated the last question mark into a heart pierced with an arrow. But suddenly he put a heavy, impatient stroke through the sentence, pocketed the envelope, swallowed the rest of his drink, and went out. The men round the darts board called out good morning. Toby answered good morning, but it was already in the street that the words sounded. Like Jephthah's daughter hastening to be the first to greet her father, George came dashing out of the house as Toby returned to it. A car had been left square across the gateway. It had been there when Toby left and belonged presumably to Max Potter. It was a car in the ultimate stage of decay. "Tobe," said George, "I found another oven." Toby circled the body of the ancient car. "Another what?" "Murder trap that don't work. Come up and look at it." "This house," said Toby, "wants putting in an asylum. I mean the house itself. I'm beginning to think this sort of insanity must crop out of the bricks and mortar." They went upstairs. It was to Toby's own bedroom that George led him. George crossed to the dressing table and put his hand on the knob of a drawer. "Now, you go and look what happens behind that armchair." Toby went to the armchair and looked behind it. There was a piece of cardboard pinned to the back of the armchair. Close together, 3 small holes punctured the cardboard. The armchair stood out about a foot from the wall in front of a door. Toby had noticed the door the evening before, but had found it locked. "Ready?" said George. "Now, watch." He pulled out the drawer of the dressing table. From a small round hole in a panel of the locked door, something projected itself into the piece of cardboard. Toby stooped with an exclamation. It was a little metal dart. It plunged in, almost touching one of the holes that punctured the cardboard. Toby looked at the door, at the dart, and then up at George. George made an expressive gesture. It was plain that had the chair and the target not been there, the direction of the dart would have taken it straight into George's plump posterior. "All right," said Toby, sitting back on his heels. "Now, how does it work?" George crossed to the chair and extracted the dart. "Come next door and I'll show you." The room next to Toby's, connected with it by the locked door, was really a kind of cupboard. Its walls were lined with shelves that were piled up with old picture books, toys, pictures, ornaments, and other lumber. George went to the locked door. Stooping beside it, he pulled away from it a contraption like an elementary gun. It was constructed on much the same principles as the toy guns owned by children. A spring contained in a narrow tube could be depressed by having the dart pushed down the tube against it, and the dart could be held there by a simple trigger. When the trigger was released, the dart would be shot out. This apparatus had its barrel pushed into a hole that had been bored in the door. The other end of the tube had been supported by a clamp screwed on to one of the uprights that carried the shelves. To the end of the lever that acted as a trigger was attached a piece of fine, strong wire. This ran through a staple on the wooden upright and then out through the open window. George showed Toby how the wire had been carried along the wall outside and in again at the window of his own bedroom. "And the dressing table's right in front of the window, see?" said George. Toby looked musingly down at the toy. "How did you find it?" he asked. "A nice little girl showed it to me." "Nice? Nasty neurotic kid, I should have called her." "Why," said George in surprise, "her and me, we get along fine. But she wouldn't tell me how he got here or how she knew he was here. She said she never tells secrets. And she wouldn't tell about the matchbox thing last night. How long ago did she show it you?" "Bit before you came in. She came hopping up to me and asked me if I'd like to see something. She said," he gave an apologetic glance at Toby, "that if that chair weren't there and you pulled out the drawer and the dart struck into you, you'd be changed into a ganoon." Toby scowled with distaste. "You know, George, I was just trying to remember when I pulled that drawer out last. I can't remember whether or not I pulled it out this morning. I think I did. But this I know definitely. When I left the room this morning, that chair with a target on it wasn't in front of the door. I had it pulled forwards in front of the window. Someone's pushed it back since. This thing must have been fixed up sometime this morning. I don't like this bloke who's going around practicing different ways of murder. That stunt with the matchbox and now this. And then there were the drinks yesterday afternoon. I believe that was another of them. Lou made some drinks and they tasted of disinfectant, and that little fellow in shorts says he went and sampled the ingredients out of curiosity, and as there was nothing wrong with them, he supposed it must have been something wrong with the ice. Well, I remember reading a detective story where the poison was got into some drinks by the ice. Somebody here seems to be making an inquiry into various methods of murder, seeing whether they would work if you wanted them to. But Tobe, this dart couldn't kill you if it did get your backside, unless there was poison on it." "Poison?" Toby snatched the dart back from George. He looked at it closely. Its tip was covered with a brown stain. He dropped the dart into an empty matchbox, and the matchbox into his pocket. "Well, there you are," said George, "and now I reckon we might go and collect those drinks that are probably waiting for us." "Drinks?" said Toby. He looked as if he found the idea a little less excellent than he usually did. "Wonder how much longer we'll feel safe here eating and drinking what's put in front of us. However, let's go." "Just one thing more, Tobe," said George. "Tell me, have you ever heard of death called the Great Change?" Toby stared at him. "Yeah, and the Great Beyond, and the Valley of the Shadow, and Passing Over, and the Other Side, and all sorts of other things. Death has many elegant variations. Why ever do you want to know? Are you writing a great aunt's obituary?" "No," said George, "just that I wanted to make sure you can call it that if you want to." Together they went downstairs. "Here comes Tobias and his angel." Looking round and speaking without much enthusiasm as Toby and George emerged on the terrace, Eve filled a couple of glasses for them. Most of the party were gathered on the terrace with a good supply of drinks on hand. As Eve picked up the 2 glasses, one of them met the outstretched hand of Max Potter, and she had to fill a third. In a dull, tired way, she muttered, "I don't know how many you've had already, Max." "Neither do I," he answered with warm satisfaction. "Neither do I. It's a grand feeling. I'm feeling grand this morning. No offense to the murder. It's just a fact. I'm feeling grand. I've been drinking these things half the morning, and now they're beginning to work." His large baby face beamed radiantly at George, to whom he appeared to have taken a liking. "Gorgeous feeling when they begin to work, especially when one has almost given up hope. I wish you'd some Spanish brandy, Eve. That's the stuff. The waiter who introduced me to it asked me if I didn't think it was very full of alcohol. I like that way of putting it, you know, full of alcohol. That's good." He ended up in throaty chuckles. "Well, don't forget you're driving a car, Max, and that my child's going in that car." Eve gulped her own drink and slumped into a chair. "Vanessa," said Mrs. Fry sharply. She turned on Max Potter. The great wool-embroidered garden hat rocked from side to side. "You're taking Vanessa in your car, Professor Potter?" He turned his beam on her, raising his glass to her. "Yes, Mrs. Fry, I'm taking that terrible child in my car, but you can't hurt it. I've never been able to hurt it myself. It always goes. Now, why should one want more out of a car than that? I don't. I never want more out of it than that. You know, I had a nervous breakdown once." Eve interrupted, explaining to her aunt, "Since Max is going that way and Roger wants Vanessa for lunch, Max may as well take her." "I had a nervous breakdown once," said Max Potter, "and one of my delusions was about my car. I believed it'd keep on going forever on faith." Mrs. Fry said coldly, "Well, I hope Professor Potter will be careful. I shouldn't trust a child of my own to anyone who'd been drinking." "Personally," said Mr. Fry, "it strikes me as a trifle inconsiderate of Roger to be asking for Vanessa at the moment." Eve said, "Oh, run along, Max, before Aunt Nelia thinks it'll be safer to drive herself. Vanessa, take him away." The child, who had been squatting on the grass, jumped up and snatched his hand. She had dressed herself up for the occasion in a blue silk dress and a hat, and she carried a small, patent leather handbag which she swung elegantly from one wrist. He said, "Oh, you horrible child, if you were mine, you know what I'd do? I'd keep a chimpanzee as well, and record the mental growth of you both until I got tired of it, and then I'd keep the chimpanzee and send you to the zoo." But he allowed himself to be led off by giggling Vanessa. Eve gave a sigh. Vaguely she invited everyone to help himself to more drinks, including in her gesture Colin Gillett, who just then came strolling across the lawn from the wood. The voice of Charlie Widdowson suddenly fluted its way into the conversation. Dyke, you've seen the police this morning, haven't you?" "Oh, have you?" said Eve, with immediately quickened interest. "What did they say?" said Mr. Fry, and Druna asked, "What are they doing?" Toby looked round at them. In every face there could be seen the signs of strain, of uneasiness also. It made the faces, in spite of a surface friendliness, sullen, and in spite of avid curiosity, shut in and defensive. Toby's tone was bleak. "Yes, I've seen the police. They say that Lou was poisoned with brucine. They also say that she was pregnant." There was silence. Then Druna. "Lou was—" Mrs. Fry echoed. "Lou?" Then she said decidedly, "I don't believe it." "Let's all say we don't believe it," drawled Lisbeth Gask. "That'll help such a lot." Charlie Widdowson muttered something. Druna turned on him and gave him a long stare. Colin Gillett also stared at him. It was a burning but expressionless stare. Charlie, raising his head, suddenly encountered it. The two young men, Charlie with his smooth cheeks flushing, Colin with his ravaged face pale, stared at one another. Then, at the same moment, both turned away. In a cracked voice, Eve exclaimed, "Then they'll think that the person who did it was—" She stopped herself. She pressed her hand against her scarlet lips. "The person who did it," said Toby, "was the father of Lou's child. That's obvious, isn't it? Can anyone think of any other kind of reason why anyone should want to murder Lou? But it's a good reason, isn't it? Think. If it's a young man, hard up, got his way to make, marriage or at least a maintenance order might wreck a future. Or suppose it's an older man with wealth or position of some sort. Exposure might wreck that present and that future." Yes, said Mr. Fry. "Of course, it's quite obvious." Eve gave a wild croak of laughter. "Don't look so pleased, Uncle Dolphy. Even if we all know it couldn't have been you, don't look so damn pleased." Sharply, Lisbeth Gask said to her, "What a fool you are, Eve." With a hand on her shoulder, she gave her a hard shake. "Pull yourself together." "You're all fools," said Druna Merton. "You're letting Toby Dyke make fools of you all. Couldn't you tell from the way he said his little piece that he didn't mean it?" "Didn't mean it," said Eve weakly. She was trembling from head to foot. "Didn't you mean it, Mr. Dyke?" asked Mrs. Fry, aloof, cold, intensely angry. "No," said Toby, "I didn't mean it, but it's what the police mean. You better pay some attention to it." "Then don't you believe," said the little man in shorts, "that it was the father of the child who murdered Lou?" "You said yourself," said Mr. Fry. "What other cause could there be? Lou was a dear child, quite inoffensive. Yes, she was. I shall stick to that even now that we know this tragic truth about her. I'm certain she was really innocent in her heart." "Dear me, you're getting quite broad-minded in your old age, Uncle Dolphy," said Eve, still in an unnatural voice. Her aunt said, "You're disgustingly ill-bred, Eve. Even a crisis seems to draw no good to the surface." "Never mind, Aunt Nelia. You're having a lovely chance to make the same mess of Vanessa that you made of me. That ought to compensate you. Mr. Dyke," Eve made a feverish effort to control her writhing, plucking fingers, "why don't you believe it was because she was going to have a child that Lou was murdered? Mind you, we all ought to be murdered if we're going to have children. We aren't fit to have children. We aren't fit to know them. We aren't fit to instruct their ignorance. We haven't a world that's fit to contain them. Why, we aren't even fit to live. So why was Lou murdered if it wasn't because she was going to have a child?" There was another silence. Toby looked down at the ground. He muttered, "There's a discrepancy." Mrs. Fry cleared her throat. I'm afraid, she said in a prim, false voice, that I don't understand, and I should really prefer not to talk about it any more. To return to the question of the brucine, that's been on my mind ever since I heard of it. A movement went round the group at this deliberate change of topic. The curious part of it, of course, Mrs. Fry went on, raising her voice a little, is the knowledge of brucine possessed by the police. It's an obscure drug. Of all the people here at the moment, I imagine Colin's the only one who really knows anything about it. Yet we are a fairly well-educated collection of people. Sergeant Gurr may have more native intelligence than any of us, but it's improbable that he's had as much education. Now, I've had an idea about that. Of course, I realize there may be nothing in it, but I'm going to suggest it to Mr. Dyke and see what he thinks of it. Mr. Dyke, in this matter of brucine, don't you think Professor Potter might be able to help you? Toby nodded. Yes, I've been wondering myself. Quite so. You see, Colin here hasn't been at the Victor Hildebrand Institute very long. So if there had been a theft of brucine from the Institute, say, 6 months ago, he might not have heard of it. But Professor Potter would certainly know. After all, how could the police know unless they'd been introduced to it, so to speak, criminally? Toby nodded again. Yes. Pity the professor's gone already. Where's he gone to, home? Elizabeth Gask replied. He said he was going to the VH. Is that far? Asked Toby. About 7 miles, there's a bus. Eve, said Mrs. Fry, why did you take Mr. Dyke there after lunch? Eve had just been helping herself to another drink. She gave a deep sigh and said nothing. Give me directions, said Toby, and I'll get there on my own. You don't know the Victor Hildebrand Institute, Mr. Dyke, said Mrs. Fry. It's a rabbit warren. Someone had better take you. Eve, I really think you, Eve broke in viciously. I'm not going near the VH. But, her aunt began. No. Then Eve shrugged her shoulders. Colin, you take him if he wants to go. With a start, jolted out of some secret concentration of thought, yet clearly only half aware of what had just been said to him, Colin glanced round the group with a look of resentment and suspicion. Colin, do you mind taking Mr. Dyke over to the VH this afternoon? Eve repeated. I'd meant to get on with some work, he muttered. I brought it home with me. There's a paper the old man wants me to get on with. I'd meant to settle down and... Colin, please. Eve exerted herself for a moment to produce one of her lovelier smiles. It won't take you long. You can take the car. All right, all right. He barked it at her, as if she had been nagging at him for half an hour. Then he looked down, and when a moment afterwards he once more raised his head, there was abject apology in his eyes. All right, Eve. I'll take. But Eve, turning away indifferently, had already become immersed again in her own distracting thoughts. Chapter 8. Toby's drive with Colin Gillett to the Victor Hildebrand Institute began as a silent one. Just before leaving, Toby had looked round for George, but had not been able to find him. Getting into the car beside Colin, he asked difficult. But Colin was an exceptionally incompetent driver. He had the incompetence of sheer indifference. A car was no joy to him, movement no stimulation. 2 miles of his casualness with gears, and his irritated challenging of corners, shook Toby into urgent desire for protest. Colin, who had not indeed been silent, having cursed quietly, steadily, and obscenely at every stone in the road, but who had savagely ignored his passenger, suddenly said, Well then, why did they kill her? Why did who kill her? I said they, because it's impersonal. Why, if it wasn't the father? I haven't said it wasn't the father, said Toby. A lurch, a swerve, and some more cursing answered this, but Colin managed a swift look at Toby. Toby asked abruptly, What do you know about Charlie Widdowson? Why Charlie? Is he a friend of yours? Not particularly. I don't mind him. Doesn't know anything. How these chaps have the nerve to practice medicine when they haven't the most elementary grounding in scientific principles is beyond me, but he isn't really a fool. He's a fool about some things, of course, but he's not as much of a fool as he might be. Kind of a limited description of the intricacies of a personality, said Toby. What? Well, you talk to him yourself. Get him off the women he wants to go to bed with. Sometimes he's got something to say. I see. Colin snatched another look at him, inevitably accompanied by another lurch of the car which necessitated more swearing. Then Colin resumed, "Well, what does Charlie know about this murder?" "Well, how should I know?" said Toby. "He doesn't confide in me." "But you asked—" "Only what you knew about him. I've got plenty of general curiosity." "I see. Well, I wish you'd seen that gate post. He wanted to hit me." "Sorry," said Colin absently. They just left the road and turned into the drive that led up to the Victor Hildebrand Institute. The building was ahead of them, an ungainly, lumpy piece of brickwork with countless additions and annexes. It sprawled upon the top of a hill where, unlovely but noticeable, it could be seen for miles around. Acres of farmland surrounded it, experimental farmland, there to meet the needs of the physiologist, the pathologist, the geneticist, the bacteriologist, rather than the plodding ploughman. The car stopped in front of one of the entrances. One of Colin's hands gripped Toby by the elbow. "What other motive could there be?" he demanded fiercely. "Why should anyone kill Lou?" "Whoever can probably tell you who the murderer is." Toby disengaged himself rather irritably. "Now, where's the man Potter?" Colin swung himself out of the car. "Come on," he said. "I'll show you." Colin pointed. "He'll be in there. I'll wait for you in the car. If he isn't there, give me a shout. I won't come in. He gives me the jitters." "Why?" said Toby. "He's such a—" Colin struggled for a moment with the type of analysis to which he was unaccustomed. "He gives everyone the jitters." He swung off down the passage. Toby gave him a moment to get out of sight, then went up and tapped at the door. Max Potter's voice, roaring unnecessarily loud, told him to come in. Max Potter was doing nothing. Sitting at a desk, he was leaning back with his hands clasped behind his large head. The way they were clasped had pushed his reddish hair up in clumps. He had a cigarette in his mouth and a good deal of ash on his waistcoat. On the desk in front of him were a glass of whiskey and a blank sheet of paper. His face was as blank as the paper. "Oh, it's you," he said. Toby came in and closed the door. Max Potter went on. "I thought it was that boy Gillett. I'm always finding him about, even on Sundays. You'd think he'd stay at home on Sundays. Suppose he would if he was married. And why doesn't a boy like that get married?" He gave Toby a moment in which he might have answered had he been very quick to seize the opportunity. Then, "I'll tell you why. Superfluity of opportunity, that's why. Are you married?" "No," said Toby. "Why not? I'll tell you why. Superfluity of opportunity." "I'm informed," said Toby, "that you're getting married." "What? Oh, you mean Eve? Did she say so?" Toby considered. "No, I don't think it was Mrs. Clare who told me." "You're sure? I mean, if she were saying it, it'd mean she expected it. Don't you think so? Perhaps I ought to find out. Come to think of it, we've discussed it quite often. I wonder what we decided. You know, I'm glad you turned up. I was feeling like talking to someone, but I was afraid of that boy Gillett. He always gives me the jitters. I've been sitting here thinking about a book I've been reading recently. Couldn't think about it up at Wilmer's End. Everyone was too busy with that murder. Most extraordinary book. All about fishing. Just that. Fishing. Now why—" "Professor," said Toby, "I'm busy with the murder too. Damn busy. I want to talk about Brucine." "Brucine?" said Max Potter. "Why? I don't know anything about Brucine." Toby's face revealed a sense of helplessness. "I thought," he said, "that you were just the sort of person who does know about Brucine." Yes, of course, but I'd have to look it up. I never remember anything." "You don't even remember if the police got agitated about a theft of Brucine a few months ago?" "What, not remember that? Of course I do. Why shouldn't I? There's nothing the matter with my memory." Toby ran a nervous hand through his black. "Have you by any chance inquired got any of that whiskey to spare?" "Excellent, excellent," said Max Potter. "I much prefer to talk to a man when he's drinking. Sorry, I didn't think of it. I keep thinking about that book on fishing now. Why does a man—" "Thanks, Professor," Toby drank. "About the Brucine. You said there was a theft." "Yeah. How long ago?" "Just after that damn party. That's why we couldn't do anything about it. Whole place crawling with people. Might have been anybody." "You'd a party here at the Institute?" "Yes, rotten affair, too. Nothing to drink." "And when was it?" "Halloween. It's always at Halloween." "And who came to it? Just the staff of the place?" "The whole countryside for miles around." "I see." Toby was frowning. "The whole countryside for miles around, including Wilmer's End?" Bleakly, the pale eyes of the scientist met Toby's. "I don't remember." Toby set the glass down on the top of the desk. He rose. "Anyway," said Max Potter, "why all the fuss about the brucine? Wasn't the only thing that disappeared. Well, thanks for the whiskey, Professor. Have another." Toby shook his head and turned to the door. "Don't you want to know what else disappeared?" Max Potter's voice sounded startled and aggrieved. "I don't mind," said Toby. "What disappeared? Potassium cyanide, silver nitrate, colchicine, mercuric chloride, lead oxide." "Well, goodbye," said Toby. "Thanks for the whiskey." "Hey, man, wait a minute." "Can't," said Toby. "I want to take out some shares in the local cemetery." "Good God," shouted Max Potter. "We can't have flippancy at a time like this. Sit down, and have another drink. I want to talk to you." "Listen," said Toby. "We'll discuss that book about fishing another time. I'll tell you then just why men like fishing, and just why they write books about fishing, and just how much money they make out of their books about fishing, and whether or not they eat the fish they catch. But just now I'm going to Wilmer's End. Of course," and he put his hand into his pocket, bringing out the matchbox containing the dart. "If you felt like it, there's a job you could do. See that dart and see the stain on it? Well, I'd like to know whether that stain could have been made by potassium cyanide or silver nitrate or what's it, and if not, then what? What about it?" Max Potter looked down at the matchbox in front of him. He frowned at it. He did not touch it. He did not say anything. Toby went out, closing the door behind him. Toby found Colin waiting for him in the car, but he was in the back of it, sound asleep. Taking advantage of this, Toby put himself in the driver's seat. Asleep, Colin revealed the sprawling coltishness of the very young. His head was flung back, his arms hung limp at his sides. The ravaged look had been smoothed from his face, but it was very pale and tired. Driving along, Toby started a quiet whistling. From time to time he glanced over his shoulder. They were about halfway back when he noticed that, though Colin's eyes were still closed, the tautness had come back to his face. His sleep was no longer genuine. Toby went on with his whistling, and snatched no more glances into the back of the car. When the car stopped at the house, Colin sat up with a jerk. "Sorry, I'd no sleep at all last night, you see." He said he was going back to his cottage to do the work he had taken home with him, and stumbling a little, he set off toward the path through the wood. Toby went into the house and found Vanna talking to Eve. "But he's not here, Inspector," Eve was saying. She was in one of her more collected moods, with a firm, hard look on her face. Vanna was obviously impatient. "Then can you tell me any reason, madam, why he should tell the people at the Dolphin that he was coming to Wilmer's End if he had no intention of doing so?" "I can tell you very little about my husband's actions nowadays," she answered. "He told Mrs. Black at the Dolphin that if anyone wanted him, he would be at Wilmer's End. That was about 3/4 of an hour ago. He set off by car. It would have taken him barely 10 minutes to get here. But he didn't get here. I can't tell you why. I can't tell you anything about it." Toby intervened. "What's your trouble, Vanna?" Vanna turned his impatient, distrustful face on him. "I want to speak to Mr. Clare, but he seems to have found it worth his while to mislead us about his whereabouts. Where have you been yourself, Dyke?" "Over to the Victor Hildebrand Institute to have a chat about Halloween parties." "Oh," said Vanna, then antagonistically, "hope you enjoyed yourself. Where's your friend George? Am I George's keeper?" Eve remarked, "He came to me a few minutes ago and asked me if I could give him some olive oil." "Eh?" said Toby. "For his ears," she explained. The perplexity remained on Toby's face. She added, "It's earache or something. He says he often gets it." "Oh, yes," said Toby, "yes. George gets all sorts of things as often as he likes." "Mrs. Clare," said Vanna, "when do you expect to see your husband next?" Eve turned on him with a tensing of every nerve in her body. "I don't expect to see him. I never expect to see him. He isn't my husband any longer. Don't you understand, you fool?" Vanna seemed almost grateful for her rage. In some way it gave him confidence he lacked. "I'm quite certain, Mrs. Clare, that you expect to see Mr. Clare sooner or later." She turned away from him. Her hand groped for a box of cigarettes on the mantelpiece. "Well," she said, "I expect I'll see him when he brings Vanessa back. She had lunch with him. I expect all he's doing now is taking her for a run around in his car. I dare say they'll turn up at any moment." Vanna shook his head. "Your daughter wasn't in the car, Mrs. Clare. She left the hotel by herself at least a quarter of an hour before he did." That's a curious thing, don't you think? If he'd been intending to come to Wilmer's End, he'd have brought her home himself, eh? Quarter an hour before he did. That's about an hour ago. Eve frowned. Doesn't take even Vanessa an hour to walk here from Larking. Where is she? Playing around somewhere, probably, Toby suggested. She said to Vanna, "If you don't mind, I'll just make sure," and she went out. Vanna perched himself on the corner of a table and began to hum. He avoided any glance in Toby's direction, making it plain he had no wish to fill the few minutes of her absence with conversation. Eve returned. "She hasn't come back," she said. "I expect she's gone to Belling Lodge to my aunt and uncle. I wonder." She put a hand on the telephone. "I think perhaps I ought to make sure. She doesn't usually get lost or anything, and she goes about quite a lot by herself, but perhaps I ought—" Toby said, "Aren't Mr. and Mrs. Fry still here?" "No," she said. "They went home after lunch. I think I'll just telephone." She picked up the telephone and gave the number. After a few moments, she put it down again. No answer. "Well, I expect it's all right. Is there anything else you want from me, Inspector?" Vanna sucked at his teeth. "Oh, yes, there's something." He drew in his lip and sucked at that as well. "Mrs. Clare, on the afternoon before her death, Miss Capell, we believe, had a long talk with your husband in the cottage belonging to Mr. Gillett. Did you know that?" "Not at the time. But you've heard of it since. Colin Gillett told me about it this morning. I advised him to tell you about it." "Yet he didn't." She shrugged her shoulders. "Mrs. Clare," said Vanna, "were you surprised to hear that your husband had been seeing Miss Capell?" "No," she said wearily. "I'm never surprised at anyone seeing anyone. They're always doing it. But in this particular instance," said Vanna impatiently. "Vanna," said Toby, "if you're concentrating too hard on where Lou Capell was yesterday afternoon, you'd better realize you may be wasting your time." Vanna gave the noisy sigh of a sorely tried man. Toby said, "It's a mistake to believe that the poison could have been put into Lou's handbag only during the afternoon. I know that when she came back to the house she went straight to her bedroom and had her bath, and that her door was found locked, so that it looks as if no one could have got at her handbag once she was in the room. But if you'd done your job in that room thoroughly, you'd have realized that Lou's door was locked from the outside, not the inside. Someone got in while Lou was in her bath and went out again, doing some neat work with a piece of wire. Come along, I'll show you." However, it was not only to Vanna that Toby showed the marks on the door. They picked up George in the hall, and then Charlie and Druna, whom they met coming down the stairs together. These two encountered them with a rush of questions, during which both appeared to be able to convince themselves that the obvious excitation and embarrassment in their manner had not been noticed by anyone but themselves. Looking at the marks that Toby showed him, Vanna put a thick hand to his head and said, "You're perfectly right. This changes everything." Suddenly, at that moment, George began to shout. He was merely informing Vanna of something, but he did like a deaf person who has no means of telling how loudly he is using his voice. Both his ears were stopped up with cotton wool. Vanna jumped and then cursed at him. This time, in a whisper they could hardly hear, George began again. "Look here, this don't necessarily mean a thing. I thought it did when I first saw it, but now I know it's just some piece of nonsense that don't necessarily mean a thing." "What's that, George?" said Toby. Without any sign that he had heard anything, George's croaking whisper continued, "Is marks like this on the other doors?" "Eh?" said Vanna. "No," said George, "it wasn't." "What wasn't? What do you mean?" George gave a vague shake of his head. "I didn't hear any bell. But I didn't think I could hear very well just now. I'd an abscess in my ears once, and I had trouble with them ever since. What I'm telling you is that there's marks like this on the other doors." "Come on," said Toby, "let's go and look at the other doors and see what the hell he's getting at." The door nearest to Lou Capell's was the door of Charlie Widdowson's room. Toby went in. Eve, who followed him, picked up from where it lay on the carpet a small pearl earring and handed it to Druna. Druna took it and coolly fastened it to the ear that lacked it. Toby exclaimed, "Yes, the marks are here all right. They are exactly like the other. Now, in God's name, what does that mean?" Vanna was staring at the marks with an almost frightened look on his face. Toby saw it and grinned. "That don't make sense," said Vanna with a shrillness. "Who would want to lock Dr. Widdowson into his room?" "But I haven't been locked into my room," said Charlie. "Well, come on," said Toby. "Let's look at the others." On the door of the room occupied by Druna, and also on that of the room that had been occupied by the Frys, there were similar marks. They went downstairs again. "Verna," said Toby, "here are some facts you'd better know as well," and he told him of the strange, pointless mechanisms that George had discovered and shown to him. Verna was silent when he'd finished. So were the others. It was a heavy silence, uneasy and foreboding. Suddenly Verna exclaimed, "There's somebody in this place practicing crime." "Fantastic crime, too," said Toby. "Storybook crime." At that moment, Eve started up from the chair into which she'd flung herself. "My God, whatever's happened? Colin!" He was running across the lawn towards the house. He was running swiftly, yet his long, loose limbs were moving with an almost drunken wildness. He stopped himself by clutching at the doorpost. Panting, he clung to it. His face was of drawn whiteness, clownishly blotched with red. "Eve!" He stopped, he swallowed, he turned his head towards Toby. "Roger Clare. He's in my cottage. He's dead." Then he lurched suddenly and was violently sick. Chapter 9. Sitting limply in a chair with Eve, grown suddenly cool and still, standing over him, Colin said the rest of what he had to say. His head was hanging forward, his eyes were on the ground. "You'd better be careful," he said. "Don't go in there yet. It's HCN. I knew the beastly stuff the moment I opened the door. I've left everything open. It ought to be all right soon." "Dyke," said Vanna. "I'm going down there at once. You bring him along as soon as he's able to come." "Don't," said Colin. "Don't go in yet. I'm all right. I'll come with you, but you've got to give it time to clear." "Go on, boy. Drink this," said Eve. "Then we'll all go down together." Her voice did not sound like her own, barely audible, yet quite impersonal. Colin drank. "So if you don't mind, Mrs. Clare," said Verna, "I'd sooner you stayed here, and I want to use the telephone." She nodded and sat down. Charlie Widdowson suddenly put an arm around her shoulders. Colin started again. "I went down to the cottage and opened the door, and there he was on the floor, and that foul smell coming at me. I haven't touched anything except the windows. I shoved a handkerchief over my face and opened the windows, and then I left the door open as well and came up here." "Then you didn't make certain he was dead?" said Vanna swiftly. Colin's mouth twitched. "I need you when that stuff's about. That's how it gets you." Charlie Widdowson walked to the open window. "Well," he said, "are we going?" It took only a few minutes to reach Colin's cottage. When Vanna had had a few words of conversation on the telephone with Sergeant Gurr, they set off. The path ran through the wood and along the edge of a meadow, bringing them to a stile and to a narrow lane. The lane was shaded with hazel, hawthorn, and few tall hollies, and opposite the stile was the gate of Colin's garden. The cottage was an undistinguished box of red brick with painted wooden porch, the garden a neglected place where Madonna lilies reared gracious heads out of tangled weeds, field poppies blazed among the withered foliage of daffodils, and roses sprawled over sagging trellises. In the lane outside was a car. "That's Clare's car," said Toby. They went up the path toward the wide-open door of the cottage. "Were you expecting Mr. Clare to visit you?" said Vanna to Colin. "No," said Colin. "Wait a moment, let me go in. I'll see if it's all right." But Vanna kept close behind him. The open door led straight into a small sitting room. Windows on two sides of it were wide open. A breeze passed lightly through it. A few red poppy petals had been blown in from the garden and were lying on the floor. A scrap of thistledown was sliding hither and thither on the current of air. The room was the untidy room of a young man who lives by himself, whose charr had been browbeaten into regarding every crumpled scrap of paper as sacred. Slumped against the wall under a print of Van Gogh's sunflowers was the body of Roger Clare. A crumpled heap of limbs, with the head sunk between the shoulders. It was like a grotesque imitation of a man who had fallen asleep in a railway carriage. Toby looked at the picture, while Vanna stooped over the dead man. "Dr. Widdowson," said Vanna, and he motioned Charlie toward the body. "Dead as cold mutton," said Charlie. "Vanna," said Toby, "that picture, it's remarkably crooked." Vanna straightened up. He put out his hand to the picture. "Don't touch it, what the hell?" Toby came forward. "Roger Clare was the man who couldn't bear crooked pictures, wasn't he?" Vanna gave a sort of laugh. "Roger Clare was the father of Lou Capell's child." Toby's black eyebrows shot upwards. He stopped dead. "That's right," Vanna sighed. "I'll tell you all about it presently." "I'm going to be sick again," said Colin Gillett, and he dived for the window and hung his head out. Nothing happened. Toby was staring at Vanna. "Yes," he said. "You'd better tell me all about it presently. A nice bedtime story it'll make. Now we'll look at this picture. You see, Clare couldn't have pushed it crooked like that himself. He couldn't stand a crooked picture. In fact, he couldn't have stood being in a room with a picture hanging like that for more than a moment. I think as soon as he came into this room and saw it, he'd have walked across to it and—" Toby reached up, took hold of the picture frame by the edges and pulled. Then he took his hands away. With a jerk, the picture sprang back into the same position as before. "We begin to see," said Toby, and pulling the picture forward, he looked behind it. There was a simple, ugly ingenuity in what he found there. This trap to catch Roger Clare consisted of a spring placed diagonally, with the higher end attached to the wall, the lower to the picture. It was this spring, contracted, that held the picture crooked. Then, from the lower end of this spring, a fine string went up to and was threaded through one of the eyelets by which the picture was suspended. This string went in at the neck of an open bottle, which was attached to and hanging close under the eyelet. Inside the bottle, to the end of a string, was tied a small test tube, or rather the remnant of a small test tube, for the test tube had been shattered to pieces. Plainly, when the picture was pulled straight, the test tube would have been lowered inside the bottle. Then, as soon as the picture was released and the spring contracted as it jerked the picture back into the crooked position, the test tube would have swung up against the eyelet and been broken. "Yes," said Vanna, "but—" and he waited for someone to explain it. Colin Gillett did so. "You see, there was potassium cyanide in the bottle and sulfuric acid in the test tube. Mix them, and you get hydrocyanic acid gas. That's all there is to it." "Well, I'm glad that's all," said Vanna. "Gillett," said Toby, "when were you in here last? I mean, before you came here and found this?" "This morning," said Colin, "just before lunch." "Was the picture straight or crooked?" "Straight," said Colin. "If you come into this room and seen that picture like that, would you have done anything about it?" Colin moistened his dry lips. "Would I have bothered to straighten it, you mean? I don't know. I don't think I worry about things like that much. I don't know, but why did Clare come here? Why was a trap set for him here?" He let his gaze slide down to the dead thing on the floor. "And why," said Vanna suddenly, stepping up close to him, "did Roger Clare come here yesterday afternoon? And why did you try to see him at the Dolphin this morning? And why is it surprising that he should be here?" But if what Vanna had intended by the intimidation he put into his tone was the cracking of the young man's shuddering nerves, the effect was almost the opposite. Simple truculence took the place of the strain on Colin's face. Toby put in, "Did you go and see Roger Clare this morning?" "I tried to. He was busy." "You'd no sooner left the police station," said Vanna, "than you went running off to talk to Roger Clare." "Well, what about it? What did you want to talk to him about?" Colin Gillett turned contemptuously away. He muttered, "Oh my God, what a filthy, horrible business." He looked again at Vanna. "I'm not answering any questions." He went and stood in the doorway with his back to the room. With a grunt and a frown, Vanna once more bent his back over the body. "Dr. Widdowson," he said, "will you and Mr. Gillett please return to the house? Probably you'll find Sergeant Gurr there. I want everyone to remain until I come." "All right," said Charlie. He slipped an arm through Colin's. Come on." And they walked away. Werner went to the doorway and spat vigorously into a patch of weeds. "This stuff leaves a foul stink behind it," he said. "Werner," said Toby, "what's all this about Roger Clare being Lou's lover?" Werner turned back into the room. "That's the way it was," he said. He pulled a chair round and seated himself astride it. "Sorry if you don't like it. You've got reasons, I suppose, for saying so. Plenty of 'em." Toby sat down on the doorstep. The afternoon sun fell pleasantly on his face. "Well," he said. Werner looked dubiously from him to George. "Reckon you'd best get up to the house before the chief constable arrives here, Dyke." "We will," said Toby. He did not move. George stepped past him into the garden and squatted on the low doorstep. "Would it surprise you, Dyke," said Werner, "to hear that Miss Capell wasn't going to spend her summer holiday in Oakhampton?" "Not a great deal," said Toby. "It wouldn't." Toby shook his head. "No, I've been wondering about it, and if you say it's so, I'm not really surprised at all. Where was she going to spend it?" "With Roger Clare in the south of France." "What?" Toby's head jerked round. "How did you get hold of that?" "I've been busy." Toby's emphatic nod conveyed ironic agreement. "Last night," said Werner, "I got on the telephone to those relations of hers in Oakhampton. Well, she was going down there all right, taking the kid with her, but they weren't expecting her to stay more than a night. She was going to leave the kid and come away again. They didn't even know she'd told anyone she was staying there. They said she was going to Norfolk with a couple of girlfriends." Toby said, "When a girl's got a baby coming, it isn't usually the time she goes and puts herself in the bosom of her aunts and uncles and cousins." "That's quite true," said Werner. "I made one pretty big mistake, though. I'd been reckoning till this afternoon it was her lover who killed her." Somberly, his gaze dwelt on Roger Clare. "Poor devil." "Poor devil," Toby echoed. "He wasn't even her lover." "Wasn't he? You listen. Last night I got thinking. That story of his, I thought, that's a very nice story, my lad, and just made to fit the situation, but suppose you've left out your own side of it. And I had some investigations made, and what was found in a drawer of a desk in his flat was a couple of first-class tickets to Nice for next Tuesday, and there's a letter from some hotel there reserving him a double room." Sourly, Toby commented, "All sorts of people go to Nice, but not with Roger Clare. He's had nothing to do with any woman but Miss Capell since he separated from his wife. I've had inquiries made. He's been damn careful all along. No asking for the discretion of the court for him, but he wasn't quite careful enough. Last Easter, the porter of those flats was ready to swear it was Easter. He remembered it because it was Easter, Easter Monday, and he thought, 'What ho, my lad, you're the same as everyone else, aren't you?' Well, last Easter, Miss Capell turns up at Clare's flat about 7 in the evening. She's in an excited state. Got no hat on. She hardly ever wore a hat," said Toby. "Well, anyway, she was excited and upset-looking. After a bit she and Clare come down and go out, and in a couple of hours they come back and the girl stays the whole night. She doesn't leave till about 10 next morning." "She spent Friday night in my flat," said Toby. "I know just how little that can mean." "Maybe," said Werner. "But one night somewhere or other must have meant something, eh? And Easter is just 10 weeks ago, and Dr. Syme tells me that the child of hers was 10 weeks gone." "Hell," said Toby. "Hell," he repeated, and placing one hand over the other, cracked his knuckles loudly. It seemed to give him satisfaction. "Werner," he said, "you may be right and I may be wrong, but what I think is this. If Clare had been Lou's lover, and if they were still on good enough terms to be going to Nice together next Tuesday, Lou wouldn't have come to me for money when she needed it. She'd have gone to him. But she came to me in tears, begging for £15 because the 2 Chinese vases she'd just sold hadn't brought her in as much as she needed. You've rather been forgetting about that money, haven't you, Werner? That £15? That £30, said Toby. I gave Lou a cheque about midnight on Friday. She left early next morning, getting down to Wilmer's End about 10 o'clock. Banks don't open till 10, so she couldn't have cashed my cheque on her way. Also, on Saturdays, banks shut at 12, yet she spent the whole day until about 4:30 when she disappeared at Wilmer's End. That cheque was never cashed, Vanna. You can verify it at my bank, and I don't expect it'll ever be presented. I realize, of course, that one of those people at Wilmer's End may have cashed it for her, but I think it's reasonable to believe that whoever it was that rang me up yesterday evening had removed it, as he or she said. And what about the Chinese vases? They were a bit of a shot in the dark. If the £15 in her bag hadn't come from my cheque, they must have come from somewhere. I started remembering then that she'd been dead scared at the idea of going back to her flat and meeting Druna Merton, so I wondered if she'd taken something from the flat and sold it. I made some inquiries from Druna. I asked her if there was anything missing from the flat worth about £30. I put it at 30 because I reckoned that if Lou sold something, she'd never have got more than about half its value. Well, Druna found out for me that there are 2 Chinese vases missing, valued at £30. Vanna shook his head. Doesn't make any difference. What was that letter of hers but the beginning of a confession to Mrs. Clare that she'd been misconducting herself with her husband? I betrayed your confidence. The confidence of a divorced wife, said Toby sardonically. Maybe Miss Capell doesn't recognize divorce. Toby stood up. He slapped the dust from the seat of his trousers. As you say. Well, we'll be getting back to the house before the rest of your pals turn up. You might be right. I am right, said Vanna. And the motive, Vanna? The motive for killing this poor devil as well as Lou? A small smile twitched at Vanna's heavy mouth. His gaze came up at Toby's from under half-sunk lids. It was a sly gaze, self-confident and faintly mocking. Stares you in the face, Danny, he said softly. As they went through the gate into the lane, George said to Toby, Talking of money, you didn't show him that piece of paper I pinched from the flat. Because I've no right to be in possession of it, said Toby. Oh. The corners of George's mouth sank in a grimy. Toby glanced at him sideways. Not really so very deaf, are you, George? I can hear what you say all right. You got such a nice, clear voice, said George. A simple person might think you were hoping to overhear something you weren't meant to. I'd be a very simple person. They skirted Roger Clare's car. They'd gone a few yards beyond it and were just at the stile when George stopped suddenly, looked down at the ground, looked back at the car, and then exclaimed, That's not uninteresting. Toby looked where George was pointing. The stile had a gate beside it leading into the same field. The ground before it was dusty, and on its surface showed a clear pattern of tire tracks. They were the tracks of 2 cars. One set had plainly been made by Clare's car, but superimposed on this were the tracks of a car 3 of whose tires had apparently no tread at all, and whose 4th tire was brand new, a car whose tracks George and Toby were able to recognize without any trouble at all. Max Potter's car, said Toby, and George nodded. Clare must have reversed his car here when he left yesterday afternoon, Toby continued, which means that Potter's been here since. George was strolling down the lane. He pointed again. It was before Clare came here this afternoon, he said. Here's Potter's track, and here's Clare's going over it. It'll have to be gone into. They returned, climbed the stile, and set off across the field. Arriving back at the house, they found the usual group of people on the terrace, but Eve herself was not there. Charlie Widdowson heaved himself off the grass and came a little way across the lawn to meet Toby. Would you go up and talk to Eve, he said. She's lying down. She said she wanted to see you as soon as you got back. All right, said Toby. I suppose I ought to go up and see her too, said Max Potter. By the way, he tossed a matchbox to Toby. Here's your whatnot. Toby opened the matchbox. The dart was inside it. Well, he said, did you find out what made the stain? Max Potter nodded. His eyes were grave. I did, he said somberly. What was it? Tincture of iodine. And Max Potter let out roar upon roar of laughter. Swiftly Toby crossed to the open doorway. Max Potter's voice followed him. Tell Eve I'll come up as soon as I've had a drink. Have 2, said Toby, and vanished. He went to Eve's bedroom. At his knock she called, Come in. She was lying on the bed. As he entered, she raised herself sharply on one bare elbow, while with her free hand she clawed back her rumpled hair. Her large, light-coloured eyes were expectant. A spot of scarlet burned on either cheek. Under her thin, restless body, the silk counterpane had been tumbled into a mass of creases. As he closed the door, she flung herself back on the pillows. A fit of trembling had caught her. From head to foot it shook her. Her helplessness to control it filled her with violent anger. With her clenched fists, she beat the bed on either side of her. She dug her head backwards into the pillows, the muscles of her neck taut and quivering. A moaning sound was squeezed through her stiff lips. Then, as Toby crossed the room to her bed and sat down at the foot of it, she jerked her head up again. There was sullen gloom on Toby's face as he stared at the carpet. Her voice cracking shrilly, Eve said, Go on, tell me about it. Didn't Widdowson do that when he came back? He's told me what happened, how it was done, but you've got to tell me the rest of it. I want to be told. In a low tone he replied, It's you who've got things to tell. I? He nodded impatiently. She lifted herself on her elbow again. She tugged her skirt over her knees. She looked as if she wanted to hurl abuse at him. Listen, Eve, Toby went on in the same low voice. You've got to talk a lot, and you've got to do it quickly. We may not have much time. I don't understand. Roger's been murdered, Lou's been murdered. I don't understand. Why should anyone want to murder Lou and Roger? We mustn't waste time, he said wearily. Werner may be up here at any moment. But what's that got to do with it? I won't see him. I feel ill. Charlie can tell him I'm not fit to see him. I do feel ill. My husband's been murdered. Did you understand that? Her voice was mounting wildly. Toby turned his head. His eyes held hers. I am ill, she repeated, but in a quieter voice. Look. She took a folded piece of paper from the chair by her bed and thrust it at Toby. Charlie's been prescribing for me. It's a sedative. He said I'd got to have one and ought to lie down and not see anybody. But I told him I'd got to see you. Toby glanced at the paper. Widdowson wrote this, did he? Yeah. All right. And Toby pocketed it. I'll send someone into Larking with it. You needn't, she said. I got plenty of things like that in the house, but Charlie wanted to prescribe, so I let him. Now tell me, what's going to happen? What are the police going to do? Does it matter to you much? No, said Toby. Up till that moment, there had been ceaseless movement in Eve's slim body. Not for a moment had hands, shoulders, small head, and working lips been still at the same time, but suddenly she lay there in a complete stillness. Toby leant nearer to her. Eve, why did you ask me to stay last night? Her eyelids flickered. Nothing else moved. What are you afraid of? He asked. He waited. Well, he said next, who are you afraid for? After another short pause, he shouted at her. Talk! We may have only a few minutes. In another few minutes, I may not be able to help you. Then some words came from her, huskily. Do I need help? I think you may need it like hell. She closed her eyes. Her lips moved for an instant as if she were testing out some words. She opened her eyes again. You know, she said, I didn't love my husband. I loved him for about a month once, just after we were married, but I relied on him. I spent 9 years relying on him. It was comic to discover when he wasn't there anymore to be relied on that there wasn't solid earth under my feet anymore. One shouldn't let that happen, you know. One should never get to rely on anyone so much that one stops feeling like a real person when they aren't there. One stops feeling like a real person, even though one doesn't like them very much. It's funny, isn't it, Toby Dyke? Toby retorted, Did you ask me to stay because you thought Roger had murdered Lou and you wanted someone who might be pushed between him and the police? Perhaps, she answered indifferently. Did you think that Roger was the father of Lou's child? Wasn't it the obvious thing to think? Then, said Toby, yesterday evening you knew that Lou was pregnant. She nodded. How did you know? My aunt told me days before. Mrs. Fry. Had Lou confided in her? I think she just guessed. And you thought Roger was the father? She raised her fine eyebrows, taking a long look at him. Wasn't he?
I don't think so. Oh my God.
Suddenly, squirming and shuddering, she was convulsed by sobs. Noisy, torturing sobs. They almost rose to a scream in her throat. Toby gripped her by the shoulders and shook her. "We can't waste all this time. Where were you this afternoon?" She drew a few long breaths, and her shoulders went limp under his hands. "In the wood," she said. "Alone?" "No. With Charlie." Harshly, he reminded her. "Charlie was with Drew. Now, we met them coming downstairs. But Charlie came down to the wood with me after lunch. We sat there and talked." "How long?" "I came in just after the inspector arrived asking for Roger. You came in yourself almost immediately after." "And how much of that time was Charlie with you?" With a swift wriggle of her body, she sat bolt upright. "What does it matter? What's it got to do with you?" "He wasn't with you long, was he?" She hesitated. "Not very." Toby stood up. He strode about the room and kicked at the carpet. Eve watched him with a dead, uninterested stare. He wheeled and threw some more words at her. "What was Roger's will?" She did not seem to take the question in. He raised his voice. "How did Roger leave his money? Do you get any of it?" "Oh, yes," she said. Toby cursed. "I get 1,000 a year," she said. "And the capital?" "It all goes to Vanessa." "He left his will like that even after he divorced you?" She nodded. "Suppose he married again," said Toby. "Would he still have left it like that?" A curious smile compressed her lips. "He wasn't thinking of marrying anyone else," she said. "But if he had?" She shrugged her shoulders. The smile still gave her face a secretive, mocking look. Toby started walking about the room again. "These questions I've been asking you," he said, "they're the ones Vanna's going to ask you. Here's another he'll ask you. Were you at the Halloween party at the Victor Hildebrand Institute?" "Yes," she said. "Yes," said Toby with a sigh, "of course." "If that man asks me questions," she said, "I shan't answer them. I don't have to. You'll have to answer them at the inquest, or some of them. Do you realize, Eve, that you're the person who arranged that Colin Gillett shouldn't be in his cottage this afternoon?" She protested quickly, with a flash of apprehension in her tear-reddened eyes. "There was just a casual arrangement, all on the spur of the moment. I didn't want to go to the VH myself, so I asked Colin. He was the obvious person to ask. Besides, how could I know that Roger'd go to the cottage? How could I know what chemicals to use? I don't know how to make poison gases. I don't know anything about science, not anything." "You spoke to Roger on the telephone this morning, didn't you?" "Yes," she said. "Yes, I did. Oh, but—" Again her eyes widened with momentary fear. "But that was only when he rang me up and asked me to send Vanessa along for lunch. Really, that was all. That was absolutely all we talked about." "Was anyone in the room when you were telephoning? Did anyone hear your end of it?" She shook her head. Toby gave a laugh and muttered to himself. Eve sat watching him, and then, as he said nothing, reached for a hand mirror and started studying her face in it. She pressed a fingertip over her swollen eyelids and frowned at herself. Toby asked abruptly, "Why didn't you want to go to the VH this afternoon?" She looked up from the mirror. "These tears are going to show for the rest of the day." "Never mind," said Toby. "They're quite appropriate. Why didn't you want to see Max Potter?" "You know," she said, "the beginning of my affair with Max was wonderful. You've no idea how tiring it is having to go on, trying to convince yourself you've got power over a man. You like to get that sort of thing settled. I'd no idea what it would be like, and I'd no idea it would make Roger go all intractable and revengeful. In fact," she looked up at Toby over the rim of the mirror, "in fact, it's all been a pretty good miscalculation on my part. No, I'd no need to tell you that. I haven't told it to anyone else. If there's a thing I hate, it's looking a fool." "I see," he said. "Gradually, I believe, we're getting somewhere." "I don't see where," she said. "I don't see what any of it's got to do with all this. Except that whatever happens, I'm always to blame. Always, always. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm really worse than other people, but always, always, whatever happens, I'm always to blame. I'm always put in the wrong. It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter how hard I try to stick to other people's rules. Something always goes wrong, and I'm made to feel guilty and wicked, and stop it. Always, always stop it." He scowled ferociously. "What about Lou's letter to you?" But at that moment the door was thrust open. It was thrust open with a fiercely decisive gesture. Standing there, glaring from one to the other, short, squat, and in some way incredibly menacing, was Mrs. Fry. There was menace in her tone when she spoke. "Eve," she said, "what have you done with Vanessa?" Chapter 10. For a moment after her aunt's question, Eve merely sat on her bed, looking as if she were trying to remember what she had been about to say. Her mouth hung a little open, her eyes were empty. A bewildered shake of her head came next, and then, starting to rub her forehead with the knuckles of one clenched fist, she found a few words. "Aunt Nelia, Roger's been... Where's Vanessa, Eve? Aunt Nelia, Roger's been murdered. I've heard." On heavy feet, the squat, stern-looking woman came into the room and closed the door behind her. "There's no need for me to say anything. There's nothing to be said. But where's Vanessa, Eve? Isn't she with you?" "She is not." "What?" Eve looked at Toby helplessly. "I telephoned." He reminded her. "You didn't get through." No, of course not. I was forgetting her. I have such a cloud in my mind. I took for granted, but if she isn't with you, Aunt Melia, where is she?" "That's what I'm asking you." Mrs. Fry was standing in the middle of the room. "And what," she demanded, "is this absurd story about Vanessa getting into a train by herself?" "A train? I don't know what you're talking about. I got worried about her this afternoon because that policeman said she'd left the hotel before Roger, yet she hadn't turned up here. So I rang you up. I thought almost for certain she'd gone round to you." "I was out for a walk," said Mrs. Fry, "and your uncle was having a bath," Toby said protestingly. "A bath?" "A bath," Mrs. Fry repeated. "Whenever my husband's nervously upset, he takes a bath." "And stays in it for about 2 hours," said Eve, "which can't really be good for his nerves, still he always does it." "He's dreadfully upset now, dreadfully," said Mrs. Fry, "particularly since he's started worrying about Vanessa. She hesitated and looked intently at Eve. "I'm rather alarmed about him," she said in a flat voice. "Do you mean—" The words came quickly, stopped abruptly. Mrs. Fry nodded. Eve swung her legs over the edge of the bed and stood up. She picked up a comb and jerked it through her hair. She explained to Toby, "Uncle Dolphy has... we call them nervous attacks. Not often, but..." "Certainly not often," said Mrs. Fry. "He had a nervous breakdown some years ago, and now and again has a slight relapse. I'm anxious now that the terrible state of depression he's in this afternoon may be the beginning of one of these relapses. The shocks we've had to endure these last 2 days, particularly now that he's convinced something terrible must have happened to Vanessa, are far worse for someone of his highly strung temperament than for the rest of us, and they're bad enough for us, God knows." "But Aunt Nelia, what is all this about Vanessa?" The comb struck viciously through Eve's short hair. "I only know she didn't come home after having lunch with Roger." Mrs. Fry pulled a chair forward and sat down on it. She sat with her knees far apart and planted a hand on each knee. "I'm tired," she said drearily. Then she went on, "Perhaps it's only mischief, but I hope—" She passed the tip of her tongue along her lips. "Mr. Dyke," she said, "tell us what we ought to do. This afternoon Miss Gask telephoned the news of Roger's death." "I asked her to," said Eve. "Immediately we heard," said Mrs. Fry, "my husband and I started out for Wilmer's End. We were both of us distracted, hardly knowing what we were doing. We came at once, but at the gate of our house, just as we were leaving, we passed Dawson with his van. Dawson's the greengrocer. He'd been up to his market garden, I suppose. As we passed, he called out to me. Really, I was so distraught I hardly heard what he said, but my husband exclaimed at it, and then it dawned on me what his words had been. He'd said, 'That little girl of yours, she's getting to be a big girl taking the train up to London by herself.' I thought, of course, it was just some nonsense or a mistake of some kind, but then, when we got here, I learned that Vanessa had never come home. Never come home, Mr. Dyke." "Well," said Toby, "you might try ringing up Dawson." Eve spun round on her heel. She flung down the powder puff with which she'd been dabbing at the redness round her eyes. "That's what you ought to have done at once, Aunt. How silly of you not to do that at once. I'll go and do it." With an excitement that gave her an illusory appearance of gaiety, she ran from the room. Toby, raising questioning eyebrows, looked at Mrs. Fry. She gave a hard, short laugh. "I did ring him up. And? He wasn't in? Perhaps he'll be in by now. Perhaps." laboriously pressing down on her knees with her hands. Mrs. Fry levered herself to her feet. "I suppose," she said with a sigh, "if I hadn't come, Eve wouldn't have started worrying about that child until about midnight, or perhaps tomorrow morning. Can you understand it, Mr. Dyke? Can you understand how any woman can give so little heed to her child, the most precious gift that can be given to her?" "Well," said Toby, "seems to me Mrs. Clare's never quite stopped being a child herself. I dare say that's the reason." She smiled coldly. "Not very fond of children yourself, are you, Mr. Dyke?" "Ruddy little dears," said Toby absently. "Mrs. Fry—" She paused on her way to the door. "Mrs. Fry," said Toby, "you went for a walk this afternoon." "Yeah," she said. "Alone?" "Quite alone." "And your husband spent several hours in a bar?" "That was probably alone too, I hope," said Toby, and his voice on the last two words rose plaintively. "I hope Mrs. Fry will find that someone in this place has what at least looks like a respectable alibi." Mr. Dawson had not yet got home. As Mrs. Fry and Toby came downstairs, they overheard Eve at the telephone asking Mrs. Dawson to ask her husband to ring up Wilmer's End as soon as he got back to the shop. They found Mr. Fry sitting by himself in the dining room. He was sitting with his neck sunk between his shoulders, his chin digging into his orange silk tie, with his eyes fixed vacantly on space, his lips slack, and his hands folded loosely in his lap. His attitude expressed an abject resignation. He did not look round as they came in, but his head moved faintly from side to side. His wife went and stood beside him and put a hand on his shoulder. He started and shrank together. "Dolphy," she said in her soft, strong voice, "you mustn't do this. You must take hold of yourself. Think what it's like for all of us." The slack lips moved. "It's punishment, Nelia, the beginning of punishment." "You'll get biblical presently," Eve whispered to Toby. "He'll think he's one or other of the prophets. Wish we could get them home." Toby was listening to sounds out in the garden. But Vanna just arrived. Eve's sudden movement was rather like her uncle's had been when his wife's hand fell on his shoulder. Toby shook his head at her. "Take it easy," he said. "There's nothing to worry about." "You're worrying," she said. He shook his head. "You are. But I shan't say anything. I shan't answer any questions." The voices outside suddenly sounded louder. Vanna and Gurr came in. On the terrace, George and Max Potter were playing poker dice. George had been winning. To Max Potter's conversation he presented the wooden face of his deafness. Near them were Elizabeth Gask, Druna, Charlie, Colin, and the little man who usually wore shorts, but who now was wearing flannel trousers. Leaving Eve to Vanna, Toby strolled out to join them. A silence fell as he came out. He stood watching the fall of the dice. He looked as if he had nothing to say. Soon, in her abrupt fashion, Elizabeth spoke to him. "Well, why did you tell us what's going to happen?" "I can tell you what I think's going to happen," he answered. "But you won't take it as particularly good news. I think that shortly Mrs. Clare will be arrested." "Eve!" Elizabeth's hands, with their inevitable knitting, dropped like stones into her lap. Max Potter looked up blankly. Charlie Widdowson sat bolt upright. Druna's lounging grace was suddenly stiff and angular. Colin jumped to his feet. Reginald Sand said, "Oh dear," and George threw 4 aces. "It's like this," said Toby. He spoke sourly and reluctantly. "Lou was pregnant. It's pretty certain that the man concerned was Roger Clare. Do you realize what that'd mean to Eve? I'm not talking about jealousy, though jealousy can operate in queer ways, and I don't put it beyond her to have been as jealous as hell, but I'm talking about money. When Clare's will, made some time ago, but not altered in spite of the divorce, Eve got an income of £1,000 a year. The principal went to Vanessa, but there was that 1,000 for Eve. Would it have stayed as it was, do you think, if Clare had married again, and had had another child? Whether it would or not, Eve had reason, don't you agree, to think that it mightn't. George's 4 aces were lying disregarded on the paving. Toby picked them up and started juggling with them in one hand. "She's got no alibi," he said, looking round at the group. "She said she was alone in the wood most of the afternoon. The wood's actually on the way to the cottage. She spoke to Claire on the telephone this morning. There was no one in the room with her when she was speaking, and she could easily have asked him to meet her at the cottage. It was she who asked Colin to take me to the Victor Hildebrand Institute this afternoon. It was she. He tossed the dice up and caught them in the back of his hand. It was she who asked Lou to stay here instead of going straight down to Devon yesterday morning. For a short moment there was silence. Then Max Potter started roaring obscenities. Toby shrugged his shoulders. He let the dice trickle off his hand onto the ground. Nothing to do with me. Those are just the facts that stare one in the face. He dug his hands into his pockets, stepped off the terrace, and strolled away across the lawn. Before he reached the wood, George's voice sounded at his elbow. "Tobe," said George, "you've got a grand passion for drama." Toby's thick eyebrows came together. "That wasn't done without reason, George." I know. Say, isn't this wood pretty? If one didn't know what went on behind the scenes here, one would never dream it was such a nasty neighborhood." Side by side, they sat down on the cushiony moss beneath a beech tree. A warm, resiny smell made the air fragrant. The ground was a tangle of campions. A little way off, where the trees stood further apart, foxgloves grew as high as a man's shoulder. Toby tugged at a piece of grass and started chewing it. George, taking the dice from his pocket, aimlessly tossed them on the vivid green moss. Presently he inquired, "How long are you reckoning on sitting here?" Toby leant back, supporting his head on a knuckle of the great tree's roots. "I slept rottenly last night," he said. "Shouldn't mind staying here a couple of hours. I wish you'd tell me something, though." "Sorry, Tobe," said George. "I can't hear what you're saying." He pointed to the cotton wool in his ears. Toby did not raise his voice. "Just why are you doing this deafness stunt? That's what I was going to ask you." George shook his head. "Sounds just like the bees buzzing." "All right," said Toby with a sigh, and closed his eyes. It was about 10 minutes later that footsteps sounded on the path above them. George jogged Toby with an elbow, and Toby raised his head. "Here it comes," he muttered. But he let his head sink back against the root, and again closed his eyes. Somebody came down the path. Somebody hesitated, and then sat down near them. Somebody started breaking twigs with sharp, nervous movements. Toby spoke suddenly. "Go ahead, Gillet. We were expecting you." "Vanessa's been seen," said Colin. Toby's head came up sharply. "Vanessa? Where?" "That greengrocer chap rang up. He says he saw Vanessa getting into a train at the station. He swears she was by herself." "Where was the train going to? Waterloo? Does she do that sort of thing often?" "Never done it before." "Police doing anything about it?" "They're looking for her." Colin's voice was dry and uneven. "Dyke, all that stuff you said about Eve, you know it isn't true, don't you?" "Why shouldn't it be true?" "It all hangs on the idea that Roger was Lou's lover." "Well," Colin snapped a twig with extra viciousness. He mumbled words down at the mossy earth. "Dyke, this afternoon you said something about a discrepancy. I mean, you were talking about why the father of Lou's child wasn't... That's to say, you seem to think that he very likely wasn't the murderer. You said there was a discrepancy." "Yes." "Well, that child was mine." "Yes," said Toby. "You see, that was the discrepancy." Unsnapped, a twig fell out of the wrestling fingers. Colin gave Toby a long, bewildered stare. His hands started shaking. There was a look of sudden disintegration about him. In a hoarse voice he struggled with words. "I don't understand." "I'd guessed you were Lou's lover. You made it obvious enough, you know. You were terrified, and there wasn't any other reason why you should be terrified. Besides that, you acted as if you were really suffering. You were the only one who did. And then I thought you were much the most probable person for Lou to have taken a liking to. She didn't much. It was a rotten mistake. You knew about the child?" Again the bewildered gaze plunged into Toby's. "We were married, you know." Toby sat up. He looked acutely confused. Colin gave a twitching smile. "Oh, it's all right," he said. "And what the hell—" Then Toby stopped himself and sat waiting. About the discrepancy, said Colin. Oh, yes. Well, you see, Lou's murder was a pretty deliberate affair. It wasn't an unthinking, muddled business. It wasn't a case of snatching up the first poison that came to hand and bunging it into her teacup. Now, if you wanted to poison a person, and you'd time to give the matter some thought, what poison would you use? You've got easy access to all kinds of poisons. Surely you'd use the very commonest you could lay your hands on. You wouldn't pick on one that'd point straight to your laboratory. Colin picked up another twig. It was a green one this time, and it bent and fought with his wrestling fingers. Still, that's only a supposition. True, Colin said dully. I may as well tell you the rest of it, though. Toby nodded. There was a pause. Colin abandoned the breaking of the twig and instead started peeling the bark off it. I don't know where to begin, he said. I don't want to launch into an autobiography, but if you're to understand why the thing and how... I mean, I've got to go some way back to make it intelligible. He cleared his throat and tried to speak more naturally. I came here about 3 months ago. I got to know this crowd almost at once. I'd never run into anyone of the kind before. You might say, I suppose, I'd never run into anyone much. At the RCS, I did nothing but work. I never got round much anywhere. At the beginning, these people here, they sort of dazzled me. I sort of fell in love with Eve straight away. As a matter of fact, I completely lost my head about her. I couldn't get her out of my mind for a moment. I don't know if you can guess what she's like when things are normal. I mean, when she isn't all to pieces like she is now. There's a life in her, something so vivid that, well, even now it gets me like that. He cleared his throat again. What I'm trying to get round to is that this crowd here really took me in pretty well. I thought them bright as hell, and one trouble was I didn't really distinguish between them. I thought they were all more or less the same. Eve was the only one I really thought about, and I took for granted somehow that the rest were like her, only a bit dimmer. Then there was one day... "Do you want all this, Dyke?" He looked up. Toby replied, "Tell me as much as seems to you to hang together." There was a day, said Colin, when everything suddenly looked completely black. Partly it was because of Eve, and partly, I suppose, because there just are days like that, anyway with me. And Lou was there. Things were black with her, too. I didn't know why and didn't trouble to find out, but I think the reason was Roger. Generally, she was ready to be the loyal and humble adjunct to his vanity and to Eve's, but now and then it must have got into her how hopeless and meaningless the whole thing was. Things were black for both of us, but as I said, I didn't bother to find out what Lou's trouble was, and I'd got this damn fool idea in my head that she was just the same as all the rest of them. We went out for the evening to try and cheer each other up. He gazed away at a patch of sky that showed through the interlacing green. God, it was frightful. After another moment, he went on. I didn't see her again for some weeks. Then she turned up and told me she was going to have a baby. She didn't seem to expect me to do anything special about it. She just seemed dazed. She hadn't any ideas about anything. I thought we'd best get married, and I arranged that she should go and live with my married sister in Norfolk until the baby came. You see, we had to keep it a secret. This research grant I've got, it'd stop if it came out that I was married. Of course, I could have looked for a job, could have got more money that way, I dare say, but that would have meant giving up the only kind of work I've ever cared about. Lou agreed all right. She wasn't in love with me, and she seemed to feel sort of guilty about having let me fix the thing the way I had. Well, he drew in his breath and stuck the mangled twig between his teeth. I think that's all. Are you going to tell me, said Toby, what happened yesterday afternoon? Colin gave a kind of laugh. Don't see why I shouldn't, now that I've told you the rest. What happened was simply that Roger turned up about 2:30. He said he wanted to talk to Lou, but didn't want to go up to the house in case he ran into Eve. He asked me if I minded going up and asking Lou to come down. I tried to get out of it. I wanted to work and didn't want to run into Lou. I didn't mean I was avoiding her, but she didn't seem keen about seeing me. However, I went. Roger asked me to be careful not to let anyone else know he was there, but when I got up there, they were all in the garden together, and I couldn't get hold of Lou by herself. And then Eve pushed me into a game of tennis. It must have been pretty well 4 o'clock by the time I managed to give Lou the message. And the moment she heard that Claire wanted to see her, said Toby, she turned all radiant. Yeah. And then Eve said something about wanting drinks, and she sent Lou in to get them. Lou dashed into the house for them, and as soon as she'd brought them out and handed them round, she went off to the cottage. He looked down. I didn't see her again. But why, said Toby, didn't you simply tell us this morning? You could have told it without giving away any of the rest of it. Colin was silent, and he repeated the sound that vaguely resembled a laugh. I thought it was Claire who'd killed her. And you wanted to shield him? Toby sounded puzzled. By God, now, I didn't want to shield him, but don't you see, suppose it had been Claire who'd done it. It was so blatant. I mean, the way he'd used me. He'd come to my cottage, made me arrange for Lou to go down there, been so insistent that no one else must know he was there without apparently caring how much I knew. I thought that could only mean he knew about Lou and me and was ready to use that against me if ever I gave him away. So I made up my mind that until I'd found out from him what he'd told the police himself, I wasn't going to say anything. His voice took on a note of exaggerated self-mockery. Justice, revenge, they meant nothing to me compared with the claims of pure science. And that, said Toby gravely, is probably just about the truth of it. Oh, said Colin, I can guess how it looks to you. The fact that I was all wrong about Roger doesn't alter the reasons for my own actions, but if you knew what it would have meant, losing this chance I've got. He made a tired gesture. Well, is there anything else you want to know? Yes. How much of all this does Widdowson know? Charlie? Well, at lunchtime, the way he looked at me, I thought he must know something, but I don't know. Well, Gillett, said Toby, I shouldn't say any of this to old man Vanner. I don't know if you happen to have noticed it, but you fit rather nicely yourself as a suspect. Who, me? You've been so busy thinking of protecting your grant, said Toby, that you don't seem to have noticed a noose dangling nicely within reach. You see, you'd an obvious motive for murdering Lou, and if Claire had had the knowledge you thought he had, you'd have had a pretty good motive for murdering him. Time, means, and opportunity all conspire. You could have rigged up that trap for Roger before lunch, and if Eve hadn't asked you to take me to the VH after lunch, you could have found some other reason for not going back to your cottage. So I'd be pretty careful, Gillett. I'd say very little indeed to Vanner. But what about Eve? Are you going to let him go on thinking that Roger was the father of the child? This whole case rests on that. Oh, God. And she did, you know, Gillett. Colin's lips moved. He said nothing. He stood there slouched, when from the direction of the house came the sound of shouting, and Toby and George saw Colin's slack body jerk into tautness as he started to run. Scrambling to their feet, they ran after him. The shouting took on the definition of words. Woe is me, for my hurt, my wound is grievous. But I said truly, this is a grief, and I must bear it. My tabernacle is spoiled, and all my cords are broken. My children are gone forth of me, and they are not. On the terrace stood Mr. Fry. He stood in the centre of an excited group of people, his hands raised to heaven. There was blood on his hands. First Colin, then Toby and George came running up. For, cried Mr. Fry, the land is full of adulterers, for because of swearing the land mourneth, the pleasant places of the wilderness are dried up, and their course is evil, and their force is not right. Charlie, Max, Aunt Nelia, cried Eve distractedly. Blood splashed from one of the old man's hands onto the ground. Somebody make him stop it, cried Eve. I can't stand any more. The ground round Mr. Fry was strewn with broken glass. There was an overturned tray near him. Bottles and decanters were in smithereens round him. Elizabeth Gosk explained hurriedly to Toby. He dashed out suddenly and smashed all the glasses and things on the ground and cut his hand on one and then started declaiming Jeremiah. Reginald Sand whispered, The poor old boy is quite off his top. More Jeremiah poured forth into the summer evening. More drops of blood fell from the deep cut on Mr. Fry's hand. His declamation was met by exclamations, persuasions, and protests. Finally, it was Charlie Widdowson, assisted by Toby, who got the old man indoors and upstairs to one of the bedrooms. Charlie attended to the bleeding. Toby to the prophecies. Gradually, both left off. Utter dejection took the place of exultation. Adolphus Fry sat on the edge of the bed, his shoulders bowed, his head drooped, complying in complete listlessness with everything he was asked to do. Tears swam in his eyes, and now and then, while Charlie was busy with the bandage, he muttered incoherently. George had come into the room, and so had Eve, but Mrs. Fry had not followed them. She had sat down in the sitting-room, holding her head in her hands. "Blood on my hands," muttered Mr. Fry. "Blood. I've always hated the sight of blood. It's my own blood, isn't it, Dr. Widdowson?" "Of course it's your own blood, Mr. Fry," said Charlie cheerily. "It's a nasty cut, too, but nothing to worry about." "How do you know?" "Well, I can assure you it's nothing to worry about. What you want to do now is lie down and no, how do you know it's my own blood? All blood looks alike." Uncle Dolphy, said Eve, "you don't want to worry so. Everything's all right. Vanessa'll come back." There was an unusual tenderness in her voice. She whispered to Charlie, "Can't we give him something to make him sleep?" Mr. Fry said hopelessly, "My children are gone forth of me." In the end, they doped him with some sleeping tablets of Eve's and induced him to lie down. Still talking cloudedly of blood, of sin, of punishment, he drifted into sleep. Eve sat beside him, holding his uninjured hand in hers. He had shown no recognition of her concern, had been uninterested in her presence. Looking up, Eve saw Toby's gaze upon her. She seemed to feel she must explain herself. "I'm really very fond of Uncle Dolphy," she said. "Why not?" said Toby. "I am," she said, as if he had contradicted her. "He's kind, extraordinarily kind. Very, very stupid, poor old man, but then he's never had a chance. Like me. He's never had a chance, and this is just his nerves, you know. He isn't really insane. He isn't. He isn't." They left her there, sitting beside him. Outside the door, Toby said to Charlie, "Ever had any experience of this sort of thing, Widdowson?" "A bit, not much." "Can you tell if it's genuine or not?" Charlie stood still. "It hadn't occurred to me," he said soberly, "that it might not be." "Well, it might be a convenient state of mind to get into." "Of course, he's had these attacks before," said Charlie. "So he's got what you might call inside information on what they're like. He could probably ape his own characteristic symptoms accurately, and unless one could keep him under observation for some time, one wouldn't have much chance of catching him out." "I see," said Toby. "I just wanted to know if you'd got any doubts about the thing. By the way," he started feeling in his pockets, "you wrote this prescription for Mrs. Clare, didn't you?" Charlie took the piece of paper Toby held out to him. "What the hell's this?" Suddenly his pleasing, rather egotistically good-natured face was hard and sharp with suspicion. "Sorry," said Toby, "I've given you the wrong thing. Here's the prescription." He held another piece of paper alongside the paper in Charlie's hand. "But they're both in your handwriting, aren't they, Widdowson?" Charlie, standing close to him, stared into his face. "Where did this come from? I think you've some explaining to do." "I think you have too, Widdowson. Suppose you tell me why you removed my check from Lou's bag and," said Toby, "why did you telephone, asking me to come down?" Chapter 11. "Let's go to my room," said Charlie. The three of them went there. They seated themselves. But as soon as he had sat down, Toby stood up again and started walking about. "Well," he said impatiently, "why did you take that check?" Charlie's eyes were following him. "How did you know it was me?" "Had to be you or the murderer," said Toby. "Even if it turns out you're both the same person, still has to be one or the other of you." "Why?" Toby swung round at him. "The check was in Lou's bag, and Lou all day was holding on to that bag like grim death. We know the murderer got at it some time or other, and could have taken out the check at the same time as putting in the poison. But you could have got at it too when you climbed in by the window and had some minutes alone in Lou's room. Lou wasn't clutching her bag then, unless we've been told all wrong, though, and Lou was really leaving her bag round all over the place. I don't see who else could have got at it." Charlie nodded. "Yeah, That was when I took it. Why did you take it? Charlie was silent. Then he said, After all, I don't think I'll tell you. Sorry. He gave a charming smile and added in his most fluting, most apologetically hesitant tone, You see, it'd be, well, impossible to explain without going into all sorts of things that aren't my business at all. Are they Gillett's business? A flutter of the eyelids counteracted the effect of the firmness on Charlie's face. Toby said, I've just been having a talk with Gillett. Charlie raised his slim shoulders and let them fall again. All right, he said. I'll assume you know so much that I can't give anyone away. That's fine, said Toby. He sat down again. You see, said Charlie, I knew some weeks ago that Lou was pregnant. As a matter of fact, she came to me to make sure about it. I had a sort of idea it was Colin who was mixed up in it. She didn't tell me, but she asked me whether I didn't think that increased knowledge of life might improve the work of a scientist as much as it should an artist's. I think the point of that, you see, was that she felt it was wrong of her to have had anything to do with him when she wasn't really in love with him, and she wanted to convince herself that she'd done something for his good, or for the good of science, or something. Anyway, I thought it pointed pretty straight at Colin. Toby nodded. George was rattling his dice again in his pocket and looked somewhat too attentive for a man who had lost his hearing. Well then, said Charlie, when I was up there in her room, with her lying dead, and I knew it was going to turn out to be murder, I thought, this means trouble for Colin. It never occurred to me, you know, that Colin himself might have done it. It isn't that I know him awfully well, or that we're particularly friends. It was just that it never occurred to me that it might have been him. I think, you know, if Colin committed a murder, he'd pick up the nearest heavy thing and hit with it. Yes, said Toby, and hit a good many more times than was necessary to get over his own horror at it. Yeah, just like that. Well then, I was taking a quick look round to see if there was anything interesting lying about, and I came on your cheque. I knew the name, I read articles of yours, I knew you'd been mixed up in murder inquiries, and I got an idea. Toby grunted comprehendingly. All the same, why remove the cheque? Charlie grinned. Just wanted to make sure you'd come. He took a monogrammed leather case out of his pocket, extracted from it Toby's cheque, and handed it to him. I didn't really know anything about you, you see. I didn't know what connection you had with Lou, and it struck me it might be a good thing having you small pieces. I've wasted a lot of curiosity about this cheque, he said. He let the fragments flutter onto the carpet. Still don't know why Lou wanted it. Or do I know? Charlie said nothing. Widdowson, said Toby, you said nothing yet about that other piece of paper with your writing on it. I see no reason why I should. Just that I want to know, said Toby. But you see, came the sweet, reasonable, fluting tones, it has nothing to do with you, with Lou, with murder. But with Drew now, said Toby. It came from her flap. For a moment Charlie experimented with the effect of a complete blankness of countenance, but the blankness cracked across with his usual smile. Well, what about it? The idea was a holiday in France, wasn't it? Fare £5, pension 50 francs. You were working out the cost. Charlie nodded. When was this to be? Asked Toby. I shouldn't worry about discretion. She's not got much herself. It was to have been in July or August, said Charlie. What an idea, looking so far ahead. I'm rather hoping she's forgotten I ever suggested it. I don't think she has, said Toby. No, I don't think she has, said Charlie. Toby bent. One by one he picked up the fragments of the cheque from the carpet and stowed them away in his pocket. This looks like a merely impertinent question, he said, but it isn't. It's rather important. It was you who suggested that holiday to Druna. Unfortunately, yeah. Were you going to pay her share of it? Good heavens, no. Why should I? Toby drew a deep breath. At any rate, that's one part of the chaos sorted out. Come on, George, let's go and see how Vanna's getting along. Vanna's temper had not improved during the course of the day. "Would you believe it," he said, as Toby and George joined him in the dining room where he had again established himself. "There's not one of this crowd except Miss Gask who's anything like an alibi for this afternoon. Widdowson and Merton alibi each other, but I reckon they might do that anyhow. Miss Gask was sitting on the lawn all the afternoon knitting. The servants say they saw her there, but Mrs. Clare was in the wood alone, so she was just sitting there thinking. Gid had time alone in the cottage before lunch when he could have rigged up the apparatus. Professor Potter dropped the child at the Dolphin, and from then on until you went out to see him at the Victor Hildebrand Institute was alone. Mr. Sands says he went into his bedroom after lunch and spent the next couple of hours washing his shorts in hot water to see if he could bleach them." "And did he bleach them?" said Toby. When Vanna swore, sounding very tired, Toby added, "Only if he did bleach them, you might almost believe his story. Have you decided how Claire was induced to go to the cottage? Did someone telephone?" "No," said Vanna. "We knew how he was got down there. It's nasty, Dyke. I'm more worried than I can say. This complication of the child. Look." He had a sheet of paper on the table before him, and he handed it to Toby. "This was found in Claire's room at the Dolphin." Toby took the paper and read what was written on it. The words were typed. "I must speak to you. Meet me in Collins Cottage this afternoon about 2:30. It is too dreadful. Please don't fail me." "Look at the back," said Vanna. Toby turned the sheet over. On its back, also typed, were the words, "For Daddy." Toby returned the note to Vanna. "That's the typewriter there," said Vanna, and he nodded his head at a portable typewriter in its case which stood on the floor beside a small writing table. "It's Mrs. Clare's." "Then," said Toby, "somebody typed that note, gave it to Vanessa, and told her to give it to her father." Vanna nodded heavily, and then removed her so that she couldn't say who had given her the note. "That's what it looks like," said Toby. "I know what you're going to say," said Vanna. "How did they know she wouldn't blurt out something about it before she went off to have lunch with her father?" "That isn't what I was going to say," said Toby, "but it's a point, certainly. Of course there are some kids you can trust to keep their mouths shut if you ask them to. I rather think she was one of that kind, fond of secrets and mystifications and all that. And then again, perhaps she didn't get the note before she started out. She'd company as far as the Dolphin." "I'd thought of that," said Vanna. "What I was going to say was this," said Toby. "She was seen getting into that train by herself. Is it the sort of thing she'd ever been known to do before? Everyone acts as if they're completely astonished at it, and they say they hadn't any money to buy herself a ticket. Though that's easy enough to explain. Her father might have given her some pocket money. Kids do take queer notions into their heads sometimes and do things that make everyone gape. I remember when I was about 6 years old, I started off eastwards to try and catch the next month, walked 7 or 8 miles and got lost and had to be brought home again by the police. Oh, if it was just her going off by train like that, I might not be so worried about it, but it's the note, Dyke. She knew who gave her that note. That's what makes it so ugly." "That's right." Toby gave his knuckles a vicious crack. "Somebody she knew, somebody she trusted, gave her some money, gave her some instructions, and packed her off. Where? But there's something phony about it, Vanna." I know," said Vanna. "It doesn't really make sense, because either they've got to produce her sometime or not produce her. If they produce her, she'll still be able to remember who gave her the note. If they don't produce her, well, it means either that someone's got to follow her up to town, pick her up from wherever she was sent to, and then finish the job of getting rid of her, in which case they're running a great risk because we're not letting any of this go very far without someone having an eye on them, or else it means there's someone in London already there to do that part of the job. And that's what I'm afraid of. I suppose you've considered the possibility that it was Claire himself who sent her off to London." "First thing I thought of," said Vanna. "Seemed to me he wasn't too keen on the child having much more of Mrs. Clare's corrupting influence. But she hasn't turned up, anyway not yet, at his London flat, and we don't know much at present about where else he might have sent her. But as a matter of fact, I don't care for the idea. It's a bit of an irresponsible thing to do, sending a child like that off to London by herself. And Claire didn't strike me as an irresponsible kind of man." "I'm afraid you're right. Still, doesn't make sense." Tobe! It was George, standing at Toby's elbow, and speaking suddenly so loudly that both Toby and Vanna started. Tobe, I reckon it was the little girl took this note along to her father. See what it says on the back? For Daddy. Toby sighed. Vanna muttered a sarcastic, "You don't say." "Oh," said George, looking from one face to the other, "you thought of that, had you? See, I couldn't hear properly what you was talking about. It's just that I reckon I knew how she got hold of the note, but maybe you settled that too." "Go ahead," said Toby, and then, as George's countenance remained wooden, bellowed, "Go ahead." "Well," said George, but at that moment the telephone rang. Vanna picked it up. He spoke into it, listened, spoke, put it down, looked at Toby. "She's been seen," he said. "In London? At Waterloo. The ticket collector noticed her. He saw a little girl in a blue silk dress and a white straw hat standing waiting near the barrier, looking up at everyone who passed as if she was expecting someone to meet her. And then a man came up and spoke to her, and after a minute the two went through the barrier together and went away. He says he noticed it specially because they made such a rum-looking pair. He was a tall, sick-looking bloke, the man says, about 40 or so, in a flash new suit with bits of jewellery, but his shirt was dirty and his shoes were all cracked across." "Tobe," said George, "shall I go on with what I was saying?" But Vanna continued. "He says they acted as if they'd never seen each other before, and both wanted to make sure they'd got hold of the right person, and he says he thought he'd looked so queer he nearly pointed him out to someone to keep an eye on him." "Why the hell didn't he?" said Toby. "This helps like the devil, it does." "Tobe," said George, "this note here, I reckon the little girl had it in that cute little bag she carried." Though Toby's glance in his direction was not encouraging, George went on, "Remember it? She got a little patent leather bag, just like a grown-up lady's, and she was swinging it round, showing it off. Well, I reckon that when she wasn't looking, someone slipped this note inside, the same as they slipped something into Lou's bag. Then the kid went off to meet her father, and you bet she opened her bag sometime to take out her hanky or something, and there was the note for Daddy. So she hands it over, and he thinks, of course, it's a note from Mrs. Clare, and there you are." Toby shook his head. "She knew who gave her that note, otherwise she wouldn't be missing now." He stood up. "Well, good luck with it," he said to Vanna. In the hall, with the door closed behind him, Toby turned on George and looked him up and down with malevolence. "You're being a lot less help than you usually are," he said. Faintly, George grinned. "Listen," said Toby, "you're grand at seeing things and at smelling things and at hearing things when you feel like it and at pinching things. Just leave it at that." The grin still kept the dimples twitching in George's plump pink cheeks. A look of uneasiness came to Toby's eyes. "George," he said, "you've got something up your sleeve." "I've got an idea," said George. "And why?" said Toby furiously. "Why this crazy masquerade of deafness? If you aren't hoping to overhear something that way, what is it you're taking so much trouble not to hear?" "I got an idea," George repeated. "Well, get on with it." "Tobe, has it struck you that if we'd been a bit sprier, we might have saved that bloke Clare?" "And if," said Toby bitterly, "we'd been sprier still, we might have saved Lou Capell. And if we'd been sprier still, we might have saved Queen Anne. What's the good of saying a thing like that when we've scarcely begun to sort out the bloody tangle?" George met Toby's angry glance speculatively. "Well," he said, "this is my idea. It's about the switching of that bottle of breath-in. These folks here have all been telling us how Lou was holding on to that bag of hers. Well, that may be quite true. Fact remains, though, that she must have put it down sometime, stands to reason. Someone had that bottle of brucine, and then the bottle of brucine turns up in her bag. But a thing can't be in one place and then in another place without being anywhere in between." Toby replied sneeringly, "I'm hazy about it, but I believe electrons do something awfully like that, and so do angels, according to St. Thomas Aquinas." "But bottles of breath-in don't," said George stubbornly, "not according to anyone." "That's probably correct." In a dogmatic tone, George reasserted, "She put her bag down sometime." "All right," said Toby, "she did." "Well," said George, "suppose you was to get hold of young Gillett again. You say to him, Gillett, you say, you came up here yesterday afternoon to try and have a private talk with Miss Capell. And he says, yes. Well, then, you say, she was avoiding you, wasn't she? And he says, yes. Well, then, you say, you got your eye on her pretty carefully, I expect, watching for your opportunity. And he says, George, said Toby, and his hand came out and clapped George on the shoulder. It is an idea. If anyone was observing Lou carefully yesterday afternoon, it must have been Gillett. Not that we can count on its getting us anywhere, because nothing short of his having seen someone popping the bottle into her bag would actually count as evidence. Still, he may have seen something we can make use of, something that would give us the beginning of a hypothesis. Or, said George, back up one we've got already. If, said Toby dourly, we had one. He stood up. I know a lot about this case, George. I know all kinds of things, but I don't know the main thing I need to know. Who murdered Lou and why? Come on, let's go and pick up Gillett. George, however, lingered. You see, Tobe, he said, if you think it out, you'll see she must have put her bag down when— But Toby had already started toward the sitting room. George shrugged his shoulders. Catching sight of his face in a mirror that hung on the wall, he shook his head at it, and then he followed Toby. Chapter 12. Yes, said Colin Gillett, I see what you mean. They were in Toby's bedroom. Yes, said Colin, I was watching her pretty carefully, though not exactly in that way. I mean, I was concentrating simply on when I could snatch a moment to tell her about Claire. I wasn't thinking about the details of what she was doing. Suppose, said Toby, you begin at the beginning and just describe everything you can think of about that afternoon up to the time when Lou disappeared. With a writhe of his limbs, Colin sprawled into a comfortable position in the easy chair and sought guidance from the ceiling. It looked as if he was trying to see on the white plaster over his head the picture of all that had happened on that Saturday afternoon. Yes, he said, that was it. I got here. They were all in the garden, the whole lot of them. Toby enumerated them. Mrs. Clare, Miss Gosk, Runa Merton, Widdowson, Sand, Mr. and Mrs. Fry, and Lou. Yeah, and old man Potter, said Colin. Well, he was in London lecturing, said Toby. That was in the evening. He left some time before Lou did, but he was there when I arrived. What were they all doing? Colin returned to his picture on the ceiling. Even Mr. Fry and Charlie and Druna were playing tennis. Mr. Fry, said Toby in surprise. Yeah, he's an energetic old boy. Lou was sitting on the bench on the terrace between Potter and Mrs. Fry. Lisbeth was in a deck chair, winding some wool, and Sand was squatting on the grass in front of her, holding the wool. I squatted on the grass near Lou. She didn't take any notice of me. She was sitting there quite quiet while the other two talked across her. I remember they were talking about sweet peas. Mrs. Fry's got some idea that because Potter's a plant physiologist, he ought to be able to tell her things about growing flowers, and Potter was leading her on, giving her all sorts of advice. Bloody rotten advice, I expect it was. He couldn't tell a buttercup from a dandelion. Toby asked, "You remember anything about Lou's bag at that stage?" "Yeah," said Colin, "I do. She was sitting sort of crouched on the bench with her arms folded, pressing the bag to her tummy." George put in, "Don't matter where her bag was before she gave herself that squirt of breath in round about 4 o'clock. Bottles weren't switched till after that." "Hello," said Toby with a grin. "Hearing come back? Congratulations." With a scowl, George flung himself back on the bed and shut eyes, mouth, and presumably ears. Toby said, "Well, what happened next?" Thought ruled deep lines across Colin's forehead. "They stopped playing tennis. Mr. Fry said he was tired. He went indoors. Eve made me play instead of him." "Oh, so you couldn't keep an eye on Lou all that time?" "No, but she stayed where she was. I remember they were still sitting just like that when we finished the set, only as we were walking towards them, Potter stood up and said he'd better be going. He and Eve strolled off to the gate. I thought I might be able to whisper a word to Lou without Mrs. Fry hearing, but as soon as I sat down there, Lou got up and went and sat on the grass near Elizabeth and started winding some wool for her." "Wait a minute," said Toby. "How did she wind wool and go on clutching her bag?" "I think she had it on her knee," said Colin. "She was sitting cross-legged on the grass and had the wool round her wrists, doing the winding round her hands. Yeah, the Bible on her lap, but he took hold of a tuft of hair and pulled it straight up above his head as if he might lift himself up by it. As your friend said, it doesn't really matter, does it, where the bag was then? Toby explained. I'm trying to keep a check on whether she really had a tight hold of her bag all the time, or whether, in fact, it was lying around half the time. So far, it seems she was really hanging on to it. Oh, she was, said Colin definitely. Well, I got up, and then I went over and suggested I should hold the wool for her, but she said she preferred doing it all on her own, and she started talking hard to Elizabeth about the price of wool, I think it was. Eve came back from seeing Potter off. How'd you know? Colin looked puzzled. Why, I saw her come back. Yes, but how'd you know it was from seeing Potter off? You can't see the gate from the lawn. No, said Colin. No, that's quite true. If you put it like that, I suppose I don't know at all what time Potter left. Did you hear his car starting up? I don't remember it. And there's one person you've left out of all this. Where was Vanessa? Oh, she was all over the place. She got a ball and a stick and was hitting it round, getting in everyone's way. I played French cricket with her for a bit when I saw I couldn't get Lou to talk to me. Well, what next? Colin stirred restlessly. This is an awful job. Lou went on winding wool, and I know. Mr. Fry said, couldn't we play some nice pencil and paper game? Eve looked disgusted, and here, wait, said Toby. Mr. Fry was indoors. He'd come out again. Eve looked disgusted and said she was sure there weren't enough pencils to go round, but Mrs. Fry said she got several in her room and went to get them. And that was when... Yes, it happened quite suddenly. I think while I was playing with Vanessa, Lou'd forgotten about me, because suddenly I realized she was sitting by herself. She was still on the grass where she'd been before, but Elizabeth had got up and was measuring the jumper or whatever it was she was knitting against Eve. I made a dash and plumped down beside Lou and told her about Roger being in the cottage and wanting to see her. Colin stopped. His mouth twisted curiously. She cheered up. And that was the point, said Toby, when she gave herself the last dose of breath-in? Colin nodded. She started blushing and looking excited and chattering about some damn thing or other that had nothing to do with anything anybody'd been saying, and then she opened her bag and doped her nose with breath-in and powdered it a bit and put on some lipstick, and I suppose she was going to dash off to the cottage when Eve said, for God's sake, let's have some drinks if we've got to play this sort of game, and then she told Lou to go and get them. I take it, said Toby, that telling people to do things is quite a normal thing for Eve to do. Colin nodded sardonically. Besides, he said, everyone told Lou to do things. True, said Toby. Well then, said Colin. Lou skipped up and down and burbled and went off to get the drinks, and Mrs. Fry came out with a fistful of pencils, and Mr. Fry dealt them out to us and made us all sit round in a circle on the grass. Lou came out with the glasses on a tray. Toby interrupted. What order were you sitting in? Exasperation began to take the place of the painstaking thoughtfulness on Colin's face. Oh, I can't remember everything. Oh, let me think. I'd got Vanessa on one side and Elizabeth on the other, and Charlie was next to Elizabeth, and then Mrs. Fry. She wasn't on the ground, she was in a deck chair, and then Sand, and then Eve, and then Mr. Fry, and then Druna, and then Vanessa. And where was Lou supposed to be sitting? I think between Eve and Mr. Fry, but she didn't sit down. She came out with the drinks and went round outside the circle, giving them to people. And, said Toby, although she was carrying a tray with a number of full glasses on it, she was still clutching her bag. Colin nodded without hesitation. She'd got the tray in two hands, and the bag was hanging from her wrist. She went the round of the people there, and then Eve told her to come and sit down, but Lou said something about keeping us a moment and went indoors, and Eve said we'd begin without her and she could join in next round, but actually she never came out again. She didn't go down to your cottage through the wood. No, she wouldn't have wanted to be seen crossing the lawn, would she? But if she went out through the gate and along the lane, we couldn't see her, and it would have taken her only 5 minutes longer. I see. Is that all you want? No, said Toby. It was a moment, however, before he told Colin what else he wanted. Colin, watching him with eyes that in the last minute or so had grown anxious, twisted restlessly in his chair, chewed at his lips, and at last, in a burst of querulousness, demanded, "Well?" Toby met the querulous, anxious gaze with one that was oddly absent-minded. "Gillet," he said, "when did Max Potter visit you last?" Colin looked at him for a moment as if he did not believe that the question had been put seriously. Toby repeated it. Colin laughed. "About 6 weeks ago, I should think. He doesn't visit me in the normal course of events, but he turned up tight one evening about 11 o'clock and started playing Schumann. I think that's the only time it's ever happened." Toby hitched himself off the window-sill. "Then that's all," he said. But when Colin was at the door, Toby spoke again. "You're sure he didn't visit you sometime since 2 o'clock yesterday?" "Not while I was there, anyway, but come to think of it," Colin shook his head, "I don't know. He's been talking of wanting to borrow some music I've got, the dances of Granados, and he may have gone in some time and taken them, but I don't know." "Thanks," said Toby in the same absent tone. "Thanks very much." Colin went out, and Toby flung himself down into the easy chair. George sat up on the bed. "He told you one lie, anyway," he said. "Eh?" said Toby. "He told you she went round carrying the tray with the bag hanging from her wrist. Yes, that's what he said. She couldn't have. The strap of the bag was broken." Slowly, sullenly, Toby said, "Yes, the strap of the bag was broken, I remember." He swore. He swore almost as wearily, almost as confusedly as Werner. He did not look at all pleased. Reginald Sands, just before dinner, edited Colin's story for Toby. "Yes," he said, "that was it. We were all sitting in a ring, and Lou came round with the tray. She got her bag tucked under her arm. I can see it quite clearly. It made her look very awkward, holding the tray while she's got one elbow dug into her side like that, and then—" He bit the sentence off. His mild face took on a look of great perturbation. He went on in a low voice, "That's strange. I'd forgotten it, but thinking about it, picturing it, it comes back quite clearly. I dare say if you ask someone else, they'll corroborate it. She dropped her bag, you know. It slipped down from under her arm." Toby sighed. "And someone picked it up for her and handed it back to her. And that person was—" The little man did not sound enthusiastic either. "It's in broad daylight, Dyke, right in front of us all," he said. "I'm sure no one could have played any monkey tricks with it." "All the same, that person was—" Yes, it was. "It was Eve," said Reginald Sands in a hurried, regretful mumble. Toby took his arm. "Dinner," he said, "and let's forget about it all for the next half hour." Dinner, however, must have been the dreariest meal that anyone there had ever experienced. It was no aid to forgetfulness. But for the sober presence of Mrs. Fry, few of them would have sat it out to the end. Her manner asserted the necessity of self-control, of dignity, of certain conventions. She even manufactured a little conversation and creaked woodenly along over the stony road of depression. As soon as the meal was ended, Toby seized George by the elbow and pushed him out into the hall. "I've had enough of this for the time being," he said. "Let's go upstairs." In Toby's bedroom there was a bookshelf filled with a very mixed assortment of books. Toby helped himself to one published by the firm of Clare and Thurston. It was about conditions in Soviet Russia. He opened it about 2/3 of the way through it and began to read. George settled himself again on the bed and seemed soon to fall asleep. Toby read for a while, but presently the book sank onto his knee, his gaze rose to the window, and he sat with his brooding thoughts weaving their patterns onto the screen of the dusk. The house was unusually quiet. He heard a car start and drive away. That was Max Potter going home. He heard a few bars of music, not surprisingly from the wireless or gramophone, but from the piano itself, vigorously and beautifully played. That, presumably, was Colin Gillet. But most of the time there was silence, and then there were steps in the corridor and doors opening and shutting. Others besides himself and George were escaping from the burden of communal gloom. George's breath came with a soft hissing sound. He really was asleep. Toby read a little more, then put the book down and said sharply, "George." Reluctantly, George awoke. "George," said Toby, "I know why Lou needed money. I know the meaning of her letter to Eve. I know why Eve's been in such a bad temper. I know who Eve was going away with. In fact, I know a great many things. But I don't know who murdered Lou or why." George had pushed himself up onto one elbow and was rubbing his eyes. "Sorry," he said, "been sound asleep. Got no sleep last night. Been sound asleep, dreaming of swimming in the Red Sea. The sharks in the Red Sea. Didn't remember about them in my dream." "George," said Toby, "did you hear what I said?" "Something about not knowing something. What don't you know, Tobe?" "I don't know who murdered Lou or why." George sat up. "But," he said protestingly, "but then, I know all kinds of things, but I don't know that." "But then," said George, staring at Toby in dismay, "but then I reckon you're real worried about that little girl Vanessa." "I am," said Toby. "After all, the other things are over. They're done with. They can't be put right but that." George whistled. Toby looked at him in surprise. George said, "Why, I thought you was just acting worried. I thought you knew." "Knew what?" said Toby harshly. "Why, that it was—" It was just then that a knock sounded on the door. Eve, dressed in a vividly striped wrapper of heavy silk, stood in the passage. Though she was an arresting and, but for the strain on her face, a delightful object to look at, Toby, after the curtest of greetings, looked only at George. He looked at him in angry, puzzled concentration. Eve glanced from one to the other and seemed puzzled herself. I wanted to talk to you," she said hesitantly. "Do you mind if I come in?" Toby pulled himself together. Come in," he said. "Come in and share the knowledge and understanding that are so abundant in this room. Come in and make yourself completely comfortable. Come in and ask us anything you like about anything. No doubt if one of us can't answer, the other can." She looked at him strangely, and Toby made an effort to shed his excitability. He turned his back on George. He said more soberly, "I'm glad you came. You can tell me some of the things you might have told me this afternoon, but didn't." She said vaguely, "I was in such a muddle." She sat down. "I hadn't had time to think," she said. "Let's hope, at any rate," he said, "now that you've had the time, that you've been thinking straight." She nodded. She clasped her hands together, looked down at them, working them nervously against one another. But she said nothing. Suddenly a tear splashed onto her clasped hands. Toby said, "Well then, suppose you tell me why you couldn't tell me this afternoon that it was Roger you were going away with." She lifted her head with a start. Her eyes were aswim. She looked down again. "It's quite true," she said in a low voice. "I was, but I don't know how you knew. That was what Lou's letter to you was about, wasn't it?" "Yes, I suppose she told someone about it. We were being very careful, you see." "Oh, I know you had to be careful. Until this afternoon." She put her hands to her head. "I'll tell you about it. I'll tell you the whole thing." But again she seemed to find it impossible to say more than that. Toby sat down opposite her. He leant towards her, his elbows on his knees. "Listen," he said. "It was like this, wasn't it? You were divorced. You wanted it, I expect. You wanted to marry Potter." She dropped her hands. She crossed one knee over the other, one foot in a velvet slipper with a froth of plumes across the toe, jigged up and down in the air. "But," Toby went on, "it didn't turn out quite like you'd expected. You didn't really like the feeling of it. You lost a sense of security, and all the things you'd taken for granted for a good many years had suddenly been changed. And Potter turned out to be a much more difficult man to live on intimate terms with than Claire. You started regretting things." She gave a very slight nod. "I don't know what happened next," said Toby. "I mean, I don't know how it came about, but one day, she said, "I met Roger in Piccadilly. And then I met him once or twice more. He didn't know it, but they weren't actually chance meetings. And he had his regrets too." "Oh, yeah," she said, as if such a thing could never have been doubted. "Oh, yes, it had been terrible for him. But he insisted on being careful, didn't he? After all, he'd gone to the trouble of having a divorce. He didn't want to risk it being revoked. Appearances of collusion and so on. No, he wasn't going to risk that. So, when you suggested It was you who suggested it, wasn't it?" "Yeah," she said rather unwillingly. "When you suggested that the two of you should make an experiment in reconciliation, he was ready to agree but insisted that it must be done in complete secrecy. Oh, he was very careful, frightfully careful," she said with some bitterness. "After all," said Toby, "divorces cost a lot of money." "But you'd have thought," she said, "that it was the most terrible thing on earth for a husband to be caught going away with his wife." "The law thinks it is in certain circumstances," said Toby. "Well then, you made the arrangements between you. He bought the tickets to Nice and booked a room in a hotel. You bought a lot of new summer dresses and had your passport renewed. You packed. You were all ready to go away next Tuesday, wasn't it? And no one knew what was happening except you, Claire, Max Potter, and... No," she said swiftly. "Max didn't know." "Hell," said Toby. "I'm giving you credit for having told him. Very well, no one knew but you, your husband, and Lou." "Yes," she said, and suddenly she began to tremble. "Lou knew." Toby tossed a cigarette into her lap. She snatched it up, stuck it in her mouth, holding it with a shaking hand as Toby set a match to it. "You see," she said, "when I discovered Lou was going to have a baby and I thought it was Roger's, I told her that Roger and I were going away to, I mean, Lou was so loyal she'd never have interfered once she knew a thing like that." Toby said nothing. Eve blew frantic puffs of smoke before her. "I suppose she told someone. I didn't really understand that letter, but when she wrote about having betrayed my confidence, that was the only thing I could think of. And when you and that policeman were asking me about it, I didn't know what to say. I didn't really see why you shouldn't know. But Roger was there, so I dithered until he showed me how he wanted me to answer, and he made it quite clear he didn't want our plan given away, so I said I didn't know anything. I'd have gone on saying I didn't know anything, only now it doesn't matter." Toby remarked, "You must have wanted him badly. Strange for a man to be wanted so badly for every reason but himself." But she chewed at her cigarette, scarcely attending. He went on, "When Lou was murdered, you were simply angry." "I don't understand," she said. "Angry," he said, "that your plan couldn't go through, that you weren't going to be able to get away on Tuesday. Were you afraid of delay? Were you afraid that Roger might change his mind?" As she said nothing, he added, "I wonder how much the money had to do with it." "Money?" she said. She made the word sound as if it were simply two meaningless syllables. "You thought Lou's child was Roger's. You thought if there was delay that Roger might take it into his head to marry Lou, and if that happened, Roger's will might have been changed, mightn't it? Perhaps even the allowance he'd been making you all this time might have been reduced." He studied her. "Perhaps that had nothing to do with it. Perhaps it had." She said with unusual simplicity, "I don't know. I don't know why I do things or feel things." After a pause, Toby went on, "But you've been so anxious all along, so desperate." "It's my nerves," she answered. "They're in a terrible condition. I've gone through too much. And drunk too much." "Oh, yes," she said with a quick, high laugh. "And smoked too much. And known too much." "What do you mean?" he asked quickly. She laughed again. Toby gripped her hands. "What do you know? What do you think you know?" "Too much. Too much." Then she looked at him slyly. "Why," she said, "do you think I asked you to stay?" Toby let go her hands. He sat back. He looked bored and irritated. "That's one of the things I don't know," he said. Her smile was faintly triumphant. "Because you're large," she said, "and look ever so strong and active." "A bodyguard?" She inclined her head. "A bodyguard, a strong arm?" Indignation made Toby's face ferocious. "And I thought you wanted—" "Oh, I did want to get to know you, too. I couldn't help wanting that, could I?" His scowl discouraged her. I thought you wanted me to straighten things up for you. I thought you believed in my abilities. I thought you were trusting me to keep the police from making a blunder that might implicate you. I thought you wanted me to find out who'd done this foul thing in your house and set you free to go on making whatever sort of damn mess of your life you felt like making. I thought you recognized— Oh, please, she interrupted urgently. Please. You do look so strong, so sure of yourself, so quick, so Toby shouted. I thought you wanted this. With whitened knuckles, he pounded against his forehead. Just behind Toby, a gentle cough might have reminded them that in the room with them was a third person, but neither Eve, who was sitting there breathing fast, her light blue eyes intent and serious, nor Toby, who had folded his arms and was glaring at her with bitterness and disillusionment, took any notice. Eve said, I don't want you to find out anything. The things have happened. I don't understand why one always has to think of punishment. You can't undo anything, and I want to feel safe, but— Ah, cried Toby. You don't want me to find out anything unless you're in danger yourself. But do you think that's all I'm thinking about, and don't you realize that if you know anything you are in danger? The cough was repeated. This time, as it once more met with no response, George crossed quietly to the door. They noticed him then, and saw it when he raised a finger for silence. He put a hand on the door, he put an ear close to the crack, and suddenly he flung the door open. Outside, in flannel pajamas and dressing gowns, stood Adolphus Fry. They saw how the sudden opening of the door made him leap backwards as if he were dodging a blow. Eve got shakily to her feet. She held on to the back of the chair, looking white and startled. Mr. Fry said, Forgive me, I was just going to knock. I heard voices and knew you hadn't gone to bed. May I come in, Mr. Dyke? There's a matter of the utmost importance I should like to discuss with you. Toby's gesture invited him in. They all watched curiously. He came into the room. His manner was perfectly calm. Both the abject depression and the exaltation of the afternoon were absent from it. Yet he looked like a man who is controlled by some clearly realized purpose. There was purpose in his deliberate walk, in the way he sat down in the chair from which Eve had risen, in the way he folded his hands, lifted his head slightly, and looked Toby in the eye. Purpose simplified and yet put significance into every movement. It was not quite normal. Toby sat down opposite him. Eve stayed with her hand on the back of the chair, her usual grace destroyed by a rigidity of the head and shoulders. Toby said, I'll be delighted to discuss anything with you, Mr. Fry. I want to discuss the problem of sin, said Mr. Fry. Oh, said Toby. It's an immense subject, an immense subject. I bet it is, said Toby. Uncle Dolphy, said Eve, don't you think it would be a better idea to go to bed now and talk about sin in the morning? He took no notice of her. I've been trying to define sin, he said. I want to understand the nature of guilt. I've never thought about these matters very much, but it seems to me that at the outset I must somehow define sin. The Bible begins with sin. Sin is at the very foundation of consciousness, and yet one can live for years and years without any consciousness of sin in the deeper sense. Uncle Dolphy, said Eve, and her hand shifted from the back of the chair to his shoulder. I'm sure it would be much easier to think about this in the morning. Sin, Mr. Dyke, is, I believe. Uncle Dolphy, you ought to be in bed, and so ought Mr. Dyke. You're being very selfish trying to keep him up talking. You know, Mr. Fry, said Toby, I don't understand anything at all about these matters, though of course they're extremely interesting. Interesting, said the old man, they're vital. I came to you because, as one who has specialized in many kinds of inquiry, you would, I felt sure, have a natural understanding. I've many things to explain to you. Many things. But in the morning, said Eve, I'll fetch Aunt Nelia. She'll tell you ought to be in bed. No, no, Eve. He looked round at her at once. You mustn't do that. It wouldn't be right. Well, will you go to bed? You mustn't disturb your aunt, Eve. She's sleeping. She deserves to sleep. She's so tired. We're all tired, Uncle Dolphy. So please be good and— Very well, I'll go to bed, though I shan't sleep. I've decided, Mr. Dyke, to try doing without sleep in the future. Knowledge ceases while we sleep, and I know such astonishing things, such astonishing things. You know, I shouldn't be surprised if I'm the only man who really knows the nature of truth. So how can I possibly afford sleep? But Eve's quite right. I ought not to impose such travail on others. That would be dogmatic. It would indeed. His voice dropped. It's my travail, my atonement. But, he ended briskly, for I'll tell you all about it in the morning. Taking Eve's arm, he let himself be led to the door. But at the door he turned and came back, placing himself close to Toby. In the morning, Mr. Dyke. Yes, rather, in the morning, said Toby heartily. Come to Belling Lodge. My wife and I will be returning home after breakfast. If you could call during the course of the morning, we could have a long talk undisturbed. Come at 11 o'clock. Uncle Dolphy, said Eve admonishingly. You'll come, won't you, Mr. Dyke? That was the moment chosen by George to mutter a general good night and slip out of the room. Thanks very much, Mr. Fry, said Toby. Of course I'll come. It'll be a pleasure. Habit forced out the words with sufficient sound of enthusiasm to satisfy the old man. He smiled, nodded, took Eve's arm once more, and disappeared along the passage. Phew! Toby shut the door firmly after them, turned and flung himself down onto the bed. He lay there on his back, spread-eagled. Phew! He said again, and kicked fiercely with one leg at nothing. He lay there for about 10 minutes without another movement. A nightingale sang in the woods. Another answered it. Toby sat up on the bed. What a fool I've been, he said. But he said it with zest. Past folly was accepted as the necessary precursor of present wisdom. He grinned. He got up and strode to the door. Moving with long, silent steps to George's room, he presented with the eager tension of his muscles and the sinister light in his eyes something really quite impressive along Tarquin lines. He opened the door. Darkness. Silence. Emptiness. Toby's conversation with himself for the next few minutes did not express satisfaction and lacked politeness. Chapter 13. As it had been the day before, it was Lisbeth Gask who greeted Toby when he came down to breakfast. But she was not alone in the dining room. Both the Frys were seated at the table, and Reginald Sand, with a buttered roll in one hand, was standing by the open French window. "Who with the papers?" said Lisbeth. There were several papers strewn about the room. The disappearance of Vanessa filled their headlines. Toby turned from them impatiently and sought kidneys and coffee. Mrs. Fry poured out the coffee for him. Lisbeth helped him to the kidneys, and Mr. Fry sat looking at a spot on the tablecloth a few inches in front of a plate on which, untasted, were heaped some grated raw carrots. His face had a burning, over-aliveness. Mrs. Fry's had an agony of weariness upon it. Lisbeth's looked flat and dull. Mrs. Fry said suddenly, "I don't believe we shall ever see her again." Toby scowled and dug a fork into a kidney. Lisbeth said something banal about hoping for the best. She said it quite without conviction. "By the way," growled Toby after the next bit of silence, "has anyone seen George this morning?" Nobody had. "Dolphy, do eat some breakfast," said Mrs. Fry. "I don't need to eat," he answered. Her sigh in a less controlled person might have been a scream. The kidneys were good. The coffee was good. "Oh, my God," cried Reginald Sand suddenly. "Here's Max!" And he dodged like a rabbit into the farthest corner of the room, sat down there and bit feverishly into the buttered roll. Max Potter appeared on the terrace. Toby passed up his cup for more coffee, his plate for more kidneys. Max Potter came in. Good morning, he said. Good morning. Mrs. Fry rose sharply. She looked round at everyone. There was a blaze of hatred on her face. Then she sat down again, limply folded her hands, bowed her head and murmured what was probably a prayer. Max Potter reached across Toby, picked a banana out of a bowl, stripped it of its skin, bit into it, and said, "What do you think I've been doing all night? I've been up playing some of those Granados dances. Gorgeous things. Red blood, lechery. Make you tingle all over. Yum, yum. No one replied, but it was not in Max Potter to be affected by this. I've got important news, he went on. So have I, said Mr. Fry. So have I. From above. Mine's from America, said Max Potter. His beam, his self-satisfaction, were stridently out of place in a room of torn nerves and haggard faces. Been wanting to go to the States for a long time, he said. He pulled a chair toward him, sat down astride it, munching his banana. Got it all fixed up at last. A year at Chicago University. You going to America? Said Mrs. Fry. He nodded. Haven't been since I was a boy. Haven't been anywhere since I was a boy. Reginald Sand protested. You've been to Turkey? Oh, yes, Turkey. And China? Yes, China, and France and Germany, but never to America. I've never been to America since I was a boy. Evil like America. Oh, said Elizabeth gasped. No one else said anything, and after a moment Elizabeth went on. Eve's going with you to America? Of course, he said. We can get on and get married now. Just got nice time for it. I'm leaving at the beginning of August. The child will like it too. Good idea to travel when you're a child. Otherwise you never really get into your head that life in a foreign country has more than 2 dimensions. Coloured posters, you know. That's all foreign countries are to most people. The silence that followed his words seemed this time to reach his perceptions. He looked round at them all. He frowned, as if something about them puzzled him. Mrs. Fry said flatly, Do you seriously believe, Professor Potter, that any of us will ever see Vanessa again? His eyes met hers. They exchanged a long stare. He smiled with his lips. Perhaps we shall, he said. Some of us. Why? She said quickly. Why do you think so? Oh, I don't know, he said, and swallowed another mouthful of banana. Didn't you hear, Max, said Elizabeth, what the police said about it yesterday evening? I heard 'em say a lot, he said. I didn't listen. They said that it was Vanessa who took the note to Roger that made him go along to the cottage. So Vanessa knows who's done it. But there was irony in the tone, and the curious, unamused smile remained on his full lips. Don't jest, said Mrs. Fry peremptorily. It's evil to jest at a time like this. I'm not jesting, he said. At least, it depends. Mr. Fry suddenly rose to his feet. I'm going home now, he said. Depends on what, Professor? Tensely, although she had risen too and put her arm through her husband's, Mrs. Fry shot the question at Max Potter. He chuckled. Tears appeared in her eyes. Her husband murmured in a dreamy voice, The Professor is in error. We shall not see her again. I'm going home now. Yes, she said. Well, go on. You needn't come, my dear. I'm going home because I have work to do. Oh, I'll come, she said wearily. Mr. Dyke, said Mr. Fry. At 11 o'clock, remember? Well, I'm going home too, said Max Potter. I've got some work to do too. I'm going to stay at home today and get on with it without any disturbances from a lot of damn fools. He swung himself off the chair. Morning, he said to them abruptly, and departed by the French window. The Frys left by the door. Elizabeth Gask looked thoughtfully at Tony. Mr. Dyke, she said. What do you think Max really came here to tell us? Oh, I don't know, he said indifferently. That he was going to America. But he's gone away without saying anything about it to Eve. He rose from the table. He said dryly, There's prosaic normality about that compared with the general standard of events round here. What's the time? 9:25. Where's Belling Lodge, Miss Gask? Take the road into Larking, she said. It's just at the bottom of the hill that goes up to the church, White House on the left. Thanks, he said. He lit a cigarette and went out into the garden. There was less sunshine this morning. Clouds cast a pattern of shadows on the earth. A gusty wind snatched now and then at the trees, and the light had a kind of greyness in it. For a quarter of an hour or so he strolled up and down the terrace. No one came near him. When he was tired of the terrace, he wandered off to the wood. It was full of whispers, the whispering of leaf against leaf, of bough against bough. Changing shapes of sunlight moved swiftly across the ground and vanished. Toby picked up a stick and struck aimlessly at the tree trunks as he passed them. Once or twice, impatiently, he looked at his watch. Suddenly, he came face to face with Charlie Widdowson. Charlie was walking rapidly up the path. He passed Toby with the curtest of nods and made for the house. The next bend in the path brought Toby upon Druna. She was standing quite still in the middle of the path, standing in upright rigidity, her arms stiff against her sides. Her hands were clenched. In one was a crumpled handkerchief. There were marks of tears on her face. "Morning, Dinah," said Toby. "Been getting the raspberry?" Her lips gave an ugly writhe. There was no grief on her face. She said hoarsely, "My name isn't Dinah." "But if you don't let me call you that," said Toby, grinning cruelly, "I'll tell them all everything I know. Wouldn't that be nice, Dinah?" She was not looking at him. She was still looking up the path. "Go away," she said. "I don't want to talk to you. He's escaped, you know. You won't be able to do anything about it." She brought her hands together and started ripping at the damp handkerchief. "And after all," said Toby, "it would have been very expensive. £30 for 3 weeks, that's really too much for a girl who can't pay her milk bill." With a startled movement, she faced him. "What do you mean?" "A holiday in France," said Toby. "Estimated about £20, with an unspecified amount more than that for clothes. Say £30. £30 for a holiday in France with a young man who since turned out unwilling. Does that matter very much, Dinah, seeing that after all you haven't got the £30? "What do you mean? What have you been doing? How do you know that—" Toby struck with his stick against the grey, lichened bark of an oak tree. "I know," he said, "that our Charlie doesn't believe in paying for the delights he bestows as well as the ones he receives. He wasn't going to have you along with him unless you could pay for yourself." She came a step closer to him. "What's he been telling you?" "He didn't have to tell me anything to speak of," said Toby. "I rather think that even now I know a bit more than he does." He struck against the tree. "Aren't you glad of that, Dinah?" She lifted a hand with fingers curling like claws. You come off the grass," said Toby. He tossed the stick away and sat down on a wide, smooth tree stump. "You know," he said agreeably, "you're one of the nastiest bits of work I've run into in a long time." "You wouldn't dare speak to me like that if there was anyone else here," she croaked at him. "Well," said Toby, "if you took me up for slander, I dare say I'd come out of it all right." "Slander? I wasn't thinking of legal action, but because I'm a woman alone—" "Whoa," said Toby. "I'll tell it all in public any time you like. It's letting you off lightly to choose a woodland dell to do it in. Because, Dinah," and Toby's voice, losing its flippancy, became even harder, "you'd have to be told sometime that someone knew what you'd been up to. It isn't good for a person to get away with the sort of thing you tried to do, even if the scheme happened to fail because an untimely murder interfered with it." She drew back and stood looking at him with eyes like cold black stones. He remarked quietly, "You said you were Lou's friend." "I was." "Is blackmail one of the prerogatives of friendship?" He had to fling up an arm swiftly to ward off the blow she aimed at his face. "Quite, quite," he said. "You want Charlie to know? It'd be so easy to tell him." The girl turned away suddenly and leant against a tree. Toby said, "It's a horrible thing to use one's imagination on the state poor Lou must have been in the last few days of her life. If death had come less vilely, I don't know. But there she was anyway. She'd been hoping, I suppose, stupidly and utterly without reason, as people will, that fate would somehow give her Roger, and then Eve, to stimulate her loyalty and to get her out of the way, told her of her own reconciliation with Roger. So Lou, needing, I suppose, someone to talk to, needing some support in the shoddy little desert she'd managed to make of her life, turned to her dear friend Druna. She told her everything, and the dear friend said—" Druna drummed with her fist against the tree. "I didn't mean it. I was joking. I didn't mean anything. Lou was a fool to take any notice." The dear friend said, your friends Mr. and Mrs. Clare, who are about to do something which it is essential to them should be kept secret, are rich people. I happen to need £30. Get that £30 for me, and the secret will remain a secret. Wasn't that how you did it, Druna?" She had her arms crossed against the tree, and her face hidden in them. "You see," said Toby, "there was a phrase in a letter that Lou started to write to Eve, a letter that didn't get finished. She wrote that she was going to pay for her breach of confidence herself and not get any of it from Eve, as was intended. That, as I read it, meant as someone else had intended, as you'd intended." Druna swung round at him. "She was a fool," she cried, "a horrid little fool. I used to get furious with her. I was so fed up with her I could have killed her myself. She didn't know anything about anything, and she was always humble and generous and forgave everyone everything they did to her. Look at Claire, trading on her all the time, using her just to make himself feel good and kind and understanding. Did she know it? No. She thought it was marvellous that he should take any notice of her at all. But I didn't mean anything. I didn't." "You meant £30, and you'd have got it. 15 from the sale of the 2 Chinese vases, which Lou actually had the temerity to sell in spite of your orders to the contrary, though she wasn't anxious to meet you just after doing it, and 15 from me. I've no doubt that the 15 would have been paid back somehow, sometime, but death happened first. And so, Druna," Toby rose, "it'll just have to be a week at Margate, won't it?" She said in a whisper, "I hope you're the next one." "Next what?" "And I hope the poison they choose works slowly." "Thanks," he said. "As I said, you aren't really a nice girl, Dinah. Good morning. I rather hope we shan't meet again." When he looked back at her from the bend in the path above, she was standing as she had been when he first saw her there, upright, rigid, her arms stiff at her sides. Belling Lodge was a white, retiring house behind high privet hedges. The weedless lawns were almost silken in their sheen. There were roses everywhere, roses on trellises, roses cascading over wire crinolines, roses on neat little trees, roses on great bushes. There were scarcely any flowers but roses. Most of the windows of the house were open. The rooms inside, furnished with a sparse wooden angularity, had a tendency to oaken settles and copper warming pans on the walls. Vanna was in the road. "Here I am," he said. Toby tried to be jovial. "Here am I," was the way that Samuel put it. "Vanna, I don't really know in the least what's going to happen. You told me on the telephone, yes, that it was important. I think I'm going to be told something important this morning. Then again, I may merely be told the origin of sin." "Why do you want me here? There's the inquest this afternoon. I know what verdict we'll get. Your lovely friend Mrs. Clare is in for trouble." Toby patted him on the shoulder. "You're such an important person, Vanna. I like to have you always with me. Think how convenient it'll be if you hear something that makes that verdict completely different." Vanna growled. "I don't trust you. I think you're just wasting my time. If I'm wasting yours, I'm wasting my own." Vanna did not appear to find this statement in the least reassuring. They went up the tidy gravel path together. At Toby's ring, Mr. Fry himself came to the door. He looked with astonishment at Vanna. Toby said, "I thought you wouldn't mind if the inspector—" But Mr. Fry waved the words away. "This is remarkable," he said, "remarkable. A thought communication, I think. It's what I desired, what I'd been sitting in my room wishing I'd provided for. Come in, Inspector. You're most welcome, most welcome." He took them through a small, tiled hall into a room that looked out at the back of the house. "My wife's in the garden," he said. "We won't disturb her." He pulled chairs forward for them and himself sat down at a desk. Through the open windows they could see more lawn, more roses, and beyond a kind of hedge of ramblers, the top of Mrs. Fry's wool-embroidered garden hat. Mr. Fry had a number of papers on the desk in front of him, also a glass of milk and a plate with a few wholemeal biscuits. He himself had an almost sprightly friendliness in his manner, yet there was still a nervous emaciation about his face and an over-brightness in his eyes. "I invited you here, Mr. Dyke," he said, "because I thought that if I had a little time at home before I saw you, I could put certain things in writing. You'll see the wisdom of that, I'm sure, when I hand you these pages. I'd been in a very confused state of mind these last 2 days. I found it difficult to distinguish between the workings of my own mind and the workings of what you would no doubt call reality. Yesterday evening, however, I began to entertain the suspicion that there was really no need for me to attempt to make this distinction. Is there a distinction? The guilt of the heart, the guilt of the hand, may they not be one and the same thing? What do you think? Vanna moved uneasily. I don't think any man's been hanged for having guilt in his heart, Mr. Fry, though I'm not saying he oughtn't to have been. No, 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 said Mr. Fry impatiently. That isn't what I mean. I mean the same thing, literally the same thing, that the mind is focused on one or the other. What does that signify? Toby had his eye on the manuscript on the desk. You want us to read what you've been writing, Mr. Fry? The old man nodded. I do. I've clarified my own mind very greatly through writing it, and it will clarify yours. It will tell you a great deal that you could never have guessed. For how should you, from outside, have comprehension of the dream and the reality? How indeed? He looked at them piercingly. How could you know anything? How could truth and terror manifest themselves to you? Toby reached out a hand. Perhaps if you'd let us see. Mr. Fry clapped his hand down on top of the pages. He sprang to his feet. With each moment his manner had been increasing in its excitement. How could these things be plain to you? How could you have seen into the heart of mystery? How could you know what I, by submitting myself to the pain of the terror and the truth, have come to know? His voice was rising wildly. How could you know what I know? Vanna said gruffly, I'll be glad to consider any evidence which you may be able— Evidence! Mr. Fry's voice cracked on the high, shrill exclamation. He groped for his glass of milk. Evidence? Is that all you think I've got to give you? This is what I've got for you. Everything you want. It's all here. It's all written down. Read it. He thrust out the manuscript to them. At the same moment, he raised the glass of milk to his lips. There was a crash. Milk splashed all over the desk. The glass fell in fragments to the ground. A large stone lay on the carpet. Toby gave one startled glance from the stone to the window through which it had hurtled, then sprang to catch the old man as, with a paper-white face, he crumpled suddenly in a dead faint. Vanna picked up the sheets of manuscript from the floor. He reordered them carefully according to the numbers at the top of the pages. He read aloud, Confession to 3 murders. Vanna strode to the window. Who threw that stone? The head and shoulders of George appeared above the window-sill. Vanna demanded, What are you doing here? Toby looked up. He had just laid the old man down on a couch. Call Mrs. Fry, said Toby. He saw George. Hello, he said. Hello, said George. What are you doing here? Vanna repeated. Why did you throw that stone? George put both elbows on the windowsill. Well, he said, I thought I'd find Toby. I remembered old Fry asking him last night to come along here at 11 o'clock. Toby had crossed to the window. Mrs. Fry, he shouted. She ain't there, said George. There's just her garden hat hanging on a spade handle. You've been listening out there, said Vanna. That's right. I threw the stone because, well, just an idea I had, and when I saw him handing over the confession of his to you and at the same time tipping his glass of milk up to swallow, I kind of thought that the milk mightn't be too good for him. Vanna bent over a puddle of milk on the polished top of the desk and sniffed at it. I wouldn't say you mightn't be right, he muttered. Toby was looking from George to the still form on the couch with a rather puzzled face. Since when have you become so law-abiding, George, that you deny suicide to murderers? We'll go into that another time, said George. We'd better bring him round, I suppose, said Toby. Vanna tapped the pages he still held. Were you expecting this, Dyke? More or less. There may be nothing in it, you know. I know, Toby came to his side. But let's take a look at it. This was what Mr. Fry had written while he was waiting for his thought communications to bring the police to his door. Confessions to 3 murders. I will begin at the beginning, which is long ago. I was once a busy man with a promising career, but I married a wife who had a private income, small but sufficient for 2 to live on modestly. She had also a jealous nature, resenting my absorption in anything other than herself. More and more pressure was brought to bear upon me to abandon my work and settle down to live quietly in the country, interesting myself in the arts, in nature, in philosophy. This I finally agreed to do. I may add that in most ways I have found the life a rich and satisfying one. But I am a man who must have employment for his hands as well as for his brain. I've always had a hobby of one sort or another. I have been a carpenter, a bookbinder, a weaver, even an embroiderer, even, and finally, a murderer. It came about in this way. One spring, I had an attack of mumps and was severely ill with it, as adults frequently are with this undignified disease. During the time I was in bed, I started reading detective stories. I'd never read any of these before, assuming that they were not for a man of cultured outlook, but I found they fascinated me. Their ingenuity, their subtle mechanisms, suited my tastes completely. I consumed them voraciously. It was essentially the mechanical side of them that interested me. I began to question, was it in truth possible for the mechanisms described, the guns whose triggers could be pulled at a distance, the automatic methods of poisoning, the gases that could be introduced through vent pipes and so on, was it actually possible for these to function in the manner claimed for them? At last I began to experiment. I did it in secret, for I felt that my wife, with her rigorous intellectual standards, would probably fail to comprehend my intense interest. To this day she knows nothing of my researches. I have kept my secret carefully. When I had tested a number of the methods of murder I had found described in the course of my reading, I began, naturally enough, to originate some of my own. My method of testing was always to construct the apparatus exactly as it was described, adding, of course, something that would render it innocuous. Then I contrived it so that someone other than myself should unwittingly press the button, pull the trigger, or do whatever else was necessary to release death in his own direction. I do not know how many times my dear wife has been the victim of one of these synthetic murders. I say murders. In fact, I have contrived methods of arson, of theft. I have practiced ways of leaving empty rooms locked apparently on the inside. I have exercised my imagination in every sphere connected with crime. I do not think it ever entered my head until the last 2 days that in this practice of mine there was anything evil. My secrecy was due merely to the desire to remain free from interference. I had one partner in my amusement, an uncomprehending one. Evil, however, is rooted in all man's pleasures. At this point, Toby, who was reading faster than Werner, said, "You can skip the next page. It's just a lot of stuff about original sin. He must have felt guilty right from the start because he was hiding something from his wife. This is where it gets interesting again." Here, Mr. Fry had written, "This, then, was my punishment, that I killed without knowing it. Always before, where I had experimented with poisons, it had never been real poisons that I used. Instead, I chose harmless, even medicinal substances. I had, however, a store of real poisons which I had purloined for the interest of the experience from the Victor Hildebrand Institute some time before. One day, in error, I used one of these real poisons instead of my usual substitute. Error. My error, but not the error of the great purpose which had determined on my punishment. I killed, and I killed what was dear to me. Then I had to kill again, and again. You will find in the left-hand bottom drawer of my desk a small notebook containing notes on many interesting murders which could, I believe, be perpetrated safely without discovery. The way I killed Lou Capell, the way I killed Roger Clare are noted down there. But the way I killed my darling Vanessa is a secret, and will remain so forever. No one will ever know how I did it, nor where I have hidden her beloved little corpse. At present, I beg you to believe in my sincerity. It is secret even from me. The truth will come to me sometime. The dream and the reality will come together, and I shall know. I may, however, die first, in which case no one, not even I myself, will ever know. It has been terrible, a terror I should not attempt to unmask to anyone, to sit and watch the unfolding of my own dreadful work, so that death is a simple necessity for me. Who could endure my punishment and live? Adolphus Fry. Vanna looked up at Toby. "Homicidal mania," he said. Toby replied, "It's what I'd more or less expected. Only it was a guess. I'd only a few indications to go on, but I'd begun to think it was absolutely the only explanation. And that was why I wanted you along, Vanna. I didn't much fancy sitting down to a cozy talk with Adolphus Fry." Vanna was fingering his chin and frowning, looking down at the manuscript with a dubious light in his eye. "But all the same—" "Say," came the quiet voice of George from the window, "if someone whose life's in considerable danger at the moment. If we hurry, I reckon we might save it." Chapter 14. They looked at him uncomprehendingly. Then Toby gave a cry. "Mrs. Fry, there's another of these infernal machines somewhere. Where is it? Where's she gone?" George said, "Suppose you was to leave the inspector to do his duty by the old man and come along with me. I know where to go." Vanna remarked, "Got your hearing back this morning, then?" "We didn't ought to waste time," said George. All right, you go along with him," said Vanna to Toby. "Get you out of my way at any rate. Is there a telephone in this house?" He departed in search of one. Toby and George met at the gate. In the road was Max Potter's car. "How'd you get hold of it?" said Toby. "Took it," said George, as they both got in. "Hello," said Toby as the car started. "Where are we going?" "Aren't we going to Wilmer's End?" George shook his head. "Where then?" For George's concentration was all on the aged car. Impatient and fierce with it, he was bent on forcing it up to a greater speed than it had achieved for many years. All of a sudden, Toby exclaimed, "The Victor Hildebrand Institute!" Again George shook his head. "I don't like this," said Toby. "What are we doing, and what's happened to you since last night?" "What I'd like to know," said George, "is how you arrived at it being the old man. You never told me that was what you was thinking." "I should have if you hadn't vanished into the night." "How'd you arrive at it anyway?" George blared his way past a cyclist. Toby sighed. It wasn't satisfactory. Too much guesswork, and I'm not certain even now whether he's really as mad as he makes out in that document, or whether there's some quite sober method in his madness. You see, if one assumes he made the same mistake as Eve, believing that Lou and Roger had been having a love affair and were likely to get married, he'd one very solid motive for trying to prevent it. If those two had got married, Vanessa wouldn't have been left in the care of the two old Frys. Lou and Vanessa were fond of each other. Lou'd obviously have developed into an affectionate stepmother, and that would have meant that the control over a considerable sum of money would have been lost to the Frys. There was something peculiar about George's smile. "If it was like that, Tobe, why didn't he just kill Claire off and leave your friend Lou alone?" Toby shrugged. He may have thought that stopping the marriage was all that was necessary. He may have had some compunction to begin with about killing Vanessa's father, but afterwards he must have found out somehow that Roger was going to remove the child anyway, so the only thing was to kill Roger too. About the way he found that out, I've just an idea. Do you remember yesterday morning coming downstairs, talking about Eve's trunks and about where she was going to and whom she was going with? I said it couldn't be Potter because Potter was doing 2 lectures a week in London. Well, Eve overheard us, and Eve came out of the dining room where Fry and Vanessa were sitting, and when we went inside, Fry let on that he'd overheard too. He let on also that he was sure Eve was lying when she said she wasn't going away. Now, suppose he knew already that Claire was going away somewhere, and suppose he put two and two together. I shouldn't wonder, said George slowly. If you mightn't be right there, I reckon it was because of his overhearing us that Claire got killed that afternoon. This car, said Toby, adjusting himself uneasily in his seat, wasn't meant for speed. Well, as I was saying, if there was one thing that would ruin for good and all the plan of hanging on to Vanessa, it was a reconciliation between Roger and Eve, because you can bet that in Roger's terms, a trifle more maternity in Eve had a prominent place. I still don't see, said George, what good it was going to do him killing Lou. He wouldn't have got control over any money, except just what he might have been getting for the kid's keep until Claire was dead. Toby thrust restless fingers through his hair. Well, perhaps it wasn't the money. Perhaps he simply wanted to hang on to the kid herself. Ah, said George, that's better. And then again, said Toby, perhaps he really is as mad as he makes out. Myself, said George, I reckon he is. Do you? Toby had a dissatisfied look. It was through Eve I had the idea of its being him. Somehow it struck in my mind that when she came upstairs on Saturday evening and found you and me examining that fire-raising apparatus in her bedroom, she wasn't anything like as interested in the thing as one would have expected her to be. Suddenly it struck me that the reason she wasn't interested was simply that she knew all about it, and that she'd seen it or something like it before. The old man says his hobby was an absolute secret. I don't believe for a moment it was. No, said George, you can bet your life it wasn't. Well then, last night, said Toby, she let on that the reason she wanted me round was simply that she thought I might come in useful if someone or other turned violent towards herself. But unless that happened, she didn't want it known who the person was. Now, how many people has Eve shown sufficient affection for to make it credible that she'd run considerable risks rather than give them away? I'd say only one. She seems to have an absolutely genuine love for old Fry. I dare say he was kinder to her than her aunt when she was a kid. But however it had come about, it was her concern for him that gave it away. You see, it was obvious she knew something. Her nerves went to pieces right at the start. Mightn't it have been, said George, that she only thought she knew something, same as she thought her husband had been misbehaving himself? Of course, said Toby. That's why I said there was much too much guesswork about the whole thing. But there were one or two odd things that buoyed out. For instance, that apparatus for shooting darts into me. That was set up sometime during yesterday morning, and yesterday morning Fry officially was spending his time doing odd repairs to switches, cupboard doors, and so on, and if he'd been seen wandering round upstairs with a few tools, no one would have thought it odd. Then again, Tobe, George interrupted, we're nearly there. Where's there? Said Toby. The professor's house. Toby gave a whistle. Well, I suppose you know what you're doing. But the appalling thing about it all is, you know, George, that the old man outwitted himself. He had to end by destroying the object of the whole ghastly plan. He had to get rid of Vanessa. I don't suppose he realized what he was doing when he gave her the note to her father, but after she'd taken it, he must suddenly have seen that if she told anyone who'd given her the note— She didn't know who'd given her the note, said George impatiently. I told you how Claire got that note. Someone slipped it into the kid's little handbag, and she found it and read "For Daddy" written on it and handed it over. But we're there, said George. Now, Tobe, all you got to do is keep quiet and watch, see? He stopped the car. You do just the same as me, and don't make any noise. But George— Shh, said George peremptorily. I'll tell you all about it afterwards. George had stopped the car some way from a house. The effort of some conscienceless builder who had seen no evil in bringing into the heart of Surrey the pink tiles and artificial beams of suburbia. It stood in its own quarter-acre of garden, yet looked as if it were a semi-detached villa which had merely been sliced off from its partner. George turned in at the gate. He walked quite silently. When he reached the corner of the house, he flattened himself against the wall. Toby, just behind him, doing as he did, found himself a moment later crouching behind some bushes of flowering currant, peering through them at a scene which was being enacted in the small, neglected garden. Max Potter and Mrs. Fry were sitting side by side on a wooden bench. Each had an elbow resting on a rough garden table which was strewn with papers. Evidently, Max Potter had been working there before Mrs. Fry's arrival. Her voice tense with emotion, Mrs. Fry was speaking. "But that was what you came to Wilmer's End this morning to tell us. I know it was. Why don't you answer me truthfully? I don't care about anything else, but that I must. No, I must." He tugged at his full lower lip and said nothing. She went on. "I know it was you who removed her. You've hidden her somewhere. That was why you came to Wilmer's End this morning. You wanted to let us know by hints that it was you who'd taken her. What have you done with her? You must tell me. I say you must." He shook his large head, watching her with heavy intentness. She cried, "I beg you. I beg you." Max Potter smiled. It was a detached smile with cruelty in it. Her voice rose. "You must tell me what you've done with her. You're an evil man. You've done great harm, but you shall tell me what you've done with that child. You must give her back to me. If you don't—" "Ah," he said in a low voice, "and if I don't, Mrs. Fry, what can you do about it?" With both hands, she grabbed his wrist. He gave a start at the suddenness of her movement. Then he sat very still. "I can do this," she said in her normal, rich, controlled tone. "I can drive this needle I've got here into your wrist. Don't move, Professor. It's right against your skin, and even a scratch would mean the end of a certain figure of some note in the scientific world. Such a loss. Because, you see, the point's been dipped in colchicine, that very, very deadly poison. You, of all people, should know all its properties. It comes from the autumn crocus, so beautiful and frail-looking, and one little scratch with it will mean the end of Professor Potter. You won't move, will you, Professor? At least until you've told me where Vanessa is," he said, leaving his wrist limply in the grip of her two hands. "You seem to know a good deal about poisons, Mrs. Fry." "I was at university once," she answered. "I studied biology. I didn't learn what you'd consider a great deal, Professor, but I've always kept up with certain developments." "But if you stick that needle into me, Mrs. Fry," he said, "how will you ever find out where the child is?" "Perhaps I never will find out," she said. Her voice bit. "Even so, it might be worth it." "You find you like killing," he said, "just for its own sake?" "No," she said. "I didn't like killing Lou Capell. She was a good, harmless girl. Anyway, I made a mistake there, which I regret. There was no necessity, as it turned out, to kill her. And I should have preferred not to kill Roger, though I never felt any affection for him. But you've taken Vanessa away from me, Professor. You've ruined everything. And so, just this once, perhaps I shall actually enjoy." Again, a stone flew. With a cry, she flung up the hand it struck. Something tiny and bright flashed out of her hand and fell onto the grass. With a pounce, Max Potter planted a shoe on top of it. Toby and George came running from behind the currant bushes. Seeing them, Mrs. Fry stood quite still. She let them take hold of her. Max Potter wiped a hand over his forehead. A drink. A drink, a drink, a drink, a drink, a drink. "But," said Toby some time later, "where is that child, Vanessa?" He and George, Werner and Max Potter were in the police station. Mrs. Fry was in a cell. Mr. Fry in a nursing home. "She's back at Wilmer's End," said Werner. "Walked in there an hour ago, looking as pleased as Punch." "But," said Toby again, but he stopped and chewed at a finger. He turned his puzzled frown on Max Potter. "Did you abduct her?" "No," said Max Potter. George fidgeted uncomfortably. Toby's frown shifted round to him. George choked slightly over a cough. "Course it was me sent her off," he said. "Why ever else do you think I'd have been pretending to be deaf?" "My God," said Toby. "I didn't want to be told she was missing, see? I know kidnapping's a serious offence. You asked the inspector. So, when I'd given her 5 bob and told her how to buy herself a ticket for London and rung up Perce Stevens, you remember Perce, Tobin, told him to meet her and be sure to give her a good time so she wouldn't start asking to be brought home again. Mind, I said to him, if she asks to be brought home, you got to do it or we'll be getting into trouble. We're not kidnappers, see? I said to him. Well, when I fixed all that, I started acting deaf so I could say I hadn't heard anyone mention she was missing." Toby looked slightly dazed. It was such a relief he said in a vague voice. Such a relief knowing she'd not been... George, he added sharply, what do you mean by sending a child like that off travelling by herself, and what do you mean by handing her over to a man like Percy Stevens? Well, shouldn't she travel by herself, said George. I travelled alone from London to Cardiff when I was younger than her. Of course, my background was a bit different from hers, but she's a sharp kid. She knows what she's at, all right. And I chose Percy because he's real fond of children. He got 5 maintenance orders against him, and he's only been to jail once for not paying up on them. Real fond of children, Percy's. Catching Vanna's eye for a moment, Toby avoided it hastily, for Vanna was grinning. Well, I wish, said Toby, that somebody had explained to me who sorted it out and how. Max Potter chuckled. Your friend here, he said, has a kind of instinct for scientific method. He worked from hypothesis to proof. It was good. It was good. I liked it. You see, Tobe, said George rather apologetically, this was the way I looked at it. Someone once told me that the simplest he passed his tongue along his lips. The simplest hypothesis was the best. Well, when I got down here and I couldn't see any sense in why a person should murder that girl, I said to myself, what's the simplest explanation of why it's been done? And the simplest explanation was that she'd been killed to stop her doing what she'd come here to do. And what she'd come here to do was take the kid away, see? Oh, yes, said Toby ironically. I see. Well then, said George, I asked myself next, who could want to stop her being removed? There was 4 possibilities. There was her mother, who didn't act like she cared one way or the other about it, but that might have just been a disguise like. There was Mr. and Mrs. Fry, where anyone could see that they were all wrapped up in the child, and there was the professor here. Why me? Roared Max Potter. Me want to stop that brat being taken away? Why, when I had her in the car yesterday, she did some magic she said would change me to a trout. Now, why do you think she wanted to turn me into a trout? Did they ever do any harm? Did they ever try to turn her into... Yes, said Toby. The professor. Why did you think of the professor, George? Well, I just thought of it from the point of view of the money, said George. If he married Mrs. Clare, and the child got a good lump of Clare's money, as was quite to be expected, it might have been worth his while trying to finagle the custody of the child somehow. Money, muttered Max Potter. Child. Damn brat. Trapped. It rumbled into uninterpretable buzzing. George continued. But then, like I was saying to Tobe on the way over to see the professor, I said to myself, what good was it going to do anyone killing Lou? The child wasn't hers. She was only obliging the parents by arranging for her to go away. Well, if my hypo idea was right about her being killed to stop her taking Vanessa away, it could only be because someone thought that Lou Capell herself was the cause of the little girl's removal. And I didn't see how anyone could think that unless they thought Lou and Claire was going to get married. But, I said to myself next, I don't believe Lou and Claire were going to get married at all. I don't believe that kid of hers has got anything to do with Claire. I'd got the same reasons for thinking that as the ones you gave the inspector, Tobe, yesterday down in the cottage. And so, I said, some time or other, the murderer's going to find out there's been a mistake made, and then what are they going to do? And the answer to that was, murder Claire. Toby exclaimed, do you mean you were expecting Claire to be murdered? Do you mean you were just sitting tight, waiting for him to be murdered so as to prove your hypothesis? No, George protested. That wasn't how he worked at all. But maybe I'd had a bit more faith in my theory. I'd have done a bit more about it and saved Claire's life, maybe. But you see, Tobe, it was only a theory. I dare say at that stage you could have produced 6 others just as good. But what I said next was this. If I'm right, then the next thing that will happen is the murder of Claire. And, I said, if Claire's murdered, then I shan't mind, speaking personally, regarding my theory as proved correct. But I knew I couldn't just wait and hope that that had happened. It wasn't a method of proof you could regard as, so to speak, practical. So, I thought, if the natural way of proving the thing won't do, what I've got to do is supply an alternative one, see? And that's what I did. Only, there was the deepest depression in his tone. I did it too late. I see, said Toby. So that's what you tried to do when you kidnapped Vanessa. I didn't kidnap her, said George. I just asked her if she'd like to meet a friend of mine to go to the zoo and maybe a theatre or the pictures and eat several pints of ice cream, and she, being a sensible kid, said of course she would. Well, as I was saying, I sent her off thinking that if my theory was correct, then the murderer had been in a fine mess and more worried than anyone else about the kid being missing, and that, I thought, with luck, might make them give me some sign that'll do just as well in the way of proof as the murder of Claire. But I was too slow. I reckon Claire was dead already by the time that kid was buying her ticket for London. Well now, the moment Claire was murdered, I knew who'd done it. You knew? Toby had picked up a pencil and was savagely chewing it to pieces. That's right, said George. Who was it arranged that Gillick shouldn't be in his cottage yesterday afternoon? Mrs. Clare, said Toby. No, said George, Mrs. Fry. You cast your mind back. It was Mrs. Fry who said it might be a good idea for you to go along and see the Professor. Yes, but it was Eve whom she asked to take me over. Knowing, said George, that was just what she'd refused to do. Mrs. Clare was trying not to see any more of the Professor than she could help, and you can bet your life Mrs. Fry had noticed that. Well, what was the obvious thing for Mrs. Clare to do if she didn't want to go to the Victor Hildebrand place herself? Ask Gillett to take you, wasn't it? Toby nodded, picking up a splinter of wood out of his teeth. I suppose so. Again, speaking personally, said George, I was perfectly satisfied. It's the old woman, I said to myself. Of course, I'd other things on my mind to back up the idea. At the same time, I knew it wasn't good enough to convince other people, so I went over all the things I knew to see if any of them would clinch the business. It wasn't much good. What I knew was this. I knew who was making the murder trap. I knew— How did you know that? Toby demanded. It was mostly from talking to the kid. Remember her telling us how 80 special almonds had changed me into a monkey or something, and, well, it's just an odd fact I happen to know that 80 bitter almonds are just the amount you need to poison a person off. Seemed to me a funny thing for a kid to have got hold of, so I went on talking to her and cultivating her acquaintance, and the result of that was that she took me upstairs later in the morning and showed me that murder trap in your room. And she told me that if the dart hit you, it'd change you into Gnu. Toby grimaced sourly. Well, said George, it was all pretty queer. Seemed to me that whoever was making those traps, either for amusement or for practice, had let the kid in on it, but instead of explaining that these were always a-killing people, had too much respect for her tender years, and had pretended it was just some kind of magic that had changed people. And then, do you remember, Tobe, I asked you whether some people didn't call death the great change? Well, so far as I could notice, there was only one person who ever played with that kid at all, and that was her uncle. And he struck me as just a kind of old crank who might have a crazy hobby like that. But none of that helped much, at least not directly, because I never thought myself that the person who was setting those traps all over the place was the same one as done the murders. There was one big difference between the real murders and the fake ones, see? I mean, there was just that difference, that the one kind was real and the other wasn't. The fake ones had all been carefully rendered harmless, and the others hadn't. And then, you know, it seemed to me unlikely that if a person had the habit of fixing up fake murders and suddenly took to real ones, he'd go on fixing up the fake ones after the real ones had started. No, I was pretty sure that the real murderer knew all about the ways of the fake murderer and had gone and done the murders in just the same sort of way the fake one might have thought out so as to draw attention in that direction. It wasn't any attempt to conceal the fact that a murder had been done. Everyone was meant to know it was a murder and had jumped to the conclusion it was the old boy that had done it. She was wanting to get rid of him then, said Toby. Well, she'd been married to him a good long time, hadn't she? I mean, I always thought she'd kind of had the air of a disappointed woman. Still, I was telling you the other things I knew about Mrs. Fry. I'd been told it was her that persuaded Mrs. Clare to persuade Lou Capell to stay over the weekend on account of her cold. I knew that when old Fry overheard you and me talking about Mrs. Clare going away, that it was his wife he went out of doors and talked to straight away. That didn't mean anything to me at the time, but as soon as I heard about Clare's tickets to Nice, and realised it was pretty likely on account of those tickets that Mrs. Clare had her luggage packed. Well, it kind of fell into shape, but not so's anyone else would believe it necessarily. I'd got to find something a bit better than that. Something a lot better than that, said Toby. That's right. The next thing I thought about then was the afternoon when the girl was killed. I knew she must have put that bag of hers down somewhere, stood to reason, and I knew there was one time in the afternoon when she must have done it. That was when she was mixing them drinks. I didn't see how she could handle glasses and bottles and siphons and ice and keep that bag under her arm all the time. She couldn't swing it from her wrist because the strap was broken. And, said Toby with excitement, Mrs. Fry was indoors fetching pencils at the same time as Lou was indoors. That's right. I reckon the old woman had been carrying that bottle of brucine around with her all day, ready to switch it with the bottle of breath-in, and was pretty put out when she saw the way Lou was clutching her bag. Mrs. Fry didn't know anything about the money. I suppose Lou meant to go on clutching her bag like that until she'd cashed your cheque and handed the whole lot over to Druna. She wouldn't want to give her the cheque and give away who'd helped her out. Still, you know, even if Mrs. Fry was in the house when Lou was mixing the drinks, there wasn't any proof there either. The most you could say was that it didn't contradict what I was thinking. At that stage, I began to make up my mind that if I wanted proof of my hypothesis, I'd have to perform an experiment. And you performed it, said Toby, on the Professor. George nodded. The idea came to me all of a sudden while Mr. Fry was talking to you about sin last night in your room. I nipped out. First thing I did, I went down to bed in lodge and hunted around till I found the poisons and things. It was just to make sure it wasn't right up the poem, the old idea. There they were, together with a nice little notebook, which told Mrs. Fry just how to do the murders, and dozens more if she had a mind to. But I didn't say anything about that to the police, because I thought it had just helped to get the old man into a mess, seeing it was already certainly him that had stolen them. Next thing I did was hunt out the Professor. He wasn't in bed yet, and he gave me a few drinks, and we played shove-halfpenny for a bit. Then he played the piano, those swell Spanish things he went and borrowed from Gilly yesterday morning, and then I told him everything I'd been thinking about. Max Potter put in. He won, you know, at shove-halfpenny. He wins at everything, said Toby. What I wanted the Professor for, see, said George, was to go along to Mrs. Fry and drop in so that it was him that had taken Vanessa and that he meant to hang on to her. It was him that thought of the story about America, quite a neat story, couldn't have thought of anything better myself, and he told her, too, he'd be at home all day so she'd know where to find him. And then, said Toby, he was to sit tight and wait to be murdered. That's right, said George. Professor, said Toby, congratulations. Trouble was, said George, we didn't know when she'd be turning up. I wanted you or the inspector to be there looking on. I looked up the buses. I knew she'd never walk as far as that, and reckoned she couldn't get out there before about 11:30. But you were so taken with the old man's confession, it was a near thing. I suppose the old man, said Toby, had played so long with murder that when one really happened, he thought it must be himself who'd committed it. Vanna remarked, I thought there was something phony about that confession. He didn't read right somehow. Give him 6 weeks at the seaside, or remember he never murdered anybody. Suddenly he leant forward and snatched the mutilated pencil from Toby. He said with a grin, You didn't ought to chew pencils. It'll spoil the shape of your mouth. Toby gave a sigh. You know, he said, it's a horrible thought imagining what would have happened if Mrs. Fry had succeeded. All her mad hunger for possession devouring that poor child as, I suppose, it once devoured and distorted Eve. Strikes me now there's only one thing left. I don't know. I think I'll go along and find out for myself. What's that? Said Vanna. Whether or not Reginald Sand managed to bleach his shorts to match the sunburn of his legs. Coming, George? Once we've found out that, there's nothing to stop us going back to London. Well, said George hesitantly, matter of fact is, oh, we were going along to the pub, said Max Potter, for a game of darts. Maybe, said George. You'd like to come too? No, thanks, said Toby. I'll wait for you at Wilmer's End. I think I'll be playing out of my class.